Okay. Let's get this going. Going. This is 12, 12, top off, bounce. Okay. Good, good. Pretty nice so far. Select, paste. Okay, 1 second. I'm just looking at things. I don't know if anyone's popped in yet. I'm just looking at some other things really quick. If anyone has any questions, I can always go over it. Just let me know. I do believe we're going to have an update today just because of what we said in here. Anyone that's seen this, we've pretty much just gone over this. Um, you know what I'll do real quick? If anyone has any questions, ask me. If not, I'm just going to play this video in the background. I'm going to mute myself, just play this video in the background. We'll see from yesterday, and we'll kind of see where we are now afterwards. It cuts only like 5 minutes, but if anyone has any questions, this kind of explains where we are. So that's kind of that in a sense. So I'll just have this play for now. This is done. Streamed all day, 8 hours. Let me get this out of the way so I can actually rest. Let's look at some of the things that we need to find. Let's show where we came from. Blah, 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 what we might expect and what we want to look for. So long story short, this is where we came from yesterday. Obviously, remember, it's at different positions, still 6410. We can even see something up here. Let me go to extended hours. Okay, it's already there. We can even see here in extended hours up here. This is the week 375. What's the week 375? There you go. There it is right there. So expected in an extended hours are from the free market. So anyway, let's kind of look at what we're looking for. There's only so much to see on Apple. I think the easiest thing to look at, what we talked about yesterday that we wanted to see is we did have something at, it's fun that it ended here, but we did have something start relatively close. Makes sense. We push up. What we were talking about yesterday, so we have on the left side, this is like 2484 or 87, and this is at 25. So it makes sense that boom, this invalidates this being right shoulder. That's going to have a higher left and right because we have a target here that's going to be able to push here and invalidate that. Let me push up through that. So a lot of this wasn't incredibly surprising, but it does push us in a nice spot where we can kind of look for something. So same thing, we got this up here, and then we got this under. So if we end under, we should push up. If we end above, we should push down. It's for the market. So if we start here, the market will push up a little bit and regain something, relief rally. If we start here, the market's probably going to push down. It's pretty much as simple as that. It's not really that much more basic. I'll go into some of the other things. Like I said, I don't want to really wasting the time. I streamed all this. You can see it. You know, it's really easy. It's really obvious. It kind of is what it is. So if anyone's looking for what it is, that's what that is. Now, Bitcoin, what can we look for in the meantime and maybe expect? Because the market looks bad, looks sketchy, just because we have a relief rally tomorrow doesn't mean we're going to have a relief rally on Bitcoin right now. So, Bitcoin, sketchiness, let's bring this back. Object tree, group, boom. So, I don't know what these are. I don't know. These are the 4 hours. I don't care. Let's get rid of these because I don't care. Don't care. Okay. Yeah, so these are the main ones. We went over this in the other video. I'm not going over them again. Anyway, what we can see is we came down the trend line, went over in the last video. I'm not going to go over it again. So, now we're down here. The key area is what's going on down here. We entered the 4. We entered the 4 under here. So, this brings us back into other things. But we are now currently in this range. We've already tried to push up, and we hit up here. So, it's more likely that we're going to keep dropping down, and we're going to play on the bottom side of this range. What does it mean to play on the bottom side of the range? Well, the next 4 hour, we don't want to see it end about, I think it's like 20,150, but we can probably say about 20,000 also. So we don't want to see this end under 20,000. I think, I'm sorry, not 20,150, but 20,000 or 20,050. It should move down at least 150 to maybe 200, which would put us around 20,000, 20,050. So if we do end under there, which is right here, 20,000, like let's say 40 or whatever is right here, we're on the bottom half. So this is why it's kind of important. Because on this 4 hour, we've already pushed up, and if we keep pushing down, there's a high chance we'll be on the bottom side of this, which will put us under this when we start. And then I think there's a high chance we'll fall into something like this, where we push under. We have a day of uncertainty. uncertainty, maybe a little bit of relief rally. We'll see. It could just actually not do it like this and actually just straight drop. So that is something there to kind of note also as well. So that's the main gist of it for Bitcoin. That's the main gist of the market. To be honest, it really isn't more complicated than that. I don't really want to make it more complicated. Like, I can only call the right thing so many. Like, we can only have the right thing so many times for what's really. Not even like that. There's only so many possibilities for things to happen, and so this is like the only possibility that makes sense right now. And this is where the fight is. Now, I guess I'll put it this way. This would make sense. What do we want to see? We want to see it not end under this. So, as bad as I make this sound, there is time. If we want to see it end right around here, so we start under, push down. Well, as long as we end here, as you see what I'm saying, depending where this next is, we can actually start right on it, which can easily give us support to push up, which would coincide with a relief rally, which I could, with the market tomorrow, which I could easily see pushing up to here. Now, we might not see something immediate on the day. We might. It could be a decent time to take a position. So what one might do is, that could be interesting here, is one way that we can play this is, if you want, is like, okay, let's say, I think it's going to be wrapped down more aggressive than that, because this is a pretty big difference in the weighted moving average applies more. Anyway, I'm back. Okay, so let's just get out of this. Anyway, so pretty much just where we are right now, right? We didn't end low enough, so boom, came down a little bit, makes sense to take a position. We can see in short term, we have our 4 hour here, we have our 2 hours. So what do? Pop over the 4 hour, hit the 2 hour, push back down. And it's just been struggling in this area, which makes sense. I think the other thing it could have done is possibly, or which I think would have needed to end at 4, either above here or here to really get the push up. Excuse me, I think we would have headed up to here, but I still didn't think we would have really passed 20,850 anywhere up in here until the market opens. So we'll see what happens with the market. I think it still looks fine to push up. So we'll just have to see what happens. I mean, we have that. We also have the VIX, which is nice too. So let's look at the day for the VIX. Let's look at where this started also, and we can kind of just go over this. So we can see with the VIX, let's get rid of this, get rid of this. Alright, so we can see that, I'm going to doodle it all over again, but you can see that we didn't start up here, we started down here, and you can see we're kind of ranging, more so pushing down. So for the VIX, this isn't really anything super, it's more bullish for the market than bearish, but longer term bears are bears that want to keep these movements going. Only have to protect both this area and mainly this area. Really, this area is all they have to protect. Any end here for the week most likely means we will start in the same area. Bulls will need us to start under the week time frame on Monday next week. Bears will need us to start here, and then from here, if we can start here, it's easy 1-2, boom, and the market should crumble. So far from the VIX, we shouldn't be seeing any VIX. We shouldn't see anyone like super bearish on the market from the VIX anyway. It's still possible, but I would really need to see something end up here, and just specifically start up here, not really end up here, but I like to see it end and start if possible. I just think it makes it look a lot stronger, because then we don't have a gap, which is always nice. So that's pretty much that. That's kind of why I think we're going to push up today. I don't know how much. It's going to be pretty hard to tell, but it does look like with the Bitcoin start that we had on the day combined with the VIX start in this area, just so we can kind of see also. We have our days, so we got our range, and then we got a tighter one right here with the weeks, and that's where those two lines are. So you can see all these other weeks. Okay, but we started way too high. And then as we saw, we hit the daytime from up there, came down, and then this next week we started also in a bad place, but we also, not a lot of support really to push over here because we're in between, not above. And then we can see we're all the way up here. So for this one too, we started under, so I would like to see it end somewhere here and start here, and I think it'd be nice to push up in that manner. I think that would be the best way for it to happen. And the easiest. I mean, so far everything's been pretty standard, so there's only a couple things that it can do, and it's been following everything, so I imagine it'll keep going in that direction. Things are up a little bit, but I don't think anything too much. So we'll really really see. It's still hard to tell with these things just because the amount of pressure we might have, but it would still make sense for a little bit of a relief rally into this day. It's really hard to tell with some of these things considering with Apple, we fought pretty hard for this 4 hour. We could use this 4 hour support again since we came under and we ended under. This is my maybe considered somewhat a reversal. So we could expect to see some support here for Apple again because we do have here low on this kind of trend. We have a low and a higher low right here with a short-term reversal around this average. This will give us this, if we do get strength, this can definitely give us a little bit extra. And then also we're talking about the reversal. We do in fact come down to test here before we push up. Before going back up, I would like to see this. Like I said before, this was pretty good. We fell through, so any sort of reversal back up here, and I think we'll have a decent extended relief rally back upwards. Like I said in the beginning, I don't think this movement is over. But we'll just have to see what happens. I think we could still push up to all-time highs. It just kind of depends. I think most of this, I really don't believe most of this was the CPI. I really believe most of this was bad buying. Not to say that this wasn't a top, but I mean the fact that we're here instead of like here. I mean I even checked. I don't like check, but I had like free time, so I looked at. Let's see, it was Kings. Hey, Kings! Oh, almost that sounded weird. It sounded like a stereotypical black woman. Anyway, interesting that he has Kings in there. Kings. Anyway, let's see. Where are we? Where was it? Here. This one. I clicked on this one really quick and I checked this. Now I like this, and he had the same kind of exact idea of that. It did seem like we were toppy. Though it's the same thing for me. It was hard to calculate how bad. This is what I think. Like, here's a perfect example. This is what I think would have happened if we didn't have bad buying up. If we didn't have bad buying up, well, technically I don't even know what time frame this is or whatever. But okay, 8 hours. So yeah, this was yesterday. But I believe if we didn't have bad buying up, this is most likely what we would have done in respect to the CPI and just continued. I really do. So in that same sense, I still think this is possible. We just have to move up. So essentially, I don't know what this is, but we can just assume it's Apple in a sense because a lot of the stuff looks similar. I mean, a lot of everything looks similar. But we have here with our last bounce, this will be where we are now. We come down a little more for that 4 hour bounce. But if we can push up, this would be the day on Apple, which we'll see in a little bit, then we can expect it to continue into this pattern. So shout out to Paul Verco because I only looked at this for 2 seconds. I didn't really watch any of it, but I skimmed through and saw, and I really liked just seeing the basic idea of it. It's not Apple or whatever, but a lot of things look similar, but the same principle, what he was looking for. I mean, this was pretty much, in a sense, this whole supply zone up there. I mean, it's essentially the same thing as what we had with the day. So a lot of similarities here. So I'd like to push down here immediately. As always, I think it's better to push down right at the start of the day. Let sellers sell instead of letting buyers buy. So just buyers stop buying. Try to pick it up down here in Apple at 154.05. Oh whoops, let me move this here. Pretty much that. So we'll see what happens. But I mean, we could be. Excuse me. We could be wasting time again, like we did on Bitcoin yesterday, and just fighting the inevitable. It could just keep going down, but if we go down first, I have a pretty decent feeling that we'll try to push back up. There's a lot to gain with where we are, and we're not under the trend line that I had hidden. So it kind of is what it is. I'm a little tired, so it's like, boy, let me see. Let me get rid of this. There we go. Oops, what am I changing? Do that. So freaking tired. It's crazy. I don't know why either. It's kind of weird. I'm moving, damn it. We get 20 million things in your OBS and you're trying to click one thing. It's always annoying. Okay, there we go. Alright, sell down, sell down, sell down. I think I'm feeling more bullish as we get sold down. If we just hit the target, like it's not a huge, it's to me it's kind of a huge deal. It really is kind of a huge deal. See what happens. This is more stupid buying though. But we could just push up. I mean, see, the thing is that this is why I don't like volume, because if you know a good spot, volume doesn't matter. Volume chases good spots. Volume chases, well, I think this is a better way to say it. Volume chases momentum, and good spots aren't really necessarily at the place of momentum. Good spots are just good spots. They don't always stay there for that long. Or they don't always, I mean, they do sometimes, but there's not always a lot of momentum. Sometimes they'll sit there and then they'll just start turning around. Then people go, oh, it changed momentum. Oh, let's start buying, push it up, buying comes, and then, you know, you're already like 2-3 steps away by the time. So hopefully these idiots stop buying here and just let it drop 50 cents. If they wait too long, I would be more likely to see if we push up here, we're going to come back down. We might crash through this. So if we just push down, it's so much better. Here's an easy example where we saw the other week with Apple. Let me do this. Live. Okay. And then, anyway, so this is the easy example. So we could look when one of these times when we first came down, we have our 1 hour here. Let me know where the day is, make it easier. So let's know where the day was. Horizontal ray. Should have been on this day right here. Similar stuff on this day, as you can see. We wasted our time bouncing on a 1 hour instead of just coming down to the day time frame. Wasted 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, boom, rejection on this 4th hour. Hey, what's up, Baron? Yeah, CPRX and Google? Yeah, sure thing. Yeah, just give me 1 second, and I'll take a look at that in 30 seconds. Good to see you in here. I think it's the first time I've seen you, so good seeing you. Then we just kind of crash down through this. So it'd be nice if we just push down immediately. This kind of goes into it also, just so you know, I look at Apple for the main determinant of most things. So I look for Apple for good price action on a lot of these things. Like, for example, on a lot of this, for me, I got like shorts here, or puts here, that's 64.10. You know, and then we can just see some other things. I just want to show this just to kind of get this point across of like why I'm looking at Apple and how it also kind of can be some of these other ones. Then you can see on the extended trading hours, right? So we push up, and then we hit the top week time frame, and then everything just pushes down. So doesn't always go this way, but more than not, you'll see this kind of stuff with it. So in that same sense, what I'm looking for in Apple, which I expect a lot of the market to move with, if we can just see a little bit of stability, luckily we're coming down before going up, is I'd expect a bounce here at 154.05. I think it's dropped close enough. So in this same respect, I think this looks good enough now to push up and be fine pushing up. So in that same respect, I'm going to look at both CPRX and Google, and we'll see if we can see any kind of signs of bullishness. Also, Bitcoin's in an okay place where it is. It needs to push up a little bit more, but it started in an okay place on the day where it gives it a decent chance to try to regain some stuff. So we might be able to see something like that. Overall, a lot of stuff sketchy. But I do like how we did come down already. It's not all the way to the line, but I think it's almost close enough. So let's see CPRX and see if we can see any symbols. Let's actually click the right thing. And let's see what's going on with this. So yeah, so first of all, do we have anything? So let me see, where's August? Oh, it's actually Goggle? It's not Google? Oh, okay, it's not Google. What's Google? Oh, it's Goog. Okay. Goggle. Okay, let me see. Okay, so let's see what happens. So we did get pressure downwards. What do we get? Okay, so they got something else going on with them, eh? Because they seem to be bucking the most trend of the market. It does seem like when the market gets pulled down, they get pulled down anyway. We'll see what happens. I'm always looking up here. It's 154.05 for this key spot on Apple. I think the best place. So I'll look at this back in a second. The best place really that I would look for, I think the safest place, we'd expect a bounce here and then a possible 4 hour above this should push most of the rest of the market back up. So even though we've hit down here and this is a great spot, I actually think so far, looking at CPRX, I'm going to take a look at it in a second, but it seems like it's doing fine. It seemed like it, correct me if I'm wrong, because you've probably been looking at it longer, it seems like it's been getting wrecked down because of the market. So this is kind of a dangerous place. If we're up here, the market should be pushing up, and I'd imagine CPRX is going to follow and keep doing it, same thing with it. It looks like it's something that wants to go up, but let me just check and see what it has anyway, a little bit more in depth. So there's some, wow, holy shit. This is some pretty straightforward stuff. Is there a month time frame for this? No, there's no month time frame. Wow, in the longer term, this is crazy. This is actually pretty crazy. It doesn't, a lot of the times it doesn't happen, especially this many times, this perfectly. That's wild. So, I mean, we're not here right now, but what this says to me is this is a great base pushing up, and there was a lot of, what do you call it? I mean, this is actually beautiful. There just seemed to be a lot of agreement on the price here. A lot of times you don't see this. A lot of times you'll see it even sometimes come under and then reverse back up. I personally think the market's going to continue back upwards, so it kind of depends before. Like I think the market's going to try to kind of trend back upwards. This one doesn't care about the market so much. I mean, the easiest way to see that's, well, it did pull back a little bit in May, and I think we did have June was up, I believe, right? And July or June was like okay, and I believe July was up, and then August was down from the 10th, a little bit after the 10th. So when I look at this, I feel like something that is bullish that's trying to maneuver around the market. In the sense of it seems like it's still like there's no push down in August, but we can see a little bit of bearishness or a little bit of flagging, I guess, and consolidation when we see this. I really feel though with the market has a little bit of relief rally, depending on what it can do. I really do think this is going to continue to push back up though. To me, the big pull down was because of the market. I think going to 14 is a little bit risky, like I said, and like I keep going back, and I'll keep going back to Apple because it just makes the most sense, and this is how I do everything. I know it's kind of confusing for some things, but you'll like the more you come in here, the more you kind of see this stuff. Apple seems to be for me one of the easier ways. We've already hit down here right at the spot. We've gotten a decent amount of push up. Bitcoin's just waiting for a decent. Oh, that's. I don't even know what that is. It's an annoying sound though. I don't know what alarm it is. I don't care to check. But Bitcoin's in a decent place to try to get pushed back up. I think a lot of people would want a relief rally. We've hit a decent place here. We can see the SPY pushing up a little bit. The NASDAQ. It might take these things a little bit. The safest place is up here. So really at the end of the day, I think 14, I believe, is fine. What I would like to see on Apple, because this all could just push up and fail. This is kind of like the first leg, or like if we want to think of like our Elliott wave kind of thing, like a 1-2 before like a 3 or anything, and that would be important. If we want to expect like a 3 or anything like that, like a more of an impulse wave, like a strong impulse wave, I'd like to see a 4-hour end above here. So actually, if I saw a 4-hour on Apple end above 1557, I'd like that. And I think with CPRX, that would be fine. But if we don't get that, we get more bearishness in the market, I do think $14 makes a lot of sense. With this, overall, the market is incredibly bearish. It makes sense after this big pullback for it to go somewhere around $14. It could even go a little bit lower. I'll see on some of the shorter time frames. But it does feel pretty strong with what it is. So let me see on the other time frames besides the week. So we have the day there. I don't care about 12, 4, 2. Okay, so first of all, I don't like the stars. It's around 14. Yeah, so far I really do. It's a sketchy star in the 2-hour and the shorter time frame at least. I'd be interested to see where this is around 3. So just to kind of look at this in a sense, or around 11:30 on the next 2-hour. This actually looks pretty decent if it can get moving up. We did start above it, so if we can get pushed back up, this does look pretty good. But as we can kind of see, like I keep saying back and forth, we see it fighting kind of on its own. We could say it came down here for support. That does sound somewhat reasonable. But at the same time, I mean, I think even he coming down, it was a little excessive in how it is. I think a lot of this is trying to trade between the market, and if we, like the key thing I'm always looking at the top right, we see Apple fighting, right? It pushed exactly where I said it was, and we can kind of see this almost trying to maintain between it. Because this looked decent. I mean, to me, this looks like it came down because of the market coming. Excuse me, because the market came down. Um, so, long story short, we did start up here. If we can push above 1531, I think it looks pretty decent. It's going to be until 4, I think, or it's going to be until the next 4-hour change to really see if the market's going to turn around. I believe. I think a relief rally looks really likely. Another thing is also with the VIX as well. Um, I look at like a lot of other things I kind of add into these. I think this thing looks pretty decent for what it is. Let me show the VIX real quick. But the thing about the VIX is that we started down here. So if we really want anything decent, we need to start up here to gain anything like a huge move up. And we can just see what happened here every single time. So this is the first time. I mean, this is the first time it's ended here. I don't really care though. But we just we've ended. We started under. So to me, this is like scary if we have something here. But besides that, like we see Apple pushing up, we see the Nasdaq now at 0.19, we see the Dow at 0.26, we see the SPY at 0.27. So we can check CPRX. I imagine it wants to push up. It seems like something that wants to push up. But like to me, there's always those macro factors for a lot of these things. It doesn't always exist, but a lot of times there are where you don't want it to. When the rest of the market pushes down, you usually assume everything's just going to get sold. You have bots or anything like that, or just out of fear. I think it's very similar to crypto. When Bitcoin just suddenly drops a lot, where it's like, well, we don't know what necessarily is going to happen, because there's all this like trading with bots and things between all these different areas. We don't want to get hit with this kind of snowball effect. So I would really like to see this. I think most of the bullishness will come around this base starting point of 1531 if we push back up through it. I think what I would like to see, it's kind of hard, let me do it with like a trend line, I guess. What I would like to see for this, more than anything, since I don't know, I might have to just do okay, that's kind of fine, that's good enough. But what I'd like to see is, actually, even if it does push up, I would like to see a 2-hour start somewhere around here. So I'd like to see the next 130 start around right here, maybe we push down and then push up. So if I wasn't in this and I wanted to be a little bit more certain about it, I'd do something like that. I don't really think that matters because I'm almost never wrong in some of these things, and I just stick to the main indices. So I think it's easier that way. It just kind of is what it is. It looks like we're back above. The issue is now, though, that we have to be careful about it, is just because Apple's above, we could continue to push up. This could be an explosive move up. But what we're looking for here specifically, our nearest time frame to continue, what we're looking here today is a start right on it or slightly above. This adjusted. This was a start 1 cent above, and you see what we did. We pushed up. You see how we start above, or we whatever we come down to it. Nice, boom, boom. You see how we don't start above. This is an end above. You see how we start above, our start under every single time. What happens when we start above? Boom, we push up. So we want to see a start above here on the 4-hour. Bears want to probably see an end under this, even though it's a little dangerous to be bearish right now. Bears want to see an end under this. So it's a little tough to say because when we want a continued extension from a technical perspective, assuming a lot of people aren't getting wrecked out of their shorts right now, we want to see it end relatively in this place. So one issue might be if bears can possibly gain control, they can push it back under here. I think the difference between a lot of what was going on here, though, and a lot of what was going on right now is we're much more wedged in this area. So even if they kind of keep it down here, I don't really think it's that bad. So we might even see a higher pop up here than where it is. But I would expect some bearish pressure to come in. It's kind of hard to tell. Like I said, this was the entry point for it. We can see the Nasdaq now, since I've been talking, it's up another 50, 60 basis points. I talked about this yesterday, subvie slip. We can see the Dow up 0.36, and we can see the SPY up 0.5, right? So this is all pretty simple stuff. It's not hard to see. it's acting. But if you're really nervous about it, I would either like it's kind of hard to say because we've already hit like the strongest spot. But I think the 4-hour change is going to be pretty determinant if we see a big move up, because we could look at this as, yeah, it's not that bad for bears, but this is still kind of the best chance they have is to keep it somewhere in here, and hope that they can get something to the bottom side of this, the 4-hour here, and then push us back under. So we can see here, here. So we want something that, is going to have this happen now. I don't care that this ends under. This doesn't matter to me. I like seeing where stuff starts. When I say end under, a lot of times it means start. But I don't care that this ends here anyway, because we saw with the VIX, it looks like we get some bullish signs. We saw with the Bitcoin where it started, we could get some bullish signs. So nothing cemented yet, but we are seeing that first initial movement from it. So CPRX, what we want to see is around 11, I think, 1130 at least. And we can see it fighting at this initial area that I was talking about where it first started. So that's why I would like to see on this time frame. I think there was like a 2 right here. And we can even see it's been doing fairly well in some of these areas to either keep it off or keep it on. So you see kind of what I'm saying, how it starts above and then pushes up. This is, I feel like this up, I think it's going to be reverse bullish for a while now. No, I don't think that's right whatsoever at all. We'll see. There's still a big bearish move in play. I put a video out every day. I went over this already. I'm not going to go over it. I'll go over it one more time. But like, I went over this already. But like, the thing about it is like, so just check where the VIX started. Remember, just like the basics we're going over. Check where the VIX started. We started in this area. Remember I said yesterday? And then also with Bitcoin, we started in a reasonable spot. So it's no surprise we're seeing bullish strength. I don't think this is really going to continue too much, but it makes sense where they're pushing off. And we can just see back here on Apple, we always look at, we can see this bounce right on the line. So I really think we're going to see what we had last week pretty much, which was, I think it was last week. Yeah, last week, which was pretty much like, hey, can we just end above the 4-hour? So I think it's the same thing as last week, V-Slip, I'm pretty sure. We just want to see something like this, preferably slightly higher, and then we should continue upwards. Otherwise, it should be a fight in this area for a lot of this stuff, looking for confirmation. I think it has a decent chance to continue upwards. Like I've been saying, I don't think the CPI wrecked us down. I think bad buying wrecked us down. I think if the CPI came out and we didn't have horrible buying, I'm pretty sure we'd be up in this area right now. So that's my take on it, and that's kind of where I think we are, and I think that's kind of the easiest way to look at most of this stuff. So I'm just saying, I mean, I've been 100% right today and yesterday and the day before, and the day before that, and the day before that, and the week before that, and all of August, so. Well, that's the one thing where like technicals can't show you, and that's one thing I wasn't completely right on yesterday, but I was right, but not completely, and that's where I personally can improve. So there's always a place to improve. Where I can improve is it's not being right on the movement, it's determining some of these things that you can't see with technicals. So I got in my position here, like I said yesterday, I made 1200 off the bat, I sold out. I could have made around, I think it would have been, what was it, so 400, I could have made 2800, I think it was, or 2600 yesterday, if I just held my stuff and then just sold it somewhere around here. I would have sold it, I believe, around here at most. Or I could have shifted into those 155s and sold those, but yeah, I'll take a look at it real quick. Like I said, I like focusing on Apple. Let's see if there's any similarities. Whoops. Let's see if there's any similarities between this. It is on the NASDAQ. It doesn't look like it dropped. This looks like it just could be another one. I like what I'm seeing so far. It looks pretty decent. It looks pretty standard and straightforward to trade. Let me see if we see any deviation. So a little bit of sketchiness here. September 6th. Was this this is the month of August 26th, so we have a turnaround. Okay, so this makes sense. Okay, so from a week time frame perspective, I already like this. I feel like we have a decent amount of space, but if we just look at the week time frame here, I would like to see us, it's moving up pretty aggressively, I would like to see an end to the week somewhere around here. So I think this is showing itself have a great possible move up within this area over the next couple weeks. I think we could have a breakout here, here, anywhere around here. It looks pretty good. As always, I look at the market, and I think that's kind of what's important, or like the overall. We can see some of this bearishness in June. That's a little bit more normal. Some of the bullishness in July, and some of the bearishness in August show up. So this does more or less look like it's kind of just moving with the overall market. What's up, V-Slip? But we do get some bullishness here. Well, this is January. Well, do we have bullishness in January? I have to go back and check. March. I know May we were down too. So I might not even look at this in that way. But we do, because we did have a lot of, no, because we didn't push down here in April. Where's April 6th? So this is another one. Okay, so these, okay, so we'll not look at it that way. I think we can just look at this from a technical perspective. Though I think it is important to still keep in mind. I think a lot of things will push up if Apple does push up here. This like August 26th week pushing a lot of stuff down does catch my eye. A little bit of a big drop for June and not a big raise in here, but let's see what the actual stuff is. So like if I was to look at this without looking at the market right now, I like this. I would like to see a weekend essentially above where this is going to be next. Obviously it's here right now, but it's going to be up a little bit higher. There's like a 0.5 fib on the move yesterday. Honestly, there's a fib everywhere, man. Like, honestly, I've had so many people come in here and just show me other stuff or look at other people's stuff here and there. There's always a line somewhere, almost, that you could find. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. Let me see real quick. So, what do we have in the daytime frame? Okay, we can see that here. Okay, so let's set up some targets and let's see what we want for the day. Here's another nice thing. So I think for a really nice bullish push up, we're seeing something pretty decent here. Pretty straightforward and pretty decent. I like what this is doing. So we can already see this is the week time frame right here. I think this is what the week, I don't remember honestly what this is, the week 375. So we can already see what it's doing with the week 375 already, where we can see even on the day. So we haven't gotten full strength in this because we haven't ended a week above. So we still want to see end a week above. But we can see how it struggled here and how we started above, able to take a position right on the line. Now we're up about almost 2% from there. So let me see if we have anything else. But it does look nice. Initially what I think is I'd like the same thing. I'd like to see a week. I have to adjust this up, so let me actually see what this is. This is gonna, it's evening off, but it's, so we're looking at 9, 7, 6, what is that, 6, 8, 7, 7, 6. So since we're still kind of low, we'll say 6 or 7. So we want to see it end at least at $9.41. I would like, maybe even $9.40. And what that'll do is for our next week, that'll start us here, right above this. That'll give us a great base. And to really like this, I just like to see one day start slightly above right here at 10:03, where we currently have our day 200. And we can see here, you know, we have a lot of nice action here, a lot of nice action. And when we're on the bottom side, you know, we struggle and then push down. So this is what I currently think about it. I'll see on some of the shorter time frames when it looks like this. This is usually pretty good. But I like this because it's kind of a nice weight and it's easy. It seems like a pretty straightforward move for quite a bit of it. You know, so let's see what some of the shorter time frames, maybe we can kind of flesh this out a little bit more. But usually it's pretty fortunate when it looks like this in this manner, especially when it respects these lines this much. It's usually pretty straightforward, actually. So we have some 4 hours above. We can see some nice price action with here. So if I wanted some higher time frame like some more minute details, I'd be looking at some of this stuff as well. Depending when we do get here, it's hard. I can't really tell you because this is coming down so hard. We could kind of guess. So this will be somewhat of a thing. So it's a little bit hard to tell. A day starting above here should push through this, but if we do have a day start here somewhere around like the 20th above here, or the 21st, I could see this possibly causing it to push down. But I think with a day start above here, it's still a decent position. What I would treat this as, in a sense, is the day usually beats the 4 hour, but I would prefer to see it here. We'll get a little still have these averages coming down. But the nice thing is we start above a week, assuming we start this next week above 1940, at 1940 or 1941 at least. A little bit higher, within like 1 to 2% isn't horrible. We just don't want to start something so high where when we come down to test, it's going to push us through. And I think that looks great. So like the nice thing is we have our strongest support on the bottom. If we can maintain 1940 to 1941 at least, between there and like 1955, I'm sorry, 955, and that should push us up looking at everything that's going on now. And we'll have to fight it the day, but I do believe we'll win it the day. But I'd like to see something start above the day, slightly, not too much, and that should push us up. We have the 4 here. The 2 is a little bit under us, so this is kind of nice. We should be getting some support from this also as well. So I do like where this is. We do have this up top, but these lower averages up top don't worry me as much when we have a week in a day, because like a week to a day is like the ultimate kind of push up in a sense. So it's the best. I always like seeing stuff in that manner. I think it's the easiest to kind of to maneuver around. So I think Google's pretty straightforward, or whatever it is, Golden Ocean Group Limited. I think it looks pretty nice for where it is. I think the setup looks pretty nice. I think you could, if I was to take a position today, it would have been here. But I think the safest way to do it is wait for the week confirmation. The week time frame confirmation for me is a very big thing. We started under. If we push back down under this, it's going to be a very big point of contention. And we can already see on the shorter time frames, even on these just last 2 days, how it's already been a point of contention here. So there's no surprise. It's not like, oh, it's a special line. We can already see that there's something here and that we expect something. We can already see some nice tips. It looks like if we go over here, we go through here also as well. So that's pretty much Google right there in a sense. And I think that's probably the most straightforward way for it. So to be honest, it might be a little bit of a unique one, but it looks like it's following the averages enough to where it might be doing its own thing, but it seems pretty recognizable of what we want to see. So that, I think that's pretty much the in-depth thing about this, of what I'd like to see for it. And obviously, vice versa, I don't want to see this start next week under this. If we start under 1940, I would look for the same thing again. If I wanted to go bullish on it, I'd look for a week to start above it. So I like it where it is. The longer it takes, the worse. But easily, even if we like end here, if we start here, I'm going to assume that we're going to hit here and like get wrecked down. Or I'm just in general, the reason I expect that is because it just looks worse and it looks good, and you're just going to have less buyers than you're going to have sellers in general because of that. But I think this is probably almost exactly how it's going to go. It looks really nice. It looks really, really nice. Not as nice as the other one, though, on the week time frame, but it does look pretty nice for it. So I really like what it's done on the day time frame for these places. I can check Tesla. I think the same as pretty much everything else, though, when I went over Apple. So I'll just go over Apple again, because like I said, every single time I go over the same thing again and again and again and again and again. Honestly, everybody should already kind of know what to look for at this point. So we can clearly see on Apple, we've come back down here, we bounced. What we want to see is a 4-hour end above here. What the bulls want to fight for, if they want to push this up today, in my opinion, they could push it up today. It's kind of hard to tell. The base point's easy to tell. But how far they might want to push it up could be dependent on how many people are overly short. I don't think we have an overly amount of short people. I think most of it was people trying to cover their positions and just save their asses because they did a lot of top buying. So what do we essentially want to see here? We just want to see something start slightly above the 4-hour. So really the bulls are fighting for the 4 hours. So most likely I'll check Tesla in a second. But on this 4-hour, if we can start Apple above this 4-hour, Tesla and most other things should just go up. So I'll take a look at Tesla, but this is the easiest way to kind of see it. So yeah, well, it doesn't matter how, like, to me, it doesn't, the way I look at stuff, it doesn't matter how much bullish anything else looks. If this cracks back down, Tesla's dropping. Bet my life on it. This cracks back down, Tesla's dropping. Tesla's not going to, I mean, maybe not. I'm not going to bet my life on that. That's a dumbass bet. But I bet money on it. So let's check Tesla real quick. Well, it's not that worse. I mean, I think this is the right thing to do. Find something that looks more bullish. But the only reason I look at Apple is because it's just the easiest explanation of trying to find which direction the market's going to go. And then if something looks good and the market direction looks decent, then we would want to try to trade something like that, expecting the market to not buck or kind of destroy the current trend that's on, in a sense. You know what I mean? But I mean, that's a good look if Tesla looks pretty bad, or if Tesla looks pretty bullish. I don't really like where it is right now. Same thing. I'd like to see it start above. It's kind of tragic with what it's done. I think the easiest thing right now is I just like to see Tesla start above. We have a week that started above here, so I do like this. But at the end of the day, I mean, we came down yesterday. Let's see. So yesterday was pretty ugly. This actually held fairly well, to be honest. It was an ugly start to the day. But Tesla actually held pretty well, all things considered. So it looks like we could have short-term reversal, but for me to really like Tesla here, there's two options. I preferably like Tesla a lot more if we're actually... So there's two kind of things that suck. We could see a lot of extra bullishness if we get this 4-hour end on Apple above 155.50. The issue is that if it's too bullish, some of these things might move up too far. And more than anything, I just want to see, I don't really want to see Tesla move much. As usual, I don't want to see Tesla escape this range right here. I want to see Tesla preferably end. It could end anywhere, I don't really care. I just want to see Tesla start somewhere up here. So we haven't started up here, so I don't feel completely safe on it. It has looked fairly strong on the days it started above. We have a bounce, and then also up here we have another bounce. The thing I don't like about this as much, which this isn't that bad, most likely this got pulled down by the market, but what I don't like about this quite a bit more is that there is quite a bit more room, but we can see this as a great average. So for Tesla, it looks pretty straightforward right now to just kind of play it in this manner and just wait for the day turnover. But if people want to try to do a more aggressive daily play, I still think the signs that we're looking for right now is this, you know, is a 4-hour end above for Apple, above 155.56. So it doesn't have to be a lot above. It could be 155.56, preferably 155.57 at least. But even if it's 1 cent above, I think that's a pretty easily bullish sign of we're going to continue upwards. So, you know, so I don't think it's on the 2 or anything. Maybe if we do just pump up, but that worries me, and that's just bad buying in my opinion. So sitting around here is good buying. Stuff getting, well, it's not the bad. I mean, if they can buy it here, if they can buy it and they can keep it, I like it. They might be able to. I'm not sure how many bears are there. Like, we just came from a spot where so many people had bullish positions, so it's not like, you know, so I wouldn't expect we have like a whole bunch of bears. Anyone that was like a bear is chilling right now. You see what I'm saying? So I don't know how much really pressure we're going to have here, right here. You know, I think more than anything we'll have a little bit more relief. So I think from the perspective, I don't think it's going to be as hard as what it was over here to get that, because we came from a lot of bearish places and we were on the edge. This was kind of just a bad buying pushing us down. So I think the circumstances are a little bit different there, and this has a decent chance, even though it's already up here, to end up here. So like I said, if we do end under in this area, we could go for this and push up, but the bears have to really push for under this 4-hour start under this 4-hour to expect it to push down farther. So like I said before, we have our start to the day on the VIX, everything that I mentioned. We have our start to the day on the VIX. We got Bitcoin like right here. We didn't end under, pushed up a little bit, didn't end under, pushed up a little bit, didn't end under, pushed up a little bit. So BIF, okay, yeah, sure thing. I mean, this thing just came out. So the thing to recognize about BIAF, a lot of things that come out in the market, we might even be able to see the same thing with 10-cent music. So a lot of the times when things come out and I think with 10 Cent Music maybe they didn't have the similar thing. I don't remember what happened in 2019. It's too long ago to be honest. I'm sorry. But the thing with a lot of these when they first come out, let's kind of compare this to the overall market. I think it's important to recognize like when the overall market chooses a direction, very rarely will things pick up and do the opposite, especially something that just came out. So I don't know if you've ever messed with crypto, but with crypto, we call this like I don't remember what you call it, but this is like when something first gets listed, like in crypto. But obviously, it's like obviously this just got listed, but the comparison is something that specifically is just like coming out, not like getting listed, I guess, on exchange, but that is just coming out for the first time. It's very similar with a lot of these things. We should be able to see some similarities between these two. And most likely what this is we just came down in a bearish environment. And now, we have a little bit of signs. But it could be news also pushing it up and things like that as well. But, I mean, there's not a lot of bullishness. I don't think there was a lot of bullishness even in the last couple of days. But we do see a bottoming out. I could be wrong in this, but we'll see. That's what it seems like. My first thoughts looking at this from that September position, because after August 6th, not August, but September 1st, we had a lot of bearishness on us. Yeah, a lot of bearishness. To me, this wasn't even bullish in the market because we didn't have anything here. So I actually like where this is right now. Let me see. There's not enough time for me to really look at this, though. My biggest issue with this is I think this should be traded with the market. But I can't look at this. I can look at it on a very short term, but I don't like looking at things like this overall. One, because it just came out and it doesn't have a lot of data. And the only way that I could trade this is by trading with the market. So let me see. I mean, arguably, if we really look at this, if we can continue and break up, this will be bullish. We can continue bullish on the market. So, but it'll take a little bit of time. But yeah, do we have any averages here? It's been out for like 2 seconds. So I don't see anything here specifically that says anything to me about anything. I mean, someone could buy it if they wanted to. I think with the overall direction of the market and the possibilities, it looks fine. But I still think it was, like, if I was to buy something like this, I would have bought it off of Apple. I don't remember when Apple hit, what is this, the second 5 minute. So I would have just bought it here and held it and just said YOLO right here and bought it and said YOLO. To me, there's nothing anywhere here that says anything specific. I could put a fib on it, but I just don't really care to put a fib on it, to be honest. Anyone can put a fib on it, so I don't really offer anything by doing that. So for me, I still like this, but I would like to still see confirmation on a 4-hour for Apple, and then that gives me more of a feeling that we can actually have a bullish continuation and hit all-time highs. The market's broken, and it's been broken for a while. I don't think we have to go down. I think people incorrectly judge the market for what it is. So nothing has to, like, as long as people want to keep throwing ridiculous amounts of money and trying to, like, get omega rich, and, on a lot of leverage plays and options, I don't think we have to go anywhere. I don't think any direction is certain at that point. So, but yeah. So like I could look at this and say it's going to go up, but I don't think there's any. It looks okay, but I don't think there's any specific direction in it. The only thing I liked about this was the market itself, and that's based off of Apple. That's based off of where the VIX started. That's based off of where Bitcoin started. So Bitcoin and the VIX were the biggest determinants for me on the market today. And then, like I said in the mornings, you're here for, I wanted to see Apple come down and hit this spot before we test it up. Yeah, hey, what's up, Gaurav? Good to see you back here. Nifty's a bunch of freaks, man. Did they actually pull back? Nifty's been just outperforming so much. It's been really wild seeing what the Nifty's been doing. I'm a little bit sketched because if I remember correctly, I think the Nifty's been sketchy around here with failed breakouts. But no, very small, I guess with the average, but it's nothing compared to what it is now. So like I said before, the Nifty 50s, those traders are a bunch of freaks. I'm actually very impressed with them. Like, we can look at all this market bearishness. Either that or India's just their market's on steroids or something. But when we look at the discrepancies between the American markets and Nifty has just been outperforming by far. Even just ignoring. But long story short, I have a lot of confidence in the Nifty 50. Um, yeah, that's exactly what you said. Market ignoring global markets. Yeah, so you exactly said exactly what my bad. I didn't read that second part in the beginning. But yeah, I mean, you pretty much said exactly what I think. It's been definitely outperforming. I mean, just looking at this, right? We pretty much come down, and it's just down. Nifty does come down with it, and I would say I do agree with Nifty coming down. This was a very like some very bad stuff here. Um, but even then, this was to me okay. So we did drop at the other bad spot. So I don't know what's with these Nifties. Maybe they just see something. I don't know. I really didn't see this turning around until we saw it on the short term. But this was what surprised me most recently. This was really actually the only thing that surprised me that I remember seeing recently because I was like, okay, we're going to keep pushing down. At least Nifty, right? At least be around here, right? At least that makes sense. But it just stayed in this whole area and just pushed up. So just looking at Nifty in general right now, I like kind of what the other markets are doing right now. I think the Nifty's going to keep performing well as long as the other markets perform well. I don't know too much about it, to be honest. I do like how it's been holding against a lot of the losses in the American markets and still gaining on its own. A couple things I don't like about it, if we just kind of look at it here, we don't really have any strength. So it does still feel to me like one of those things where, God, please don't turn around. It's not the worst thing in the world, though, because we do have our initial kind of strength would be positioning around here where we start above. And then, we end above, but then we start under. Here we go. So this is the first candle we start above, so we can start thinking about taking positions here, looking to see if it starts under. And then we get a nice push up with a nice pullback. This is quite unfortunate for a lot of people, really. But what I don't like about this current move up is that I don't think we have a strong base. So I think the Nifty's fine as long as it doesn't reverse backwards or back down. So my biggest concern about the Nifty would really be falling back down because I really question how strong it is if it really has to retest at this level. And it's a fairly strong level. It's fairly standard movement with the holes, right? When we fall on, God, the Nifty is just beautiful. Nifty. But this is beautiful, right? We start, end under, start under, beautiful break, hit support, beautiful all the way back up. We're looking for it above both, right? Comes back. I got to take my creatine in a second, but boom, hit it. Beautiful. This is upsetting, but hey, at least it continues down, and we can see when it comes up. A little bit of sketchiness, fights here. I still think this is a decent entry position, depending on how much. I don't like this, though, a little bit from the perspective that we're really high up, and then we come down to touch it, which makes it look like we most likely on this candle, we sat here top buying for most of the day and then touched it, so that makes this look a little weak, but I still kind of like this overall. And then we can see most likely stemming from this weakness, we get a start under, start above, a little bit high, looks like we push down, but nice here. We get a nice start. So I do like the base around here at 15. This looks great. That pushed us up into here. I really liked a lot of that. I love a lot of the Nifty. I really do. But the key areas, if we have to turn around, is not good, and nothing here either. So Nifty is fine as long as it doesn't turn around. And if the markets do turn around, Nifty could definitely get hit really, really, really hard. So that's my main concern. A lot of this is very standard, and it's really nice for what it is and what it was. I really liked it. And everything here looks strong. But once we started pushing up ever since that end of July push up, 1.6 trillion. Yeah, I mean, it's all like nothing anyway, though, right? Because technically Apple's worth like 2 trillion, but no one's ever going to buy every Apple share for the current price. So, I mean, it's all market cap in a sense. But I know what you mean. A lot of stuff did get wiped out, but when you got like a $22 trillion market or something, actually can't even be $22 trillion. I don't remember how big all the U.S. stock markets are. don't remember. It's got to be 20 something now, I think. Um, yeah. But it is what it is. I mean, it's all top buyers. What could be the downside? Uh, like I said, the downside of the Nifty is if we break back into here. Anytime we break back into here is very worrisome. Very, very worrisome. So the first thing that I don't like about the Nifty of what we've done is it's creating a situation where we have to keep pushing up. And more into YouTube, Vertigo. It's good to see you in here. I'll look at news in a little bit too. I'm interested to kind of see what they're talking about. Not that I care too much, but I always like just kind of staying in tune and just seeing what the other people are saying going on in the world. But I don't like that we're here. I like this. To me, this is a fairly straightforward entry position. We start right above. We get our entry position here, and if we end under, it's a decent average. So we can just, if we end under, we can think about doing something, or we can just wait for a start under. It's not really that bad. So this is a really nice position pushing up. I don't like that we're coming down. We're pushing up again. It feels very unrealistic. But for me, I think the bigger concern is coming back into here. I don't really have an issue with the Nifty as long as it's up here. But the easiest way, I think, to interpret this and to try to play off of this is, like I said, our weakness is on the hull here, and it's on the hull here, which will extend to here. So if we come back to these hulls, I think we're probably just falling through them. So if we get anything that pushes down here and we start under, even like this time, we only had this and we had a big drop. But if we have anything that kind of just steady comes here and not just this huge gap down, if we have any sort of movement downwards, like red candles, like let's say down to here, and then maybe like here, something like this, I would expect us to fail through and maybe come here, and then, we'd come down to this. And I would still expect this to kind of fail through, maybe something like this. It could be less period of time, of course. And I think we'll get a better idea with the American markets as well. So one thing that was nice about the Nifty when it was open is that we could see some decent stuff possibly from Bitcoin. This is a nice setup position as opposed to being under where most likely would have gone back down. And we also had the VIX. Nothing's set in stone yet, but those were set up while the Nifty was out. So if anyone else was looking at that, they could see a little bit of bullishness. Now, like I said, we need this to maintain. And I've been looking at the price here. We've been doing a lot of top buying. But it just needs to maintain up here, So, like I said, from bulls, they don't want a super extension upwards. They just want it to stay here. Technically, bears want the same thing too, though, to be honest, because at the end of the day, towards this 4-hour turn, bears are going to want to get it to end here. Bears are most likely not going to get this to end under here on the 4-hour. I can almost guarantee that. The only chance for a bear for a continuation is to get it stuck in here and then break the wedge or break the triangle or whatever. So I think we will have a pretty standard fight in these places. The top buying here makes it a little bit worrisome. The fact that we're above this and, if we look at this, there's nothing really gray here. High wick. We come all the way back down. Why haven't we come back down here? So already this looks pretty weak for what it is. But like I said, bulls and bears, keeping it here is good for the bulls. Keeping it here is good for the bears. It's better than being up here. Having it here is what the bulls want. If someone's like a bull on the day, this is what they want. But this is acceptable for both parties. Unacceptable for bears, very good for bulls. Acceptable for both. Unacceptable for bulls, really good for bears. Kind of to put it in a simple sense. So I think the Nifty, if the market does come down, I do think the Nifty will follow. It looks pretty weak. And after yesterday, it did react with quite a bit of a sell-off. So the Nifty looks great with what it's done, but it's really looking sketchy. And if you just want to play it safe, like I said, I think the safest positions are more so short positions stemming from... I'll check on the week time frame too. Let me check the week time frame because we probably have other averages here. I'm probably not fully assessing this. So let me look at the week time frame so we have here also as well before I say like a final thing on it. Okay, I mean that looks nice. Okay, start under and above, start above. Okay, push and under. Okay. So, I mean, the week time frames look nice. I don't see anything on the week that says like it's gonna interrupt anything or it's gonna change anything that's going on. And the short-term averages, I really don't like it, but I don't think these short-term averages had a big effect on it. I think the U.S. markets will have a bigger impact on what's going on here. So if we can't get some bullishness today with that 4-hour end above 155.55, I think this will continue to push up. But at the end of the day, one thing I can say with almost like super certainty, the weakness of the Nifty is not this trend line here. The weakness of the Nifty is specifically the day time frame holes that we just came from, specifically because we just have not built good support. This is really good. I actually really like this. This is really good. It's not the best, but this is actually really good. This is not acceptable to push up off of. If we come back down, this is not acceptable. This right here, this is not acceptable. So this most likely will get crushed through if we fall, if we come back down to test, and most likely this will too, wherever we get from there. For PayPal, I'm kind of lazy on PayPal. What's up, Aaron? It's good to see you back in here. Wait, are we in here before? I swear to God. Oh, no. Never mind. Here from before. For some reason, have you been in here another day, Aaron? Maybe I'm losing my mind. I need to take my creatine. I swear I've seen your name before. But when I saw you in the morning, I feel like that was the first time I've seen you. I talk so much sometimes I forget what's going on. Whatever. Name seems familiar. I'm trying to remember too many things at once. PayPal, I think, is pretty simple though. If we just kind of say what do we want to see instead of like where is it right now. Most of these things in general will try to move the market, but let's kind of see if we've been seeing some of the same bearishness. So what I actually have with PayPal, well, I'll show you what I care about specifically. I don't think this is incredibly strong, but there's some nice stuff that we have. I think, is it 128 up here? Okay, yeah, you're new. Okay, I just forgot. For some reason I thought, yeah, well, it actually gives me mental energy, and it actually makes it easier for me to think as well. I've noticed that every time I do take it, it does give me a boost and actually helps me properly think about things. So for me, PayPal is pretty straightforward. I'm just looking for PayPal to come above this. We can see what it's done here. I don't think we've ever had any other time. But for me, I really like this area. So the easiest, simplest way for me on PayPal is if we can get a week that starts above the 200 smooth moving average, which is currently at 122.94, I would enter. I think it looks really nice. Otherwise, I'm not like a huge fan of PayPal. It doesn't look horrible. The market can keep moving up. It could be a decent position to take. I think it's taking either the indices and some of the cents, or more specifically, Apple is just kind of the easier way for this. But we haven't seen our 4-hour confirmation yet, so it kind of just is what it is. One thing I would say I do like is I do think surprisingly this held up pretty well considering everything else yesterday. We went from we topped off at 99, and then we went all the way down to 94. That's not, I mean, I guess it's a little bit of a drop. From where it ended to where it went, it's not. There was a lot of top buying, seems, or a decent amount. But it seems better when I look at this compared to some of the other ones. It definitely feels like it looks better, though the percentages are somewhat similar that I've seen on some of the other ones. It still feels a little bit stronger with where it is. So I think PayPal could be a decent choice if we do on Apple see. So like what I'd like to see for a lot of these, there's like kind of a two-step really. The first one is going to be this 4-hour finish on Apple like we were looking for all last week. We're going to want to see this 4-hour finish up here. And the real test to get back into this is the day time frame. So that's the thing. The real test here is this day time frame. Bounce. We had the issue with, I don't remember what this was, but I think it was here. We had the issue with hitting the 1 hour. We pushed back under, blah, blah, blah. But we can see this is a strong line. I'm not going to go to the other ones because I'm kind of like too lazy and too tired to do that. But we can see like the strength of this day. So really, I don't care about the one here. So really, this is what I think the big thing is. And this is simply just saying what I wanted to see again. So we can see this was a 4-hour end under here, the 4 hours down here, our 4 hour starts slightly above. A little bit of fighting between the fib, and then within the first 20 minutes, we got 5 minutes support pushed up. What I wanted to see here is the same thing I want to see here. I want to see it start here. I want to see it start here. I mean, this was the same exact reason I had the idea. This is why my stream was called slightly or equal, slightly above or equal to 158, please, thanks. The reason I create that was my name is, well, where was this on this day? This was right around like 158, 157.90, or we see here on the previous day it was at 158. So I just wanted to start this at 158 because I knew this was going down, or slightly, because obviously it's curving down because we've been dropping recently. So I knew 158 or slightly, and that's why I was saying this. So really, I feel the same exact way. But for us to do that, we're going to need to beat this 4-hour here, and then we're going to need to get the strength off of that to push up to this daytime frame, and then starting a daytime frame above that looks good. So I would think about maybe taking a position in PayPal around then, but for a continued market movement to really bring us to where we should have been, that's what we're going to need to see. The 4-hour here, or well, technically this is a daytime frame, but the 4-hour on this day, or maybe some of these other days, we don't want to see a break under the 4, and it's probably going to push down. But 4-hour here, and then we want to see a day start slightly above, just for like an easy come down and push. So, that's pretty much it, kind of in a sense. I'll be right back though, because I do need to take my creatine, but I will say I'll leave you guys with this, and I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. But you see what I'm saying? This is literally the same thing as last week. Do we remember this? All last week we're fighting for the same exact spot. Remember what I was saying? All last week we're up here. Now they got to keep it up here. So it makes sense for it to push down. It made sense for it to push up, and it made sense for it to push back down because we're fighting for the 4-hour change. You see what I'm saying? We're fighting for that 4-hour change. And so if we're fighting for the 4-hour change, and we're already up here, technically as a bull, anybody that realizes, okay, well, this is just our range. Our maximum range, we don't really want to see it under here, but the main thing is we don't see a 4-hour. So just looking at other stuff, even not looking at this, we can just see just these other tops. We can see this as a top, and maybe somewhere around here is a bottom, a little bit lower. If we assume we just want to maintain at least something here of not breaking either like this trend, maybe we draw something there, or just the idea that we don't want to break a lower low here. So under the assumption that this would be the range, it makes sense. These would be the possible ranges for both sides to fight. Bulls don't want this to break because it's going to be hard to end it here. But bears don't want this to break, depending, because they want this to possibly end here. Because the worst thing would be technically if this just shot up. Very unlikely. But for the bears, very, very bad if this shot up and then somehow held up here for the day. That would be very bad because that would just accelerate us, and that would hit us to that day time frame. You see what I'm saying? So just kind of by looking at it this way, we can see what's going on. We can trade through this easily. We can tell what's going to go on pretty standard without having really any trouble there, and we can look at this in a very straightforward way. And we see like the market pulling back here, we see Apple pulling back, we see NASDAQ, the Dow pulling back, SPY pulling back, because we hit our targets already. And I'm 100% straight up right here. I literally said the same thing on this day, and I don't know what other day or whatnot, but it's literally the same kind of concept as what we went through last week. We're just fighting, and these are our ranges for it. I'm just trying to put it in an easy way to understand. Instead of having to look at derivatives, we look at Apple, which is the that kind of determines, or the indicator that determines a lot of these other things, but not all of them. But obviously, just like Bitcoin, everything has its own TA, and its own TA is important too, and it's not like everything follows Apple. So, but a lot of the big ones definitely will follow Apple, or at least get guidance. So I see a lot of similarities in a sense when I look at Apple, and other things kind of in that respect. Apple to other things reminds me like Bitcoin to other things in a sense. Not completely, but there's a lot of similarities. So I'll be right back. I need my creatine, do my quads. I did 15-pound dumbbell, 15-pound each hand dumbbell curls. Oh my god, my freaking quads are like starting to develop so quick. But like, holy crap, I did those 2 nights ago, and my quads are in so much pain, dude. Oh my god. Like, it's not bad. Like, it's just my muscle in pain, so it's not a big deal. But oh my god, they are so worked. It is so insane how worked they are right now. Like, I was trying to sit down on the toilet earlier, and I felt like like my whole butt just went, just like fell on it because of my quads. I'll be right back though. But I'm back. Yeah, my quads. My quads, right? Aren't quads? Isn't that what it is? I don't know what the hell quadriceps. I don't know what the heck you call them. Let me see. Isn't that what you work with your thingamajigs? Yeah, your quadriceps. Yeah, my quadriceps are like whew. Quad muscles, the quadriceps femoris, a group of muscles at the front of your thigh. Okay. Huh. You use your quads to perform running. I guess I knew that, but I never felt like I used them. I wonder if bigger quads it'll be easier for me to run. I have trouble running sometimes because of my joints. I just did. This was a while ago. I didn't do anything that you sent me yet. I haven't done any exercises in a couple days. I might do some arm ones, but like what I've been waiting for. Yeah, I just did a squat, dumbbell squats, but I haven't done anything that you sent me just because I've just been waiting. Like my arms are the last things I did 2 to 3 days ago, I believe, and they almost feel good. But like when I do this, I can still feel a little bit of pain. So I was gonna wait one more day before I did any of the stuff you sent. I definitely can't do any of the squat stuff because I did that 2 days ago before you sent me the stuff. And like I said, I haven't done actual squats in years. Even when I did climbing, I didn't do squats, any type of squats really. So this was like the first dumbbell squats I've maybe ever done in my life. I mean, I watched a video on it. I did them properly. After I did like the first set of 10, it felt really good. Like I got the feeling of it. Like I pushed my knees slightly forward, but not really, as my butt went down. So like I didn't actually push my knees forward, but just like the kind of when I was initially doing it, obviously like feet slightly, like shoulder length slightly out, and then like my knees would slightly go forward for like a split second, and then everything else was at the same time as my butt going down. But after like a split second, then most of it was just everything was just my butt going down, and it felt like with a slight forward with the knee and with my butt going down, it felt perfect. Like I could feel it exactly in what it felt like was supposed to be in the right place. Though, am I doing it right or not? I don't know. It felt right. I put more thought into it now than what I used to do in the past. Oh, the rest times. Oh, yeah, dude. I have zero ideas about rest times. Yeah, I have zero idea about that. You're right. I have zero idea about rest times. Yeah, I'll hit you up on Discord later about that. Yeah, I do. I actually have zero idea about rest times. I usually just wait until it doesn't hurt anymore. So I don't know if there's an actual process or anything about that. I'm literally in the dark. I will admit when I have zero idea about something. And I actually haven't even looked anything up on rest times. Okie? Okie? Oh, sweet. Okay, that's nice. That's unfortunate. What is this? 66.39? It seems to be interesting. I'm not sure what it's doing for some of this. Some of this stuff is really good. A lot of this is really good here. Really following these holes. Oh, August 26th. Okay, August 26th. What do I do with rest times? I always just figured I'd wait until I didn't feel anything. Like until I feel like I'm back to normal. Like when I do this, or like if I do that and then I do like this, I can still feel a little bit. It's not much, but like I feel like because I can still feel a little bit, I should wait until it's like fully like I don't feel anything at all, like completely anything at all. Get more hold. I definitely don't think it's a time. Based on what it looks like right now, so I can ignore this because this is August 26th. So just to kind of bring up for brevity for August 26th, here's NASDAQ August 26th. So I'm not too surprised that this dropped. NASDAQ August 26th was here, and I think SPY looked bad. Yeah, SPY August 26th, NASDAQ August 26th. So we can. This looks really good, and I didn't like this because I was a little uncertain. I wanted to look at this on the specific to see what happened here, but I don't care because this is August 26th, so I can ignore this. I think one of the most basic things I would say for this, and a lot of the stuff with the holes, is this works really well. I mean, this is very, very straightforward for a lot of this stuff. Some of it's a little sketchy, but with a little bit of intuition and a little bit of like nuance, we can really see a lot of this. Let's see if there's a week time frame. Yeah, I mean, this is some pretty nice stuff. I mean, look at the same stuff. Bounce, 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 bounce. End above, start under. End above, start under. Start above, boom, right? Looks really nice. Bam, now we take our position, move upward. So that looks really great. I really like that. In the same sense, to me, I don't think it's the time to get into it right now. We'll have to see what happens with the market. I still think the safest place is on top of the hulls. I actually really like this position. I think this is a super bullish position right here. This is a great entry if someone was just looking at this. But this is why I think it's always important to know the macro or like what everything else is doing, because, and this is why I point out OKE is doing this, but meanwhile, this same day, NASDAQ is right under super strong resistance. The SPY is right under super strong resistance, and this is what pushed that down most likely. It's just ugly stuff on two of the indices. I don't think the Dow had it. Dow looks sketchy here, but for a different reason. I think we're closed on one of them for like the top of a fib. So the Dow looked bad for a different reason, but we could see the indices all looked pretty bad. But essentially, this is what I would like to see. Now, of course, I wouldn't want the indices to be in a horrible place, but this is what I would like to see. So one way that we could treat this is we could try, I think it's a lot more dangerous. I do like this bounce here. I do think it's more dangerous. We could treat this as, well, this isn't correct. We could treat this as this range, and we could wait for something to start slightly here. Not here, not here, not here, but slightly above. So if we had something start slightly above, I think that would be a decent entry position. But overall, I think it's really best to look exactly for this. It's kind of hard to tell, I guess, because you have to know if the other stuff looks good. But for me, like, this is the place to get in. Like, the issue, like I said before here, was that the NASDAQ on that specific day looked bad. So, like, if it is starting in a good place, like, this is the thing that's hard for me to, like, quantify, because if you're not using my averages, it's kind of like, because they're going to change over time. So I'm not only a certain amount, but they're going to change over time. So it's like, if it happens in 10 days, I don't know. So like if it looks good and the NASDAQ is all the way, let's say like here, and it looks bad, like it might push down, then it's probably not good. But I think that's the best on its own buy signal that it could get back above both of those averages. I just think it's important to keep in mind where are the indices at that point to get a kind of better idea about it. But that's what I would look for specifically. So it's really just okay. I would prefer to see it above both in something like this. I think this is really good. Like I said, it only came down, I believe, because the rest of the market did. Actually, even this was pretty decent. Actually, when I look at this, the entry point was actually on this day. I've seen stuff like this before, which you can always use where you can, if it starts above what you can do and you actually have something this close by, you can either treat this as the entry point or something like here as the entry point. A kind of example of when I've done this in the past was something like this on Apple. And so I was waiting for a start above here, and I actually didn't enter here. I ended up entering around here with the assumption maybe I could go all the way down to 146. Just because it started up above it, but there is a decent amount of support under it, so just thinking that there might be a fight, that'll happen. So the nice thing is I got out right the next day. That was unfortunate, but because I got in down here, I've had pretty much no loss when I got out, so that was also a nice kind of thing. So it's that same kind of perspective. Even if it starts above, it doesn't mean it won't come under for the day. It just makes it look stronger than not. But if there is nice resistance right under that, wherever that level is, that can be almost a better place to look for it to go. Obviously you want to see it go back up, but it's a decent place to kind of take some of these bounces. So I think in that sense, okay, he's really nice. It's a lot of beautiful stuff, and if we can really see here, I don't like it because we don't start above, and then we kind of hit here. It just seems weak, and then I like this. See, we end above, start above, great, boom. It's unfortunate that it can kind of come down like this. It is what it is, but you see how we hit here, like it's a standard hole kind of thing. So if you're really ballsy about it, you could try to take a position if we start above, and we could treat this as the range, and I would take profit somewhere in these areas up here, probably cascading upwards. And then what I would do from there is really, I think the biggest position is looking for something like this right over here. So this is a little bit tragic, but this is also nice because this is the entry point because we did start above. We can look to this. I'd actually be interested to see I don't even know if we would have seen short-term resistance. Yo, what's up, Aridus? Let me see. Let me do this real quick. Let's go to Google Translate. Let's see what this is. Which is this probably Bitcoin or something? Let me see. Offline? I don't think I'm offline. I can't be offline. I don't think I would have seen anything if I'm offline. It's offline something. I don't know what offline is. Oh well. Welcome on in though. Let me see. Actually, let's do the tech language. You are offline? Okay, I'll double check. No, I'm not. I'm live. Okay. Oh, that's a good thing though. I completely forgot. Let me go check my YouTube, whatever. I don't check the other ones nearly as much. Okay, let me get my Twitch up real quick. Awesome. Alright, we'll just leave that there. Alright, so like you can try to play something like this if you really want to. I think with things like this, it's more susceptible to just getting wrecked down here and there, so I'm not a big fan of this, but if you wanted to, you could do something like that. I don't really recommend that. For me, the biggest strength is actually coming back above both of them. So, and I'll see what happened here on this day. Obviously, we saw with the SPY and the NASDAQ got wrecked, but it would be nice to at least see even a little bit of support just anyway. Not that it makes a difference with anything. So where do we start? Here. So this is 9:30. We start up here, push down, and here. Then we start, and this is actually like a perfect example of why I say that a lot of times, I mean, it is what it is. This is why I say I care about more where I start than where I end. We actually ended above, and we started all the way under. So this is where that day time frame hole was, and then we can see we start under that day time frame hole, and then we can just be like, whoa, SOS, this is kind of a little bit sketchy because we just ended above also, especially after what we did on this day, starting above. So, but yeah, so it's not too important to everything, but still. Okay. So, I mean, the day seems pretty standard. There doesn't really seem to be a lot going on. It seems to be another pretty straightforward, simple day. It's a lot harder for the bears to win than the bulls. Hopefully the bulls don't push it. I would hope the bulls don't push it up to the day time frame, personally. It's possible bears are just a bunch of idiots and they have a lot of stuff stacked here. But to me, the day is the biggest thing right here. So I'm hoping, I want to see a 4-hour end around this area. I don't want to see a 4-hour push. I don't want to see it push up here, because if it pushes up here, we've already hit the target. And if we've already hit the target, there's no reason to be in this zone. Because like I said before, gosh dang it, the main reason we want to see a 4-hour end up here is to have strength to take on the day. That's what we want to see. And you could say it for the fib also as well. I don't care because we have the fib here also. But this is why. So if we hit this already, what's the point of having a 4-hour end above? Like, we could still see it, but like, what's the point of doing this if the point of getting in here on a 4-hour is to be in a good position to push up to strike here? Well, if it's already been struck, it's going to make this position look a lot less likely, and I think a lot less likely to form, and a lot more likely that we'd have something that would actually end under, that would have us just waste more time here. So hopefully this doesn't keep pushing up. Personally, that's what I think, but we'll see what happens. It's possible that, I don't know, possible something else happens, but that's just how I feel about this. I don't want to see it move too much from this position. I don't even really like it being back up here, to be perfectly honest. Like, yeah, we touched here and that's great, but this is what we needed to do to say, okay, we have our base, not to like push up any farther than this. We don't. So they're smart bears. They'll stop selling and they'll let this push up to the day time frame, and then they'll just start selling like hell on the day, and then they'll really fight to try to keep it under here. And the other issue that we also kind of have too with something like this is, if we do start down here, what we'll have is, which makes it look a little bit worse, is we'll have like a really high wick. And then if we start down here, it's like, okay, now we have to push up against something that just had a really high wick. And then we have more of like a local high. And so, maybe they can keep something down here and try to push us, down in this manner. So I think there comes a lot more options that can be taken by the bears if we do push up. It just looks like a really easy to defend spot. So, But yeah, so we'll see what happens. But today seems pretty straightforward. I mean, I think we're just waiting for the 4-hour change. I don't really think there's too much for it. Hopefully they don't push it up too much. And if we do extend upwards, that's fine. The entry point was all the way down here, so it kind of is what it is. Like, that's the thing with a good entry point here, and everyone that got in a good entry point, nobody gives a crap what the hell happens here. Now, if it comes back and we have something here, then like, okay, maybe. But, whatever happens here, it's kind of whatever. Because the whole idea of getting in here is with the idea of a 4-hour end here, to be able to push up here, to be able to fight here where you take profits, and you look for the next day to start around here. So the whole goal is to buy here, to sell here. So literally no one that bought here gives two craps about this pushing all the way up. Only people that want to see good buying or want to see a continuation, or that might have just got in here. Well, anyone that got in here is still lucky if it pushes up. It's very unlucky for anyone that's a long-term bull, though, in my opinion. Very, very unlucky for anyone that's a long-term bull. I'm a series. Thanks, man. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like a compliment. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. I really got to record these. What I should do is buy a hard drive so I can record these. Because I feel like every day, I don't know if this is what you mean by series, but like I kind of think that in a sense, because like the way I explain it, it sounds like a story every day, and we know what we're kind of fighting for and what we want to see. And so I feel like when we know what we want to see, it's a lot more easily understandable. And instead of it being like a crazy market movements, right? It's like every small movement makes sense. And it's like when we know that it's not supposed to make sense, we can also give reasoning to these movements that don't make sense. Like, it's like if someone's drunk, and they're doing something crazy. It might not make sense what they're doing, but once you know they're drunk, it's like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So, what do you want help on? I might be able to help you, but I don't know what you want help on. What do you need help with? I'll type it. These crazy like I said before, the markets aren't that crazy. As I said before, like the only thing, the markets aren't that crazy at all right now. It's just there's a lot of dumb buying. Everything is pretty easily explained when we look at it. It's just a lot of dumb buying. When you have dumb buying, you get bad selling. Stupid buying begets bad selling. That's just how it is. Bad buying, bad selling. There's no way around it. And what we had in the past couple of days when we started pushing up was like dumb buying. Like if I remember correctly, there was a 1 hour right here, there was a 2 hour right here, and there was a day time frame right here with a week time frame right above. Like it doesn't get much more kind of like bearish than that. That's fine. It's okay if your English isn't that good. I'm not going anywhere, so. Oh, whoops, let me do this, I forgot. Display capture. There we go. Let me put my lo-fi in the background. There we go. A little bit of music in the background. My hair is starting to get a little bit longer too. Not too long though. Starting to curl up. Boy. Oh yeah, my bad, Aaron. I forgot. I read what you said and I got distracted. Um, I don't know. AMC and Ape. I have no idea. Isn't Ape just supposed to sit there? Can you hold? Can you sell Ape? I don't remember. I feel like people can sell it, right? I think Ape looks pretty good, to be honest. If the market's able to do what it needs to do, like what we saw from Apple, if we can get a 4 hour here, the easiest way to look at it is whatever wins here wins here. Like if we can get a 4 hour ending above here without exceeding where we are now, push up, fight for the day in the second half, and then end here preferably, but more importantly start here. I think Ape should push up. I think a lot of stuff's going to look really good. I mean, there's so many people up here at the top got calls and top bought, so it's like I don't think these people want to sell here, you know. So I think this gives a really good reason for things to try to push back up at the same time. And a lot of people that were super bearish already got their faces ripped off down here. So I don't think they're going to be super bearish necessarily here until we get a big trend break. And this is a great, you know, boing boing avenue or whatnot, whatever you call it. So I have a decent amount of faith. Ape looks really good personally, in my opinion. So just because it came down, looks like it came down, the market came down, and it makes sense that it came down and got sold. So personally, I think it looks pretty decent where it is right now. I base it all off the market. So we can see here like a couple other examples. Boom, it comes up here. It's above both of these. The bad buying. Why did we not come down here? Well, first of all, what we can clearly see is I don't know which direction it took, whether it came down or up first, but at some point this came up Well, let me see. The September 10th, 12th was like ugly. It immediately came, so we started above support, and instead of coming down to confirm on it, it decided, hey, let's push up. So this is like a clear. Oh, is that the week time frame? No, it's a day. Why did I feel like I had something there? Am I crazy? Is that a 4-hour? Ah, that was a 4-hour that we had. Okay. Yeah, but even on the 4-hour, like you see what I'm saying? It's just stupid. Even if we don't have this here, like we can already see. Why would, if we just start up here, why the hell would we just shoot up? This is dumb trading. And this is what I always say. Dumb buying begets big selling. Like, dumb. Now, like, why are we not coming? And this is the exact same way I felt like Apple and NASDAQ and all the other ones. It's just dumb buying. Like, it's a clear level of support. We didn't clear it. Like, we just passed it. There's no confirmation. There's no checkpoint here. And on top of that, it decides to push up before it pushes down. I'm surprised it's even pushed up anything at all here. It's crazy. But it's no surprise this thing gets wrecked. And when it gets wrecked down the next day, it gets stuck at the same exact spot where it should have played on the top side too. You know, so like we can see clearly here, this is just dumb buying. Like, and yeah, dumb buying's rewarded sometimes, but more than not, it's not rewarded, because when you have dumb buying, you have bad price action. Bad price action makes it an easy target to knock people out of, because there's no foundation. Bots aren't going to buy there. Reasonable people aren't going to buy there. And the people that bought at stupid areas anyway don't know what they're doing, so they're just going to end up selling their positions if they're going to sell their positions. You know, like weak hands. It's fine to have weak hands. You just only at certain spots do weak hands matter. You know, so kind of is what it is. I'm not even surprised at the end. Well, this is a 4 hour, so we can see on the longer time frames. See if there's anything else here. I mean, in a sense, I'm not surprised this failed either. We can see on the 4 hour, like, okay, it went up. I mean, there's other stuff here too. To be honest, I have a fib on another one of these. I think that we should probably look at also as well. To add a little bit more here also as well. I remember I had a fib on one of them. So it looks like it's this one. So yeah, we can also see here with these fib levels. If you want to use this one, it's from $2 to $7.39 if you're interested. Yeah, and this is the 1618. So yeah, obviously even more dumb buying. I don't know what was going on September 12th, but people just did not know what they were doing. And even if we don't have this line, we can just clearly see up here. Clearly see up here. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we... Where are you, buddy? Here we go. Heavily weighted. It's not that super weighted. It might be turned off by some of this other stuff, though. Let's take it from when it first hit here. Let's see what we get. First hit around here. It's not as strong as what I'd say. Usually for me, I'd say this is a little bit of a stronger point. So we don't see confirmation of the volume profile. I don't particularly care. I was just interested to see if we also see anything like that. But usually when I look at these, it's when we start. So I usually think this area is strong, and then something like this would be strong. So actually, in that same sense, it's not horrible, but I don't really care about volume profile too much. I just wanted to see what it looked like from volume profile perspective. I'm not, like, I never care about volume. Volume doesn't matter. Everyone, bots and stuff buy off good spots. And once you see, like, small changes, get in a good spot, volume follows. But yeah, let's see on the larger time frames. I think there was something else here too. Yeah. So I mean, like overall, AMC is a little bit sketch. I actually like the way Ape looks. I'm not a big fan of AMC though. Time and time again, I don't get it. We end above, we start above, we don't come to test. We end above, we start above. This is so high, but we still don't come to test. And now we end under. Boom, boom, boom. Like. Can we just have, like, it's respecting these levels. Why can't it just have good buying? I think that's the biggest issue I have personally with AMC, is it's probably just a bunch of people that don't know how to buy stuff properly. And it could just be people just getting in randomly. That's okay. I'm not going anywhere. Okay. Let me translate that. Okay. Yeah, so I guess for like, I like the way Ape looks. That's all really all I can say about this. There's some really high targets and a lot that has to be done here. The easiest thing to say is just nice buying. Essentially, I'd like to see a start above one. This only moves so much. So essentially, if we can do it in the next couple of weeks, I'd like to see this above 1170, 1175, start a week here, and then boom, push up. I would like to see a weak start there and actually have confirmation. I don't want to see like this and then push up, or this and then push, like, you know what I mean? I want to see something relative to the support near us. I mean, we could consider this as a position if we start here, and this might be decent. My biggest issue is day time frame smooth right here, bunch of weak time frame resistance. So there's a lot of resistance above this. So kind of is what it is right now. It doesn't look good though. I don't like AMC. I like Ape. I think Ape looks good. I don't like AMC. I'm not sure if Ape goes off of AMC. I like this. I have zero idea what he's saying, but I swear to God, I feel like he's asking. I'm going to translate. I feel like ahead of time, this is Bitcoin or retest 20K. Oh, is it real for me to have over 20K shares? Is it real for me to have over 20K shares? Okay, so it definitely was what I thought. Is it real for me to have... Hey man, hey, what's up, Laqueet? Hey, you freaking whatchamacallit, you lurker. It's good to see you come out of the woodworks. I appreciate that. I like knowing that other people are streaming here too. Thanks, man. I really do appreciate that. It means a lot to me that you say that. I'll look at it in 3 seconds. Let me just translate, see what he says real quick. Long-term contracts? I mean, Jesus Christ. Long-term contracts? I don't think we are in a... I'll look at it and give me 1 minute, Tweet, and I'll look at it. I'm just going to type this one thing first. Let me see. NASDAQ. So for me, it's the same as always. I think it's, for me, I think the easiest way, if you're really interested, you can kind of go back. I'll go over it in a second right now. But if you're really interested, just go back over some of my streams from last week, and we'll see the same kind of thing. Honestly, even September 7th, we might be able to see it. Let me see. What day was this? September 8th. Yeah, I probably talked about it on this day, too. Let me see. I just skimmed through. Should be something here. Mute myself. See if I can find it. It's too much time here. It's going to take too long. Anyway, it's the same concept for me as before. I imagine by NAS you're talking about NASDAQ. And so for me, I'm just looking at Apple for a lot of this. That's generally what I do. What we could see, another thing too, if you're ever interested, if you're not followed, you can always take a look at this. And I'll have market updates every single day about what I'm expecting. And so I talk about a little about Bitcoin. I talk a little bit about the VIX, and I'll show you in a second exactly what I'm talking about, how it leads in. So we can kind of expect some bullishness. We'll have to see where it forms. To me, everything's been going pretty standard. Nothing has deviated whatsoever at all. So let's look at a couple of these things. Let's get to the proper Apple chart, and let's look at a couple of these things. So leading into this day, some things that we might have seen to expect a possible reversal for now anyway, at least on the short term, to this area, I need to see a day start above here to like this. Essentially, that's what this area is. So a reversal to here anyway, to expect this. Okay, there's a couple things I wanted to see. There's a couple things that I wanted to see before the market opened to see if maybe we'd have a reversal. But there is still one thing I wanted to see when the market opened to kind of confirm more of a potential to actually do it. So a couple things that might have had to say, okay, maybe we're going to move up is the VIX, which if we see over the last couple of days, here I have to turn this down a little bit for myself, or let me turn this off for a second. So if we can see on the VIX, one of the big things I was saying that made me feel bearish before was I thought this had maybe a 5 to 10%, maybe even 5% chance that we were actually going to start all the way up here. But you see how we actually start right above the support for this, and then boom, all the way up here. Then we push all the way up. Interestingly enough, we end in between. Oh, let me see. Let me bring up the day holes. We can see both of the day holes here. Right now, we are in this area. And like I was saying in the video last night, I think if we started up here, very huge bullish potential to take even more percentage upwards than what's here. But for a long-term bearish play or for a bullish reversal, starting here is going to give us more resistance because we can just clearly see what happened all of the last 2 weeks, right here so whether it's contracts or whatever, somebody has a huge reason to not let the VIX come up. What I think is the most bearish thing that we can have is actually starting here. And if what we can see here is what we've done at the week time frame. So for what I've kind of been saying all day, we end almost above, but we start all the way up here. We hit we hit both of these day holes, so we already hit the targets up there, and so it makes sense that it pushes down. It doesn't have to, but we don't have a great support. At the end of the day, what we want to see from this, and I can show you this day, I can explain. This day starts here at 310, it pushes up, and then it comes back and pushes down. What we want to see almost always, if we have support, before we make any movement, significant movement, we want to come right back down to test. So we didn't come back down to test. It's also a pretty big area to test. We end under, and then we start in between, or end in between, we start in between. So it's not a huge sign either. As we can see here, we try to push it up again. The main point I'm trying to make here is we have not yet had a weak start above both at a safe spot to make an entry for a good push up. We either started too high up and needed to test and then hit the target and then came back to test. So of course we're going to have more pressure downwards, or we started in a place that was closed but indeterminate, and then we pushed up and came back down and failed because we didn't have a strong base. So from this perspective, to create a strong base on the week time frame where we can get next week starting here and then attacking this day time frame, averages up here and getting a day to start up here, this is the ultimate bear play. Now it coincides with what bulls would want, because this could be a little bit more down, but most likely this is gonna, if we start here, most likely this isn't gonna push us down the 20% that a lot of people expect in the market. But with a nice week time frame into the day, that's a great foundation to build into the day for an extended move up to easily match something up here. This is what I think we would do if we started above today. Now, if we start the next week here above the weeks, easy push down, then we go a day that starts above, this is what I think the VIX does. So in that sense, that looks like the most bearish kind of thing. So we started under, so it makes sense that we're going to have a little extra bearish pressure on where we are right now. What the bulls want is the bulls want us to end under from a VIX perspective. Bulls on the market, not obviously bearish for the VIX. But when I talk about like bullish and bearish looking at VIX, I just mean like the market itself instead of VIX so much. So like the worst thing for the VIX and the best thing for the market, I'll kind of say it that way, I suppose, is that we actually do something in this area, but we actually start under both weeks. And that'll look pretty good then to be under a lot of this and then push us back down. And there's a high chance we fail here at that point, and then there's a high chance we have to come back down to this long trend that we've been hitting, and then we could see a huge shot up. Maybe it has something to the bottom. If we ever have a month end under here, it's going to look really bad. But this looks reasonable, so I think this is what the bulls want to fight for, is under here. And the best way to do that is to have this here for the rest of the week, and the bears want to see it here too, because real bears for the market or bulls for the VIX are going to want this to end as close as possible to here. We already have a higher high, which is nice, a continuing trend up, and we do have a little bit of a reversal right here. So this looks great to push up. We have our day support, and then boom. And so that's kind of what I was saying. I put it a lot quicker in the video. Long story short, it was like we end up here, most likely we go down, and we start here, boom, boom. So I think we have to wait for the 4-hour VIREX. Welcome back. I think it's pretty much, oh, also if you want VIREX, I know you got the thing with the card. If you want, I could just, if you can set up the Discord to, I want it so like people can come in, but they only can like post in certain chats, or I want like restrictions so like I can just kind of get more people in. I don't want people to have, I don't know if you want to talk to me later about it, but I have like 55 on the thing. I can just send you coins so you can just get the pro, since you're saying you have issues with it. But that's something I was interested in, that I wanted to get set up. But to the point of what you're saying, do I think it's going to come down later? I think a lot of what's going on is the same thing as last week, where we can stop here, or let me just show what we've done so far today. So essentially, boom, we started here, we pushed up a little bit, luckily we didn't push up too much, and we came back down, right? So we can, right, like we can see it's, we had a bottom at 57.10, and this is at, is it 57.10? That's a high. We had a bottom at 154.03. It's a 2-cent deviation from it, and then we start pushing up. So it's really the same thing, I think, as what we were having exactly last week in Apple that we want to see for the market is remember this started 1 cent above. I think even on it's fine, but I do like to see it slightly above. But I just want to see something end slightly here. And so I think what we're going for is a 1-2 step, and this is to kind of go also into what you're saying, Queet. And I always look at this Apple for the determination on these other ones. But the thing about this is, and I need to eat something a little bit after this really quick. I need to get something in my stomach and my system. I'm just gonna take like a 5-minute. But so we have like a 1-2 step. So the first thing, like I said before, we still have our day above us. This is the most important thing. If we can get a day to start relatively around here, we should jettison back up at least a decent amount. Maybe we find some resistance somewhere here, but this is the position to develop a movement forward. I still firmly believe this isn't a CPI. This is like, it's okay, so the movement down was CPI, but I think without bad buying here, we would have just come down somewhere to here and we would have been just moving back up already. I don't think we would have been in this lower area, testing back at the 4 and then testing on the day. So to go back what we were looking at last week, I don't want to see this hit the target because that invalidates any reason for a bull to kind of keep it in this area anymore. And the goal is bounce on the 4, have it end above the 4 somewhere in this range without this hitting the target above us, and then this is expectation to push us here with the hope on the day we will start up here. So at the end of the day, I just want to see a day start up here, but it's going to be a lot more pressure on these bulls to keep it here for the rest of the day when this is the day target. Right? The day target is here, and any further building of a position is under the assumption we start the next day above it. So I don't think there's like the big, this is only something that enters tomorrow. Anything that pushes to here or slightly above is probably just going to get sold back down. That's how I feel about it right now. Anyway, in that kind of sense. So I think we're really just waiting to the 4 hour change. And so some things are pushing up. Oh, my bad. He's whatchamacallit? He's saying stuff. I don't know why I said WTF. Let me see. Can't do everything at once. Let me see. Can I send photos? Oh, yeah. Do this. Up here? Oh, he's probably like, let me see. Is he saying WTF because he got moderated? Let me see. Oh, you can't. Can you do it from here? Like save chart image or copy chart image? And then like from here and then maybe down there like this and then, or not like that, like copy chart, copy link. And then from here to here, kind of like that. Can you do it in that manner? I don't know if you need stuff like that, but you might be able to do copy chart link. It might be, you could be trying to send it, well, he's not going to understand me, but he might be trying to send an outside image link. So yeah, so right now, I mean, I think this is a great spot to take profit because the ultimate target is, the ultimate range for today is from here to, not the ultimate, but the expected range for today is from here to here, right? And then tomorrow's range possibly is this. So it doesn't really help anything. It's not horrible at the end of the day. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that can happen here. Even if they push it under, this is bad, but like even if they, here, let me go to the other apple since it doesn't, well, I can do this actually. Object tree, fib. So even if they can push it back and end it under, we really want to see something under the 4 to break this, starting under it. This is an end under, right? So we want to start under this to really engage in that farther down level. So even if it does push back into here, it's not the end of the world. So yeah, well, there's no real, like, the buy signal was down here, so this is the only real action. And it's like I said, it's the same thing as here, Tori. So if we do get something nice, you know what I mean? It way shot up too quick. But if we get something nice on the 4 without touching the day, it should be pretty nice. But at the end of the day, I really think tomorrow is really the bigger area if we can get this formation here. Nice job, man. Dude, the wins are wins, right? I think it's been somewhat, I mean, it's been pretty boring, honestly. But, like, if I wasn't streaming, I literally would have just gotten a position here, not pay attention. I mean, I should have just gotten a position in the morning, really. I was just talking and not paying attention. But, when I was paying attention, I was talking, I just didn't feel like it, I guess. I'm going to be honest, I just really didn't care and didn't feel like it. But, this is pretty straightforward. We know what we want to see on the 4. There's not really much we can do. You can't trade the next couple of days? That sucks. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, I still think there's possible positions that could be taken tomorrow, depending on what happens. That should continue. So, we'll see, though. I mean, because it also is pretty likely that some of this, there's a lot of possibilities that this also breaks down. I could see that, too. So, it just depends what we do in this area to me. But, I mean, it's pretty nice. You gotta go to Orlando. Okay, yeah. I see what you're saying. I feel like Vertigo just came from Orlando. What's this? Things. What is this? Red today? I mean, we might. I mean, I think the best chance to see it red is that we hit up at 157.74. I think this is a really good short spot. If we hit 157.74 before the 4-hour change, I think it's a pretty straightforward short, personally. I mean, it could push through, but I think for like a fairly safe place, I think it's a fairly safe place before the 4-hour. Oh, you're at your limit on day trades. I see what you're saying. True. one thing you always can do, I don't really recommend it, to be honest. I'm not going to recommend it at all. There's a way to get around day trades, but you end up losing money more often than you do. When I literally say it's about where it starts again and again and again and again and again, like, I really shouldn't be recommending anybody taking a position before the day ends. Like, you can do it, but technically, I mean, it depends what happens. It depends what happens. But I can almost guarantee, like, I don't know what you're messing with, but like an out of the money long term, I would say I think it's pretty decent. If we, like I said before, if we do hit 157.74 before the day, before the 4-hour switch, I actually think this is a fairly safe, even if it's just a short, like if you can't day trade out of it, I still think it's a fairly safe short entry point or like a long entry point on SPXU if we hit there, because it's going to make it more likely that we stop and we push all the way back down here, and then we end all the way back down here under here, and it should be pretty safe until the next day. But obviously it's like positioning size depending on how much you have, and the farther out of the money or whatever it looks like kind of goes into that too as well. But still, that is what it is. So I mean, you've been killing it anyway, so I don't know how much you even care anyway. You've been doing really well with the SPX and the SPXUs. Let me see what he's saying real quick. I don't know how to send you a photo. Let me see. Alt S. Okay, let's see. Hit, or what type? But yeah, like I said, I mean, nothing's really going to change. I mean, these are going to be some pretty straightforward days. Alright, 1 second, I have to go to the bathroom and I'm gonna like eat some. I'll be back in like 3 minutes. So overall this looks more bearish than it looks bullish, but we haven't hit the target, so that is nice. So that is still in play, and we'll just have to see where the 4 hours is gonna end. We're not gonna see anything until then. It's literally just all last week all over again. Literally, we just want to see a 4-hour end above. I'm sorry. We want to see a 4-hour start above. I always keep making that mistake. We want to see a 4-hour start above. So pretty simple, pretty same stuff. 4-hour start above. Technically, it also depends. Like, I mean, we'll see. Bears can still manipulate it. It's not for sure just because if we end here that we won't start underneath. Because if we do end here and start underneath, we're going to push back down and probably fairly hard. So, but I mean, everything today is pretty straightforward. I don't think we've seen a single deviation. I don't think I've seen, the only thing somewhat unexpected yesterday is how far we came down. I think in the last like month, the only thing I've been really like wrong on at all is like how far we came down on this. Besides that, I think we're still like 100% right. Well, there was the SPXUs that I got in a little bit early. That was one thing. I was able to limit that, but I should be fair. There was that call on the SPXUs. There was that on the SPXUs that I didn't like. I don't remember why. Was this the day that we started too high on the 7th? What day was this? The 7th? Oh, okay. Okay, so we ended up starting above stuff, yeah. Which is why I always say the start is so it's always the most important. So annoying, yeah. So it just got pushed. I decided, okay, I was seeing some weirdness, and then I sold out because I was kind of sketched, I think, with something on Apple, and then we ended up starting right above. Okay. Yeah. Which is just taking my own advice. I did take my advice this day. Wait for the start of the candle. Don't do something at the end of the candle. Which is literally one of the things I was going to say earlier, and I had to stop myself. So, Definitely some weird stuff. Definitely looked bad, um, but still, where was this on the 6th? Yeah, that was just unfortunate, really, right? I think that was just unfortunate more than anything. Still, I should have gotten it at the spot I was saying instead of a little bit more. I did do something. I did a couple things wrong there. Um, One thing I did is I bought it like 0.75% up, saying, okay, maybe we're going to go up with a smaller position, of course. And then obviously I got out of it, limiting losses. But if I just got it exactly where I picked it up, or where I was saying the good way, and I just stuck to what I was saying, I would have had 0 losses instead of like 0.75 or whatever percent. It was a small position. So, but yep. Take care, Queep. I'll see you around. Oh, my bad for not looking at Nasdaq, but like I said, Nasdaq usually just goes off of Apple, so I just watch Nasdaq. It's a lot easier for me. I like where Nasdaq started. We do have like a day reversal, which is pretty nice. We started above on it. But like I said, the same thing is I think the safest place, Firex, is to wait to 4. Um, there's more than enough kind of reason. This could be in the Bears. It's hard to say who's going to win right now. I got to go to the bathroom and get a little bit to eat. But the safest thing I could say is just wait till the 4-hour. I think that's the easiest thing is just wait till the 4-hour. We came from a little bit high up, so bulls could try to reinforce this level, so we might push up and mess around here. The closer we get to the 4-hour, we could expect some pushing down, but we haven't hit the ultimate target. This would be a short, easy. But I think if we just start above here on the 4-hour on Apple, we should expect that we'll push up for the rest of the day. And I think that's a much easier position to take, personally, instead of trying to guess what it's going to do right now. Because right now, it's like this was the bottom. This is when, like, if you're in here, like I said this in the first, I mean, it happened in the first 5-10 minutes or something. Um, right? First 10 minutes, or I guess it's the first 5-minute change, we finally came down and hit it. So that was the buy point. And if you didn't get in there, you know, it's hard to say what's going to happen in between. But because we know where they're trying to fight, it's good. But we also have 2 hours before that fight ends. So it's kind of like could do anything right now. So I don't know what Nasdaq's done as. Yeah, so we're expecting it to come down. I would expect it to come down a little bit. But I'm just not certain about it. I think in general, I think it's fairly safe to say it'll come down, but it's not like this isn't a movement I would want to trade. So like from the perspective of we pushed pretty high, we haven't hit the ultimate target, so we're not ruined for the day. A 4-hour change is still possible to look good to push up here. But same thing for the Bears. If they want to postpone this, the Bears ultimately want us to start down here. It's very unlikely we're going to start down here on the next 4-hour. So the most likely play for the Bears is going to have us to start under here. So from this perspective, it could go down from there, and I think it's likely. But it's just not the best, depending on leverage or what someone wanted to do. I think an easily higher leverage play could just be done on the 4-hour. So from the perspective of Bears wanting to get it down to here, they should be in 2 hours left. It should hit 1-2-1-1. It could even come down a little bit more. This is our range that, this is the range that Bears wanted in, and this is where the Bulls want it. So I think more or less this is going to be our ultimate range until a little bit later and close to that 4-hour, and we'll see something change. So, but I don't know what time it'll hit it. We could get close to 1-100 and then just push up more, like because we have so much time before what we want to see happen. There's not really much to add, and because it's good for Bears on this 4-hour for it to hit, because this is such an easy short spot, we're kind of confined to this range. Bears should have no issue with it hitting up here because on this 4-hour, because this is bad. Almost for certain this will be bad, and so they really just want to leave it towards this strong area right here with a nice start. So, and Bears want it to be under. So they both want it in this relative range. So towards the end of the 4-hour, they can apply as much pressure to get it to where they want to get it. So that's kind of my take on it right now. 1-2-1 is kind of hard to say specifically for those specific reasons. But I've had to go to the bathroom for like a couple minutes. I'll be back in like 2-3 minutes. Let's see. Let's actually just give me like 2 minutes, and then I don't have to stop and start, stop and start, stop and start. That says so far, I don't really think anything's changed, so I think we're waiting for the 4-hour. Most likely, if Bitcoin's going to push up, it'll be waiting for this 4-hour and all the other kind of crap. So I will say, I don't even know how much it matters, honestly. I don't know. I don't know if anything's changed. I don't think this is bad because we also had this off the start, which gives us a really strong base for this 4-hour. So that's my kind of other big concern about what the bears might actually be able to do. Up here is like pretty straightforward. I mean, it's not that hard to see, to be honest. That it looked sketchy, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. I gained nothing. Like there's no trade. The trade is the open. The trade was the open, right? Like NASDAQ was, the move was, I don't even know where we opened. There, when we hit it on Apple, this was the open, so. Ever since here, I don't know. I mean, I guess it came back, but based off of Apple, just right here is an entry, and then everything else is just whatever. So we'll see what happens until the 4-hour. I mean, I can look at something a little bit. Am I muted? Okay, good. Not. I'm not. Okay, feel. But yeah. I mean, to me, there's not really much to do until the 4-hour. So it's just another example of like taking strong places and then just messing with strong places and ignoring the smaller ones. Or at least recognizing that. Ooh, forearm hurts a little bit in one spot. Whatever, let me drink the smoothie and have a little bit of my yogurt real quick. And put the lo-fi in the background. It's so much work. God damn, take it easy, bro. What the hell? Someone said we gotta kill MAGA extremists? Oh, I hate when they do that. He might be saying, like, we need to kill off this ideology or whatever. They're saying stuff that with aggressive words, but that's not their meaning, but that's their kind of meaning. That's what probably this is. Yep, we gotta kill the movement, the ideology. Good lord. Kill, 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 kill. These people are stupid. They're not just dumb because they're smarter than the average population, but they're dumb because they don't have the mental capacity to understand what it means to use these words. And on the base level of people, when they hear kill in all these barbaric kind of words, it shapes the way they think and they see the world. They don't see this as, oh, we got to kill the movement. They see kill as a kill word. When people think of kill, they think of actively killing stuff, stabbing stuff, shooting stuff. They don't think of it as, oh, an ideological way. We need to make sure we take the right steps to talk to people. And you know, it's like, he probably knows what he's doing or he's too stupid to know what he's doing. He's smart enough to know things, but too stupid to know what he's doing. It's kind of the issue. I mean, I literally talked about this yesterday. Like, if they want to destroy Ukraine or other places, they're going to. Like, I don't know why people are just too dumb to realize this stuff. Like, it's whatever. Like, not anybody that comes in here or whatever. Just politicians, people with power, poking the bear, man. Crazy. Not that they're in the right, but jeez. We'll see what happens, though. We'll see what happens to these people. Now, are they completely wrong for seeking security guarantees? Not really. But I don't think Ukraine wants security guarantees, right? Because they also want, like, not just that, because they also want Crimea back and all the infrastructure probably that was built by Russia. Not saying that they own it now because they just built on it, but, like, what they want is just not going to happen. Well, and then people keep going on about this, but like, and also like Ukraine saying themselves they don't expect to be able to keep it. I mean, taking something, honestly, it reminds me of Afghanistan all over again. Taking something is easy, keeping it is much harder. You have these like small towns and whatever in Afghanistan, I believe in Iraq, I think Afghanistan mainly. You just have the Taliban come through, and Al Qaeda and whatchamacallit. Obviously, the people in the towns don't care, so they just give it up. They're not going to fight anybody that comes, and then, you know, no one can keep anything. Now, it's a complete, I mean, it's not complete, but it's a pretty different location, climate, and everything. But still, it feels the same. It feels a lot of similar stuff here. Media FX intervention, true. CPI. Ooh, excuse me. What the heck? What did Mike Lindell do? What's he up to now? Oh, for investigation, I guess. That's not a big story at all. They probably just wanted his phone for certain communications. It's not a huge, I don't think it's like really a huge story. I mean, he gets so involved in all this political mess, you should expect stuff like that. Bro, they already had so much illegal immigration, or migrant, whatever you want to call it, immigration, but 47% increase, jeez. Imagine getting vaccinated. Ah! If you're not old or unhealthy. Or if you don't have to be around a whole bunch of people. I guess being inside most of the day, most of these last couple of years, makes it pretty easy for me to not have to worry about it. Another example of like, aren't we already in a recession? But I don't know what these people mean. Are you talking about a recession, or are you talking about the market really dropping? I don't know what these people are talking about right now. I thought we were already in a recession. Is 3 quarters of negative GDP, like when we hit this next end of the quarter, negative GDP growth, is 3 not going to be enough? Is a year of negative GDP growth going to be, whatchamacallit, would that be a recession? Will we ever be in a recession? I don't know. Honestly, I don't care at this point. I don't think most people do. You gotta pay more for stuff. You gotta pay more for stuff. You know what? This is actually not the dumbest thing. Oh, actually? This is really weird. This actually is a really smart idea, depending on what you expect. This is exactly the spot I've been saying. This is actually, like, this is why I say these people probably have people looking at charts and stuff that work for them. I mean, what have we been saying again and again and again? I mean, $80 a barrel. We've been saying this time and time and time and time again. Frickin', where is it? Where's USD WTI? We've said this time and time again. That's where everything is. That's where our fib level is. We got the month slightly higher than it. We got the week right here. I mean, that's incredibly smart. If it does come back, I mean, so it's incredibly smart, but it's incredibly stupid at the same time. So to refill your strategic reserve, it's probably about the best time to do it. From the idea that you're just reinforcing an incredibly strong bounce spot that could easily make this stuff have a chance to hit all-time highs or at least above 105 a barrel, it's really dangerous. So they're buying it at a great spot. But if the idea is you want this as reserve, it's great. But the idea of helping push the market up at arguably the strongest spot for oil, it is not smart whatsoever at all. So it's oh, my bad. Let me get rid of this thing. What did I get rid of? Anyway, my bad. Right here we can see it's just the same thing we've seen 20 million times. 80 here, boom, strong. I don't think we have anything on the day here, but yeah, the day is the annoying thing pushing us up. There's not much you can do about this, so it's kind of like it is what it is. But if it does come back down somewhat relatively soon, or somewhere in this week, maybe next week, without pushing up probably past, I guess, 91, and we can hit around this $80 to $80.50 spot. Super strong. I mean, the fib level's at 79.11, so there is some leeway also. So a really smart spot to buy it at. Not a smart spot if you don't want the price of oil to go up, but I think it was going to get bought here anyway. So at least kudos to them. I'm interested to see the article and why they say it was dumb. So because I can see reasons why it's stupid, but I see just as many. I can also see reasons why it's not that bad also as well. Dude, whoever this is, if that's their intention, this is their intention. Okay, I mean, this is their intention. I think this is I think it's a great idea. Wherever they said this was the stupidest thing to ever come out, I think this is a great idea. But I think they're probably going to go into it. But can you really win? Like, if you want to assure oil companies it won't drop below 80, but if 80 is the strongest spot and it looks like it's easily going to pass up to at least 105, if it hits 80, easily breaking time local highs in the last like year, then like yeah, it's not smart. they're not wrong. So I don't know. It's tough. I think the dumbest thing was to release the oil when they did, to be honest. As much as they did too. I mean, they've done so many dumb things. I don't know if this is the dumbest. So interesting though. Oh, now we need to do something. Okay. Or now Germany needs to do something. Great. Island boys want another nuclear plant. Jesus Christ. Well, I think the technology is better, so it doesn't. You don't have those meltdowns. I'm pretty sure there's some. I can't remember what. I'm reading a little bit about some like thing they've had in the last couple years to avoid what happened to Fukushima. Oh, Wahhabism, dude. I haven't seen Wahhabism in so long. Wow. Working back from the Middle East days, or when that location was relevant on the global scale. I'd say it's not important, but I'd say stuff doesn't seem. It almost seems like importance dictated by America, anyway, or America meddling. Interestingly enough. Like I could see this, but it's like, bro, like what? Like, bro, like I don't disagree with this at all, but like, bro, what is when? Why? When? Like, dude, tell me when. Like, I don't need to know when, but like if you're gonna tell somebody something, like, hey, man, you need to prepare. The world's gonna go to crap. When? If I like things have a date. If I did this 10 years ago, most of the stuff's probably perished by now. So it's just, I don't know. It's like I get what they're saying, but it's like, bruh, you're getting wrecked in bonds. Like the interest rates are going up. As far as I know, you're getting wrecked in bonds. So like, I don't disagree with what he says overall. It's just I don't like when they say it like that. And then there's maybe he did add something, but it's just so out there with no actionable targets that it's like, bro, come on, man. Just give me a little bit of information, or give people information that they can use. Don't say someone's out to kill you. Okay, bro, when are they coming for me? Oh my god. Oh my god, a deputy Georgia police chief. Good lord, dude. Sour Skittles? I don't get the sour Skittles. I don't get it. Oh, well, there's probably more to it. Okay. There's nothing else to look on here. That was interesting for what it was. Let me check. No one here, no one here. Sounds good. Okay. Let's get rid of this now. Why am I not focused? Whatever, maybe it's going too far away from it. There we go. Now it's focused. Let's see what's going on with everything. What time is it anyway? It's just kind of like the boring days because there's not really anything. There's nothing to do. The entry position was there. Take profit position was there. That's because it came up so high. Obviously, they completely get out of positions here. Still fighting for this area. Same thing. Reason why I was worried about Nasdaq 121 or 1210 is because we're coming down, but still not horrible. But we could see something once it comes under here a little bit on the Nasdaq. I just don't like messing with it like that. So 4 hours still seems the safest candle change time frame to mess with. So we got our range, nothing's changed, and it's all the same, right? So everything's just waiting for a sign. There's literally nothing to do. That's why trading gets boring sometimes. Someone wants me to look at something, I can look at something, but besides that, I mean, I don't know if there's really too much to even look at right now. I might at least turn off. I don't know. I don't want to fall asleep though. Like I don't really care. I mean, I can just put an alarm, but I don't want to fall asleep while streaming. I could I might lay down in a little bit though and look at stuff just because I'm kind of tired. And I literally don't give a crap about anything until the 4 hour change. I don't think there's anything to look at until the 4 hour change. Well, there is obviously. You just go here and you go stock screener. But for what I care about, there's nothing that I really care about. There's nothing that I really care about. So I don't know what this is. I don't care. It's up 150%. I'll click it though. Yeah, I mean, it could definitely go to Nasdaq 121. Do you already have a position to have it go there? You take odd positions sometimes, to be honest. Are you in a short right now for it? You got a short at 12110? Why do you get a short at 12110? Oh, okay. I was like, what? That makes 0 sense. I was like, that must have been a misclick. Okay. Okay. That's really good. I was like, 12110. What? What? The first thought was like, what are you thinking? Okay. No, that's a really good short entry spot. Okay. So. What's up, Wolney? Oh, I was just talking about you yesterday. Good things though. Good things. Only good things, you know. No, I got you. I mean, I really would have been confused if it was the 12210 or whatever, because it made no sense, like 0 cents, and it would have been really weird just for you, like that. It sounds really weird for you to do anyway. I've never seen you do something like that. That's why I was just caught off guard. How you doing, Wolney? There's not really much going on here, man. Dude, I've been so spot on these last couple of days. This whole last month has been pretty crazy. Pretty much like, I've been healthier too, which is pretty nice. I hope you've been doing well, though, also. I always appreciate you coming in on the lunch break and letting me know you're in here, so I feel like sometimes you guys might spy on me. Wait for me to slip up. Is he gonna say something bad about us? What's he gonna say? So, but it's good to see you in here. It is. But like I said, there's not much going on. If you want my perspective for most stuff, we got the VIX entering. We got the VIX here, so it looks like we'll have a lot more of a chance of pushing up. We got Bitcoin starting in a really nice place. To be able to push up as well. We hit the 4 and the 2 last night. Boom, boom, and then we've been struggling under the 4. It still looks pretty decent as long as we can have an acceptable change up here on Apple, and that's just kind of pretty much now. I'm looking for a 4-hour change above here for the rest of the day, and then I'm expecting it to trend up and then start above here. Boom. But if it does start back under, we'll see. It's not like horrible to try to push up more, but it would take another day. But yeah, I mean, honestly, that's pretty much it. So it's like we're literally where we were last week, right? Where it's like, can we end under? Can we end above? Can we end above? Yeah. The more we move towards, the more we're in these. It's the same exact thing as last week. The closer we are in this range, the closer we get to 130, the more of a reason bears have to push stuff down. You know, I don't think we're dropping under here whatsoever at all. So when we do reach it more so at some of these lower levels, I would be somewhat concerned. But we should, towards the end of the day, maintain a range of at least somewhere here for most of it. We have our ultimate ranges kind of sorted out for what it is now. This is a little bit high too, but we can kind of just see here. And then we also have our tap in the morning down here. So, but it should be fluctuating a little bit. As it comes down more and more and more, we should be getting a little bit like more of a push up. Because obviously, I don't even know what it looks on the shorter term. Honestly, I don't even care to look. But obviously, bulls after a certain period of time don't want us all the way down here. Maybe we could come down to touch. We've already touched, so I think just in general that's bad. But of course, bulls want to maintain it here at least. If not, get it up into here. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be too surprised for some of that stuff. So they just need to make sure we like keep the same kind of trend going. But it's like a lot of top buying here that we had recently. So I don't think anything really changes until the 4-hour. So it's just the same as the other days. We pushed up immediately on the 4-hour, and then they need to keep it up here, and then bears try to take it and push it down. So it's the same thing here. I believe we pushed up right away. We hit this extremely high place in the first. I mean, we can look at these. Where is it? Here and here. Here and there. Those 2 days. Yeah, so it's like the same thing, right? We push above that 4-hour in the morning, and it's like we got to maintain it. The one nice thing about today, though, that's slightly different, is we did have a really great hit down here, which I do think stabilizes a lot of this movement and makes this look pretty decent, even if it comes down. Either to hold possibly in this area, even looking just kind of on a 1-hour, and maybe more of a wedging here. Or at least I think it's okay to keep it from not making a lower low than where the day started. So ultimately, I'm pretty sure it still matters where the 4-hour ends, and a lot of this stuff is just things in between. So we should see a lot more fighting coming up in this range as we get closer to that 4-hour, or the 1:30 Eastern. I gotta eat some of this yogurt before it goes bad. But we can also see here on this day too, right? We just pop straight up, and so it makes sense. The big difference here between those days and this days that I said before is this day we started up and then pushed down, and then we got support. So we actually did get nice support here in the morning. So there is a little bit more of a bullish a little bit of a bullishness or a bullish sentiment on this push up right here. I think specifically because we do have this here, and we came down to push on that. So I don't think it'll be like jump ship or anything. I don't think that kind of idea will come out through the market until we get close to the 4, and it might look like they can't push it to one area. Like I said, bears and bulls both win keeping it here. So bulls in the same sense are still fine keeping it here. There's nothing really horrible about this. It gets a little bit sketchy, but it's better for bears, I will say that, much better. But it's still acceptable for bulls to keep it in this area and try to continue something here with a breakup. And obviously the bears are going to want to, use this advantage to get something to break down here. So, because we have this close hit, it's not a hit on it. So for me, it's still not the same thing as getting rejected. And I think we still easily have this as an upwards target. So I think there's still that, right? We have our low and then our higher low right there to try to push us up. So there's a lot of reasons we could fight up. We'll see what happens, though. But, nothing's really changing, which is nice. It's a very nice and slow Very nice, very slow, very technical day. You know, so nice and relaxing. Nothing to worry about. No trade to miss. No trade to lose. Pretty straightforward stuff. No super sell signal. No super buy. Well, the buy signal is here, but it's not like a super buy signal. No super like continuation buy signal. You know, but no continuation sell signal also as well. So that is kind of nice in that respect. So kind of nice and slow day. Very calm. I mean, yesterday was a pretty calm day too as well. So, well, for me anyway. I like days like this a lot more though. We don't have that ridiculous down pressure, and technicals actually like matter more. Or not matter more, but like we don't just blow. We don't blast through everything because everyone wanted to do a bunch of top buying because I don't want to miss out on the jump up. It's like, bro, take it easy. Take it easy. There's always a chance, you know what I mean? Not you guys, but I'm just saying, like, the people out there that bought 80 million SPY calls and stuff. It's like, guys, take it easy. Like, I hate FOMO so much when I see it. Hey, Meta. What's going on, brother? There we go. Nice, man. This looks horrible. I mean, maybe this gets something with the rest of the market. I think it just looks horrible anyway from where it started. But, God, I hope Meta goes down more. I still like it if it comes all the way down to here, 136. I wanted to see it do this a while ago, so we'd keep like a higher low, higher low, higher low. I think this kind of almost forces us, even if we did drop today. 36.79. Yeah, I think. Wait, what? Yeah, it gives us a lower low. I believe. Yeah, it barely gives a lower low, which isn't horrible, but it's not like as crazy as I would have hoped, or it doesn't line up as nicely as I would have hoped. So, I mean, I wanted to do this. Honestly, I wanted this to come all the way down here from here, not frickin' like doing all this other crap. But I mean, I understand. What of a line? Oh yeah, that. Oh man, people bought into this on. Wow, I can't believe people bought into this. This was the 12th. Wow. Didn't even look bad on here. I remember looking at AMC and I was like, dang, you could even see enough to be an AMC without looking at the market. But geez, even on this it looks so bad. Wow. Though I will say, even when this does, this isn't really nice price action to push up. This isn't nice. This is nice and we push down. This is fairly nice, though you can kind of expect to get out of this before because something like this really shouldn't be pushing back down this far. You got really sketchy stuff, but the fact that we had something pretty nice here, we did start pretty high, but even though we started pretty high, this isn't horrible. If this pushed up, continued pushing up, this should have pushed up. Point is I like this average. It doesn't respect it that much to the top side, or much of the even sometimes to the bottom. We do see a little bit of respect here for like a push down, a little bit here, but we do see like the pot, well, we do sell pretty far down. But what else do we come down? Do we come down, you know, like here, and then we just push back up? So like no respect here, nice here, not here. This is okay. We're coming up from here, so it's a little bit different. Yeah, it looks pretty nice here too. So it definitely looks stronger when it's on the, overall it's more bearish, but didn't take a rocket scientist to see that. Let's see what's going on. I don't know what the Japanese, I don't know what Japan's going to do here, but we'll see. There you go. Oh, there go the yields again. Japan's going to get effed, man. I think the dollar or the Japanese yen might get wrecked. I'm going to be honest. We'll see. We're not there yet, and this is just speculation or just like a hypothesis on something that might possibly happen. But long story short, just to keep it simple, obviously Japan has to, they have like 50%, they own practically 50% of their bonds because they have to keep the rates low. If we can really push above here, if this can really get above here, and we can even see this even without looking at these. This is a really great top place, as we can see demonstrated all throughout here. But even without these, we can pretty much see there's something here that we're pushing through. And they really can't, to my knowledge, they can't handle rates. I'll put it this way. Let's see what else is going on the week. 12, 4. Yeah, so they got okay stuff. 4 looked okay. 12 looked a little bit in between. Not horrible. A little bit in between. It's a little bit of a fake out. But I like this. This looks pretty nice. So the 12 looks nice coming in. The 4 looks nice coming in here. The 12 looks nice coming in here. If it can develop the day and some nice pressure up here, Japan is going to have to come in and buy so much of their yields. I don't even know how tenable it will be at that point. But it'll just be pretty sketchy. Do we see anything decent? So like this is kind of okay, even though they're low liquidity, because what we can kind of see here is we do see it start above and then come back down a little bit to it, which is pretty nice. But essentially, this is what I'm talking about. The possibility of something like this or something like this, no matter how much it is. If we look at this percentage-wise, let's say 200%. Let's even just take 100%, right? We're looking at a lot. Finding support from here, 100% puts us all the way up at, and that's half of what we had, 0.5. I don't know at what level they can't service their debt, but I mean this is pretty wild right here. So the U.S. dollar, the Japanese yen might get wrecked because if they can't keep their yields down, or I don't know if this is an indicator of anything. If we can get up, now we aren't even close. We aren't up here. We're close, but we're not up here yet. But it's just kind of interesting to think in that perspective, like what might happen with Japan, because they're gonna have to buy a lot of yields. I mean, a lot of bonds. My bad, I'm a little tired. To keep these yields down, it looks like they want to roar up if they can get it up into this place and look nice. Now, I mean, if they're smart, they can do something. It's going to be tough, but they're going to have to coordinate something. They should let it. It's difficult. The question is, do you try to keep it down from breaking up, or do you try to have it break up and make it a failed breakout? I think that's a really tough thing. It's hard to say where the momentum will come from with these kind of things. But, oh well, kind of is what it is. I forgot I had an alert here, but that's good to know. I think an alert hit earlier. What was that? Oh, this hit. No, what hit earlier? EVGO? 30-minute? Oh, was this in the morning? Or did I put it on? At 9:40:09, crossing the horizontal ray. Oh, we came all the way down here. Okay, this is what it was. I don't even remember when I looked at this or what I even said on this, to be honest. Nothing's marked. What is this line from all the way back here? I don't even know why. I haven't looked at this thing in at least a week, it looks like, because this is September 6th, and so are these. What are these lines? Oh, so it hit the day. Okay. Oh, that's great. So it looks like it hit the day down here at 872. Nice. Okay. I was wondering what the heck that was. Okay. So this is the day 375. So we can adjust this over. This would have been an easy buy. Not that I really care about this whatsoever at all. I have zero concern. Oh, shut up. I need to get rid of this, or it's going to keep going off. Stupid alert. Okay. Let's label this, though, so I remember, so I don't have to waste, like, 2 minutes figuring, what is this line? Day, week, 4, 2. So this was the 2 hour. I really really like where this is so far. It looks fairly strong. Most of it's pretty much only because of this, but we have this 2 hour and above. I really like this. I feel like EVGO looks, I think it looks really nice where it is to try to push up at least. And we have the 1 hour right here also as well. Very strong spot for EVGO, very strong bounce to be expected. And it's really just done well with it with the rest of the market too. I'm not too surprised at this at all. Really strong spot on the 1 and the 2, and it looks like we'll have a top here at the 4, or we have a target at the 4, so we have another launch point, which is very nice also as well in case. And then we'll have the day here. So it looks like we have some pretty nice ranges for this already set up that look pretty obvious and straightforward. I do like this, and this is the 4 what? 4 hour 200. Let's see, what is here? I don't even remember. This is what, the 2 hour 200. So it just looks really nice. I really like what it's doing. Now, of course, for me, the big concern is, are we going to end in the right place up here on the 4 hour? Obviously, it's the 2. I don't care. But can we end around here on the 4 hours? So, but if we see that, EVGO looks really great. I think it's going to fully develop, and we should see EVGO then moving up, towards the 4 hour, getting ready to move up towards that 4 hour up here, and then if we can see something nice and, above here, we should be able to get a little bit of a push off. Now, this got interrupted as much as we remember. I hate going back and back. I guess I'll do it like this. Of course, on, we had our NASDAQ and SPY days, August 26th, right? Say August 26th, and our SPY, August 26th. So, but we should expect something similar to this as long as we don't have everything else interrupt the movement. So it looks really nice. I really like it. Great bounce, great 2 hour switch over, great support with the 1 hour also right here. And yeah, it looks pretty nice to go up. That's really cool. If anyone's interested in that, I'm not messing with it because I don't really care. But it looks really nice. Now, I think it's based on this, what happens here also mainly, but, kind of it is. Ooh, actually, I wonder when did we bounce again? 940? Oh, that's pretty cool too. So technically we saw 930 here, so we actually saw 5 minutes earlier on Apple. We actually saw a little bit, our buy signal on Apple was 9:35 in the morning, and EVGO was, I think, 940. It said we hit it. Wow, that's really beautiful there too. Look at that. We almost hit, and then we finally come down. Let's get rid of this. And then we finally come down, 935. Nice, come down just a little bit more. Look how straightforward that is. Simple stuff. Simple stuff. Really beautiful to see, though. Really nice to see. Anyway, that's enough for EVGO. I was just mainly curious what the hell that alert that went off was earlier. So, enough time to go buy it, though. That's another thing. Plenty of time to buy that. That thing looked like it was down there after it hit for at least another 10-15 minutes. So, feel bad for everybody that shorted it, but, it's not my fault because they don't know how to trade. Probably. Oh, never mind. I was muted. I'm glad I muted myself. I was like, yo, what's up, Richies? What's up, Richies? Good to see you in here. It's a pretty slow day. I don't know. I think some people are lurking in here. I don't know if Wolney's still in here. His lunch might be over. But he's a lurker, too. Lurking is appreciated, though. I appreciate all lurkers. Appreciate more people say hi. Let me know you're lurking. Let me know you're lurking if you're lurking, people. If you haven't said it. Pull Woolney or Walney. I feel like I'm saying it wrong. I keep saying Woolney. I feel like it's Walney. Woolney sounds soft and smooth, though. Maybe it's the wool. Ooh, Lordstown Motors isn't eating the dirt. That's interesting. Where's 935? 935. Not bad. It's what, up 8%? Yeah. Nice. Nice, Lordstown Motors. That's cool. Yeah, lurkers lurk. Dang, lurkers. One of these days. We should be able to get a lot of people in here one of these days. I just have to complain to the trading view to make a thing about me. It's almost criminal that I'm in here every day just calling things exactly how they go and just right on 90%. And there's still people out there losing money on the website, but still losing money. Almost criminal. Almost. Did he? I saw that. Didn't he get an arrest warrant a couple... I feel like that was a couple weeks ago, right? I feel like he's been on the run for a little while. Isn't that Luna Boy or whatever? Or maybe that was just... Was that recent? Maybe that's what turned into the... was that what started the sell-off? Oh, man. Is that what started the sell-off or whatever? He did rug pull Luna. That's pretty funny. I don't trust any of these people. That's the number one reason I never understood crypto is because, like, the crypto space is all about technology and the way stuff's set up, but it's like, who's controlling it? A person. Not like a person, but like, even with like POS systems, you know, set up, and if it's not POW, you still have validators, which are people. And it's like, as long as you still have that people component, it's like, I don't see how any of these things are foolproof whatsoever at all. But then again, I guess from that perspective, it becomes really tough because from another sense, it's like everything that's even like a computer system is made by a human. It's going to have human components to it. So, or it's going to have some sort of, you know, possible flaw. I feel like generations of machines creating other machines is the only way to get out that human flaw in things. Yeah, I mean, I remember in the beginning, that thing was crazy. That thing was, oh man, dude, oh my god. I have to close chat every time I want to type in now. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, that thing was crazy, man. That thing was wild. Oh, dang, it came down to 2. Did we bounce? Where's the 12? Where did it ever bounce? Wasn't there a 12 down here, or was it the day? Day, 12, 4. Okay, looks okay. Where's the 2? Not too bad. Certainly one hell of a fight, though. Definitely tragic here, but what does the 4 look like with that? Yeah, it's not that bad. Definitely tragic. They're trying to fight on it on the 4. It's actually pretty impressive seeing it right here. I'd be really interested to see where this 4 hour ends. It looks like they want to make another run up. I mean, it looks pretty decent. This looks like a pretty decent base point for another 30% on Luna. Looks pretty wild. Whatever. This alert must have gone off, right? Oh, that was an alert that came above. Okay, this is from forever ago. I remember this. This was like, okay, we can actually push through here. This was, we'll see it here in a second. This was this. I think if it would look good to buy, it would have been somewhere right. It would have needed to end and start right up here. But, you know, never did. Wow, poor thing. Anyway, old Luna. Old Luna. But where is Luna? Because I remember seeing this, I didn't see it when it first came out, but like, gosh dang, I remember looking back at it and being like, bro, what? 30 cents? Now we're all the way up at like 100 something? Jeez, this reminds me of, I don't think it exists anymore, Ethlend. Let me see. Maybe it does, I don't know if that's what this stuff is now. Lendweth, I don't know. I don't know if this is what it is. There used to be something, I swear, called Ethlend a long time ago, but I don't think it's this. Because it definitely wasn't this. Let me see. It might be gone now. Lend, yeah, Lend BTC. Does Lend exist? Yeah, I don't think it exists anymore. But it had like 100x or something like that. Like 100 something x, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. But it looks like it doesn't exist anymore, unless it's on a different exchange. No. Unless it got changed to Link. I don't think it was Link. Let me see. It's been a long time since I've seen the start of Link. Might have been Link is what I'm thinking of. Yeah. Okay, no, I was thinking of Link. That's what I was thinking of. I actually bought Link in whatchamacallit. I actually had this for a little bit. Maybe around here. Or it might have been... I don't know if I had it around here, but I had it somewhere around here. Because this is when I first started looking at crypto. I don't know if I would have gotten... No, I wouldn't have had it in December. I first started trading on Binance either December 21st or January 1st, 2018. So it might have been somewhere around here, but I remember having, like, Link is what it was. I think Ethlend looked very similar, so it might have been Ethlend. Or it might have been Lend instead, but one of the two. But essentially, like, this. I remember coming back to it, looking back at it years later and being like, wait a second, what? Like, what? I held it at this point, it's up like 50x. It's like wild. Up here's like 128x, like crazy. Wild stuff. Oh, just goes to show you. Well, I mean, I didn't know what I was doing back then, so it's kind of just like, whatever. I don't really care. Poor Ethlend. Or poor Link. I don't know, I keep calling it Ethlend, but poor Link. If I can get back above this, it looks nice, but jeez Christ. I don't know if there's ever a reason for me to even... I don't mess with this stuff, but even if I did, I don't know if there's a reason for me to mess with this unless we can start above here. It looks pretty obvious from the week time frame anyway. What do we got? An hour left? 57 minutes? 56 minutes? 56 minutes. Alright. See what we can do. See if I can guess what'll happen. It's kind of tough to see. I guess what'll happen where it is. I see why they tried to buy it here. They felt pretty horribly. I mean, there's so much top buying here. This is the number one issue with something like this. But it doesn't mean that they can't keep it up here. I guess they do still have another chance. Obviously, they don't want to break under here. Where's the 4? I mean, it's not horrible if it breaks under there. It's just they have 57 minutes left. And it's probably better if it doesn't trend towards the bottom. Okay. Oh, that's convenient also as well. Though this does give a target to push down if we just find ourselves on the opposite side of it, so that's good and bad. Because this could be something that says we will stay in this area if we do have a little bit of resistance here. This could stop us from coming back up before 130. Ugh. See, this is what I didn't like about that kind of bullish sentiment. I mean, we're not there yet whatsoever, but for how far down we are on Apple, all things considered, how this is kind of directing us, we really should be much lower. Like, really, with Apple down here, we should be under 12.1. Or 12.10, we should be under. Or 12,100, we should be under on NASDAQ right now. If we were to, like, take it from, like a 1-1 correlation kind of thing. Actually looks kind of nice seeing on the short term on its move up. This is such an aggressive sell down right into support. I didn't realize right here that they did this. Oh, okay. We have this on the 30. We have a rejection confirmation kind of thing. Start above, hit something up here, turn around, reverse. Okay. So boing, boing, boing. And then so we have something here. Okay. Yeah, man. Yeah, so welcome back, Queet. It's good to see you. I'm sorry, Liquid. Yeah, I mean, I'm just still waiting for there's only so much, I don't know, there's only so much to do. Days like this are a little bit boring until we hit that 4-hour time frame. I gotta find stuff to do, I guess, on stream. Or something to do with my time. I'm kind of tired, though, which doesn't help, but nothing's doing what's unexpected. Everything's going pretty expected. I don't think, for like the list of possibilities that I had, everything's probably followed at almost 95% within the range of expectations. Maybe 100%. It's a vibe. Winning trades is also two peas in a pod. Jamming and confidence. Rainy days are pretty nice. I don't like rainy days because then I have to turn on my light for my green screen. Cake? Yeah, sure, cake. Sounds like okay, that's it. Oh, cheesecake? Oh, that's what they've done so far. Where did we bounce? Did we get a 935? Where did we start the day? It was 1030. So 935. So we got 935 bounce. So we got a decent entry point here. We also have our 1030. So I think it looks pretty standard so far. I'll look to it a little bit more. The things I just want to point out so far is this is the first thing I do because it just seems to be the easiest way to go about it. Let's just take our Apple, and we can look. So the nice thing is we get our 935, which is right here on Apple, which is where we got our buy signal on our 15. We get this, which is like another buy signal, and then we get a reversal somewhere here. I think it was on this candle right here on the 30, and we push up. So overall, it seems pretty bullish. So long story short, I'll look into this a little bit more right now. Same with EVGO I was looking at earlier. I do think, and I'll look at it in like 2 seconds. So I still think the main thing here is on this 4-hour change. What we're going to want to see is a 4-hour change at slightly above at least 1558 or one. We're looking at for Apple to finish, and it sounds weird for other things. But we're looking for Apple to end at $155.58 or slightly above. We want to see it end somewhere in this area, but nothing around here. This is like a little too high. And then we want to come down before we go up. And then we're going to want to come down here and then push up. And this looks like a great entry point for a lot of these. Cheesecake looks like it's following the same stuff here. It looks even a little bit stronger possibly depending on what happens. So this is a 5, so let me see on the longer term. Let's see what we actually have and see what any of this matters. So none of this might relatively matter also. decent sell down on the week. Looks like it'd be pretty strong if it pushes up, but we have pretty strong resistance up here. Yeah, more on the day. I would have liked this to come down a little bit more, but this is still pretty decent for this push off right here. Started here, boom. Ended here, don't care. Started here, relatively close, boom, boom. So this looks pretty nice. This is a little weak though. Do this. 4 hour here as well. That makes me like this a lot less though. Let's see. Doesn't mean it's not going to go up. Just means there's stuff nearby. Okay, another reason we could have bounced in the morning. So I'm not a huge fan of this. It looks like a lot of it's moving with the market. So you could try to take a position at 430. Like I said, if we end Apple at 158 or 155.58 or slightly higher. Overall, I'm not a big fan of cheesecake. It feels like it has a lot against it. So we have our 30s under us. We have our 1 here in a weird place. So for this, I would like to see the 1 hour. I guess this could be a decent target. So we'll see this start a little bit higher. So I'd like to see the next 1 hour, which we'll see on this next 4 hour, of course. Obviously, the thing with Apple is, I think, the most determinant thing of all of this. But with Apple, I'd also like to see the next hour of this start up here possibly as well. That would be really nice. So I'd like to see a little bit of strength here. We can already just clearly see it's having trouble ending above here. So it makes sense that this would be our first requirement to push up. Same old, same old. Like to see it start somewhere in this relative area. I only have it a little bit higher because then the next hour is going to, be a little bit higher. Part of the issue is, looks like the 2's nice. We have the 4 above us, and then I think we have the week even farther above. Yeah. So long story short, with the 1, we could enter this range, and then we'd need to see a 4 hour start above here. So that's pretty much how I play it. So we'll see where this is, and if that's where it needs to be, I'm not going to say the number again. And then this is where this needs to be here. I think we have a decent chance to take this on. Now, of course, I think the bigger thing about this isn't just so much this 4 hour position until everything goes willy-nilly. I really think this 4 hour position is simply, God damn it. I think this 4 hour position is just simply to get us to come up here and test the day time frame. So really, a lot of this would be an entry point, but the biggest thing here is we need to start tomorrow up here on the day to see something really push us up and kind of expect a lot of the market to really push up. So we can start here on this 4 hour and still fail here and not start above here or get above here and turn right around. I think that's incredibly possible, and a lot of stuff will follow it. But this is the procession, or like these are the steps I'd like to see it go into, and then next day start up here. So there's other things we could do. I'm not going to go through all of them. If we don't start above here, then I'll go through it. Otherwise, like I said, it's the same as last week. Nothing's changed. Same situation. Exactly the same situation. Like I don't know if everyone realizes, but we're literally exactly where we were. This dumbass buying without coming down. I don't mean to say it like that, but this dumb buying on this day without coming down literally put us right back to where we were all of last week. Literally right back. So it kind of is what it is. I don't care. It is what it is. I was able to make something off the top. People want to do stuff, they do it. Like, things keep moving the way they move. But that's what I would look for cheesecake. You can look at my cake. Yeah, the first second I heard the word cake, he said cake. That's the first thing I thought of is someone's butt. That's the first thing I thought of. It's kind of weird. It's a 2022 thing, I guess. Yeah, I like rainy days when I don't have to go outside. I don't like rain on me. I don't mind, but most of the time I'm not trying to get wet outside. It's just not fun. So we'll see what happens. Like the fact that we need to fight for a 4 hour above here, and the NASDAQ is still higher than what it is. Like we're fighting down. We're still fighting. Like I was saying before, we're fighting within this range. This is our max range that we're probably not going to break on this 4 hour anymore, and this is our interim range, kind of right here. And so we're just going between it, but we do see the SPY still doing well, the NASDAQ still doing well, the Dow's doing okay. But we could see maybe a little bit more bullishness possibly. We could expect this because of this. I don't really give a crap anyway. This literally doesn't matter because for like what I'm saying about where the Apple starts and ends, like NASDAQ could be $2 right now. I mean, obviously, actually that's not true. That's not true. Like the NASDAQ's not going to do anything crazy in the meantime. So it's like it doesn't really matter to me. So maybe if I was trading NASDAQ, but like I said before, there's more bullish pressure in a sense. It feels like on this stuff than bearish. So like the last thing I'll say on this is that even if we end here, it's not horrible for bulls. And bears don't really want it. Like as we said before with the VIX, keep in mind, long-term, I deleted this. Like keep in mind, long-term bears or people that want to be heavy bears like next week, they just want to maintain it in this range. Or like, God damn it. They just want to maintain it in this range. So anything in this range is fine. As long as we start the week around here, it's fine. Hopefully we don't start next week up here and do the same damn thing that we did literally when we started this week. We literally start right under, and before the market opens, the VIX just pushes up to the place of strongest resistance, close by, and then it comes down to test, and then, you know, boom, 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 fails. So that's what we're hoping for if we were like big term bears. So there's only so much of a reason to super sell stuff down anyway. I don't think it's really advantageous for bears to try to sell stuff down. Because like from a VIX perspective, if stuff goes up too much, I mean, this easily could come under the week. But then the issue we run into from a VIX perspective is that for the rest of this week, for, you know, this day and this day, we also need to keep it under here. And if, you know, if they can get the VIX even just starting in here or starting here, it brings that it brings a sense of bearishness back and more selling, and it just kind of doesn't make sense. It's not a good way to trade it, and it's not a clean way to do it, you know. So we'll see what happens. I think they're getting a little bit ahead of themselves on pushing this down, but we'll see what happens. So, because the worst thing that they could do for a bear in this situation is put too much pressure on this, and then we just get a quick pump near the end. So, which would be a lot more likely the more selling that we have down, like without kind of laddering down in a sense. So the best thing that bears can do is keep it really in this range. I don't think they want it under this because, like I said, targeting under the 4 hour for an end it could be possible, but it's not smart and it won't look good. And it's just very difficult. Very, very difficult because we've come from here and then here, and we're going to push all the way back down. At this point, all bulls have to do is push it up here. If it starts here, right, we can already see this right here, and it's more of a chance of pushing up. Gosh dang it, what did I delete? Oh, never mind. Alright, I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom real quick. But I mean, we're pretty much waiting till the 4 hour change. As we can see, all this is pretty standard. Nothing's really changed. It's literally, I swear to God, you all, anyone that hasn't seen the streams last week, if you watched the streams last week, it's literally like I'm saying the same exact thing. So, I mean, I feel like I am. I'll be right back. Yeah, 1 second. I'll look at KQSD in it real quick. Stupid headset cable. Okay. Oh, I'm so tired, man. I cannot go to sleep to music. Holy crap, dude. Did not help me go to sleep. Okay. Alright, I don't know what you're trying to do from it. I'm just going to take it from the easiest perspective because it's dropped so much and there's a higher chance that the market wants to push up from here. We can see the coming under, we can see the rejection confirmation, boom, push down. We can see where we've really come to. We can look at the 1 hour, but I don't really give a crap. 1 hour really doesn't matter even up here. Did I miss-see this? Is this not a 1 hour? Is this a 2 hour? So 2 hour. Okay, so we'll actually take this out. This is a 2 hour. It has a little bit more importance. So we'll leave that there in the 2 hours. This is a 2 hour also as well. I'll mark this also as well. 2 hour, 500. I value the 2 hour quite a bit more than just the 1 hour. Not too much, but enough to take into consideration. If the 1 hour here is going to get wiped through, it's a high chance we see something similar here too. So there's two steps that we want to see. First of all, where we're going to take a bullish position on this one, we're going to want to see the 2 hour above here. Preferably, we're going to want to see the 4 hour above here. We could skip this 2 hour all entirely. Obviously, we can see we can just clearly see what this has been doing. We can kind of see the obvious thing here, and we can see it pretty clearly too. We just can't end above the 2. And we just can't end above the 4. So it makes sense. The 4 is going to be a lot stronger. It's going to be a lot more difficult. So for me, I would just do it like this and just do whatever. Whoops, add alert. Double hole. Once I would do it like this, to be honest. Crossing up on the 4 hour double hole. Doesn't matter, just crossing it. Mark it like that. Look for a 4 hour end somewhere around here. Obviously, if we ever did manage to push up here and end a 4 hour, probably have to come back down to test and we could fall through. So we want to stay as close as possible and just be above it. pretty much the same thing as here. I'll flip this in reverse just so we can kind of get an idea. Right, same thing. Somewhat okay to come up here, but we don't want to end all the way up here because this is a test spot, so we want to end as close as possible to it. See what I'm saying? We got our ranges. So in that same perspective, if I was to say this was coming down, I'd say the same thing. We want to push down. Now obviously this is inverted, so it's the other way around. But this is the general concept pretty much with it. So the 4 hour right now is, it's only going to change so much. We'll see what happens with everything. Of course, everything I said applies with Apple. If Apple doesn't form nicely, we're going to have to wait a little bit longer, and it could turn bearish later. So if it can't end above 155.60 or somewhere pretty much right there, it's like 155.58, then we should be a little bit concerned about that. So, you know, I'm not going to mention the Apple thing. I think everyone's heard enough, but that's my basis for every single thing. In the overall market movement. So we want to know that the overall market movements are going to be stable in an upwards direction, and then we want to see something good on what we're looking at. So Bitcoin's struggling. There's no real surprise. We have 30 minutes left. I don't think it's really horrible whatsoever at all, and I don't think there's really any need for it to like really push down. I think it's just waiting to get a signal from Apple. In the market that's just struggling a little bit, but I think the market's doing quite a bit better than it has the other day. And for Bitcoin, like I said before, if we ever want to take a bearish position or get out, we're really just looking for the day to end under. So if for some reason later in the day we do have the day end under, we could just continue back downwards. That's definitely a possibility. We're not even close to really being there yet. We just don't have any real support. So we had an initial buy spot, and now we're just simply testing. So for CAKE-USDT, it's essentially what we want to see is, like I said, with Apple, we want to see it end at 155.60, and then preferably tomorrow, we'd then like to see Apple start at 158, pretty much around that area, but not too much more. So, and at the same time on Cake, we'd like to see a 4 hour end above here. What we could expect, because we have a 2 hour above it, is that if we really want to look for a big shoot up, this would be a pretty nice range. This would be a nice entry point, and then when we have the 4 under us, this should really be able to shoot up quite a bit. I don't remember if there's anything up here, but there doesn't seem to be anything up there. So if we can get back on this 2 hour, if we can get nice support here on a 4 hour change, and then we can get a 2 hour up here, we should be really good. I don't think this will have too much trouble as long as the market does what it needs, but something like this looks fairly reasonable. So maybe we can put this up into maybe a 6% gain. It could go up even farther than that, but like almost a 1.8% and then another almost 4% right there. I'm just saying this could be the top because of that, but the thing about this is if we see how big this 4 hour has been and how kind of essential it's been, I guess, in a sense. You know, we have this. That actually looks really nice here, but we come back down to it after having, well, this is a little sketchy, I'm going to be honest with this right here with the wick, but I do like the switch over after starting under. So this looks pretty nice. We're sitting here too long. We see we're on the bottom side of it. We see we flip over to the top. Not a huge fan of not having something specifically here, but it's whatever. Maybe there's something on our time frame. But this looks pretty nice, and then we can see the standard, right? We fall into it, we try to break out, but we fail, so we just trend down to the next line, hit support, pushes up, trend in, boom, under, boom, up, struggle, boom. So we're just averaging, but we see we fail, boom. This is what we're looking for where we currently are right now. Start above, take it on the line, expect it to go up, or at least expect if you're going to lose money, this is probably the best place to lose money. Now, Apple is also important. Here I think as well in Bitcoin, but I think, you know, by looking at Apple we can get a good idea. So looking at those two things and looking for this really is our strong bounce point because of what we've done. This looks great. We fell through, so any kind of reversal back above here will make it look pretty good. And this next 2 hour would be like the next test, but if we hit here, I would expect it to have a really good chance here, and the possibilities are from there a little bit limitless. I'm not going to put a fib on it because I don't really care. But we don't have anything higher, so we could say, oh, we have a 12 hour up here, I just didn't see it. So the next thing would be a 12 hour, and so we could actually see something going from here, we could see something easily all the way up 34%, 33% there. Now, I'd like to see those other things line up with it also as well, but it does look like it could be the start of a 34% move up towards 5.684 or the 12-hour 200 smooth average. But yeah, overall, I think cake looks really good. So, and if we fall down, we'll have issues here. But if we're trying to get to a short, that's something else. And it's also a little bit harder from there, just because we've already hit up here. So this would have been a pretty decent entry point. But we do have a nice trend up. So I probably would have, if I got in somewhere right here, probably would have gotten out somewhere around here, looking to enter the same thing if we can get a 4-hour to start under. And I'd also like to see Apple inverse start under 155, like 155.50 pretty much, essentially. So I'd like to see the opposite of Apple, and then I'd like to see a 4-hour here. But we'd have a couple more things to fall through, quite a bit more on the way down. But you know, if it could break up here, it looks really decent. It looks like it has a pretty decent chance to do a lot of stuff like that. So overall, I think CakeUSDT looks pretty decent if it can get up here and do what it needs to do. That's just kind of the rundown on that so far anyway. We got 24 minutes left, pretty much just waiting until the next 4-hour candle. Pretty much. Not much else to do besides that. And this is what I'm saying, man. Like, bro, I don't know what this means yet, but looking at this right here, bro, why are we shorting the macro, man? Yesterday was not a place to short the macro. We'll see what happens, but I mean, it wasn't. I mean, I guess like yesterday wasn't. The day to short the macro is the rise up. Bunch of idiots again. These people might just mess all this up and push everything up. So we'll see what happens, but if they really are shorting a lot more now, just from yesterday, the issue that kind of comes along with that pretty much is that if we do get a continuation, like if we do get our end here on the 4-hour, well, technically we don't need it here. We could still get through up here. No problem. Thanks. I appreciate it, Richie. I appreciate you coming in. It probably makes everything easier when I'm just right all the time, but I'm also grateful for that too, because one of these days I'll be wrong a bunch. So, like I said, I've never felt this certain about stuff in the past, even earlier in this year, as I do now. Kind of, I feel like when adding the VIX and some of the indices and stuff alongside Apple with Bitcoin, I think has really taken it to the next level. So I appreciate you coming in here and asking me stuff and things like that. It always helps me out too, looking at more things. So being a streamer helps me analyze and trade better also to that extent. So I appreciate you being in here too. And it gives me something to do. I need something to do. So, but yeah, I mean, the issue with the shorting the macro is the shorts were supposed to be here, not here. And the issue with a bunch of idiots shorting, I mean, this isn't horrible, but the issue with like macro shorts for like macro, like long-term positioning, I assume is what they mean, is that if we do get something like here that pushes up with a day that ends here, we're literally right back into this area that we were just in before. And these people are going to then start sweating again with their longer term shorts because we're then going to immediately just have another reversal right into their shorts. So I'm not saying this is going to happen, but I'm just saying the idea of if what it's saying is true, where a whole bunch of hedge funds were shorting just specifically yesterday, it possibly opens us up to this being even more of a devastating 1-2 move if we do really turn into that. So we'll have to see what happens, but that's what I'm thinking the first second I see that article that says that hedge fund shorted yesterday. Very, very, very stupid of them if they did. Very stupid. They should give me a position. God, I should have a job at Goldman Sachs right on everything. I don't know what these idiots at these places are doing. It's crazy. Anyway, let's get back to the article. I don't know what they're saying. That's just my assumption of what they're saying. So we really have to kind of take another look at it and see. Let me make this a little bit bigger so everyone can see as well. So it looks like we have a pretty fairly big fight here too. It looks fairly strong with Apple. We're not on the bottom side of this yet. This would be a great place for them to try to push it up. We only have one more 15-minute candle, so depending what they do, it'd be interesting to see if they can actually get us back up to here. Now, like I said before, they don't, because if we just look at this again real quick, let me actually do this so it's not hidden everywhere. But if we just look at what we did last week, we had plenty of time. We needed to end above here, didn't. We needed to start above here. We didn't start above. Like, we didn't start above all the way until here by 1 cent. So, but even though we didn't start above, doesn't mean it was doomsday, and we still have this same thing going on, in that same kind of sense. I think from last week what it was something like this, and then once we kind of broke this more, we fell in, hit that, and then, boom, nice start back there. So like in the same sense of we would like to start above, even if we don't, we still have more time, and that's why I was saying this here is pretty much the same kind of situation we're in right now. But let me leave it on the 15 and put it to the side. They have a lot to do, but if they can flip it over in 15, it seems more likely that will end in the middle. But if they can flip this over on the 15-minute, have this start barely above and right where it is right now and end, I think they have a decent chance of trying to push this up. There's been a lot of selling here, but we'll have to see what happens. Like I said, I really don't care, so I'm waiting for where it starts. Wait, wasn't this thing up like $20 million today? What the hell is this? I swear I clicked this in the morning. I don't even know what this is. I swear I clicked this in the morning. It said it was up like 100-something%. Does this thing never trade? Whatever, I don't care. Let me get rid of this. Oh wait, where am I on? Okay, yeah. Close, okay. So they got like 3 minutes or 2 minutes. We'll see what happens, but let's do this. Pull this up. We can see in the background kind of what it's doing, and then let me shift this up, and we can see the price of the things up here on the top right. Ooh, this falling under the line, if we start above, ooh, this might be a really strong 15-minute turn if we have a wick under and we can manage to hold above. That'd be pretty interesting to see. It looks pretty decent. It doesn't look amazing, but it looks pretty decent for reversal here if they were trying to aim for one on this 15-minute. Okay. I don't know what risk unwinds means. Oh, deleveraging. Okay. Never mind. I get it. This is exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, they say notional, so when I think they're saying notional short sales, I might be wrong. I think they're talking about specifically the 1.7 to 1 ratio that we have here. But still, like, this is the kind of crap I'm talking about where it's like, we can't choose a direction and people just keep going, buy, sell, buy, sell. It's like, guys, take it easy real quick. They keep trying to chase stuff. Macro products, ETF, and index combined. So macro products. Okay, so by macro products, okay, that kind of makes sense. We're talking about ETFs and indices. So set selling. 1 year Z-score. I have no idea what a 1 year Z-score of -2. I'm not really sure what that is. Percent of total U.S. net market value at start of 2022. Oh, so macro stocks are the blue, single stocks. I wish they put this stuff like over here so it would be a little bit more clear. Okay, so these are single stocks and macro stocks. Okay, yeah, so macros are doing, yeah, I mean, this makes a lot of sense. If they're combining all single stocks, I mean, there's so many. Even, I guess, if we consider the bigger ones like PayPal, specifically, like Facebook, probably some other ones I can't remember. There's definitely a lot of single stock large caps that are getting wrecked. I mean, single stocks are probably bought because they're just down so much. Which isn't surprising. I mean, that's not surprising. I don't think that's a horrible idea. I don't agree with it whatsoever. But I don't think, just because I don't agree with something doesn't mean I think it's a bad idea. Mega caps. The TMT mega caps. GSTMTMEG. What the hell is a GSTMTMEG? High growth software. GSCBSF8X. Like what? Is that actually a frickin'... No way, bro. GSTMT Meg? Okay, 1 second. One second. GSTMTMEG? Yeah, it doesn't exist. Like what? I was like, is that a ticker or something? It makes 0 sense. Does this mean more pain to come? This means nothing. I'll say this. Like, the idea of pain to come means nothing when we don't have a clear direction. At most, when you don't have a clear direction and you have consolidation, pain can be in the form of going up or down. So when we're in a situation like this and they say that there's more pain to come, it's like whether we go up or down, there's going to be a lot of pain. But most likely we go up. I mean, we'll see what happens, so. Let me check back. I think it looked like we were going up a second ago. Or trying to, anyway. So they're trying to make the fight for it. They have a little under 12 minutes left. But, I mean, it looks like we have a chance to push up on this anyway. I would have preferred this to come back down and actually hit this. I don't like the fact we didn't hit down here. I don't understand why we switched over and didn't come back down to hit here. That's probably why it's struggling a little bit. Just dumb buying. Literally let it hit the support and then buy it. Literally, that's what we did in the beginning of the day. Let it hit support and then buy it. It's not a difficult concept. It's not tough. It's not magical. It's not strange. Let it go down before it goes up. We test down, then our bottom target's solidified. Our bottom target's solidified, and we can test up. But I don't know why anyone would want to buy a half-assed position where you don't get to test down, and there's a high chance you don't even get to test the highest position because there's no foundation or structure to the movement upwards. So, I mean, it's not horrible here, and it can win out, but if they just let it hit here in the beginning, it would have been a lot better. because then there's almost no reason. Because the more we move away from this is the bear target is having. Well, technically they want it anywhere, but for the rest of the day, or at least for like starting this next 130, if they wanted to push down here to maybe have this be a little bit more attractive, they're going to want it to end under. So if we can just have this hit here, so at this point they have to maintain this range, this bottom range for the next 14 minutes. It just makes sense that we're going to have more upwards pressure over time and people getting out of their position saying, oh, maybe we're not going to form this and that and blah, 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 you know. So I still think it has a higher chance of winning up, but if they just let it hit the target, you know, we'll see what happens. But same old, just let it hit the target. This is just more kind of dumb buying, but honestly, once you kind of look at this more than enough, you kind of see dumb buying everywhere. That's why when like you see good buying, it's like, oh my god. Or like good selling, it's like, oh my god, this is just perfect. Doesn't happen all the time, but when it does happen, it's very nice. So we pretty much have 9 minutes to push it up. I mean, any sort of little push up here should have it skyrocket back up, so it could end either way. This 4 hour, we could see a nice start above or under, but it does look pretty decent to try to push up. Bear's best hope is to just probably strike it around 1550. I don't know if they let it push up anymore, if they can hold it back. Excuse me, so there's kind of two assumptions here. Whoops, let me do this. So there's kind of two assumptions here of what we might want to see. If we break it past this, well, we just have so much pressure upwards that we will not be able to hold it back here. That is one assumption I could see of why they'd want to hold it here, as opposed to here. And it's also, we only have one candle left, so that could be another reason also as well. I don't really want to talk about it too much, though, to be honest. We'll just leave it up here, and we'll just wait till 1:30. I mean, it kind of is what it is, and nothing changed. Whatever it does right now doesn't, like, it ends where it ends. It starts where it starts. I really don't care. It doesn't matter to me. When you're waiting for a candle change, everything in between is, well, I mean, you can trade it, but it's not as important. Like what this does now, or what if this pushes up in the last 2 minutes, then what was the point of any of this? And if it pushes up and pushes down in the last minute, what was the point, you know? It just invalidates everything. Still don't know why that's whatever. I'm not going to say it. I don't like seeing dumb buying, so I'm just going to, I always want to say something about it. I'm just going to keep my mouth shut today. Because it's not my job to trade this stuff. It's not my job to, I mean, I could, but it's not my job to trade this in between. It's other people's. It's not even other people's job. But, like, it's not my, not job as, like, a profession. It's not my task to fight it here. It's just my task to see where people left it, right? Or to determine, you know, what market makers or big players are trying to see, which makes a lot of sense through bigger time frame candles in certain ending places. So the noise and the consolidation in between can often be seen as just retail people trading in uncertainty. And then towards the beginning and end of candles, or shortly after they form and a little bit before, you'll see bigger people come in, try to determine what happens. So let's see. We got what, 6 minutes left? A little under 6 minutes? 6 minutes, 20 seconds. Everything overall still seems pretty good. I feel like it definitely has a decent chance to push up, so, you know. But just, I guess, like I said, I'll talk about other possibilities if we start under. But right now, there's too many possibilities. I don't have the energy to talk about. I'm not going to talk about something, then if we don't end under and it somehow shoots up, which is still possible, then I just wasted like 5 minutes of straight talking on something that will probably not happen at that point. So, I will say one thing. I doubt it'll happen, but it would actually be hilarious, and still feels unlikely. It would actually be hilarious if this actually came down here. I keep saying actually, I don't know why. But it would, like, because I think it's pretty unlikely, but it would be funny if we like touched the line and then just immediately pushed up. That would be pretty funny. It's hard to say at this point because it's so far into the candle, and when you only have 6 minutes left, we have only 33 or 1/3 of the candle time frame left. So the lower it gets, the more likely a bear could say, whoa, 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 let's not keep this up here and let's just try to keep it forming under. I could definitely see that. I think it's overall it's kind of ubiquitous, but for the rest of the day, I think it's best for bears to get it to start here, and bulls want to get it here. Bulls I think it's okay if they get it here, but they really want to target up here. I think here we should trend back down somewhere, I would imagine. And then I imagine bounce, and then maybe tomorrow we start under. It depends what they want to try to do with it. And like I said, we'll think more about some of these possibilities when we see this candle change. We got 4 minutes left. Boy. Hit the line. I don't even know if it'll bounce if it hits the line, but at least just hit the freaking line. Finally. Okay. Let's see. It makes sense for bears to try to keep it here. So this is going to be a real bull versus bear fight. But we finally hit the line. So we'll see if it tries to bots want to activate or something like that. Seems really unlikely, but because I mean it's now pretty onerous on them to have to then push it all the way up and have it end up here. They don't really get much if they have it end here, because then we're still under the 4 hour. And then we still need to have it stay up here then for the rest of the day, and then start up here to make it look nice, or have it start tomorrow at the 1:30 up here. It's just a lot of work. So, but at least we touched it, so maybe we'll see something in the last 3 minutes. It looks like the Bears will win though, so far. Like I said, I mean, it's pretty impressive. It shows you the strength of this area right here in that line specifically. The fact that we're even bouncing up whatsoever at all, considering this is a very bear spot and that bears really want to hold, the fact we see any kind of buying like this, I think just adds more credence to that level and strength to it. So, which is why I still think I really do these places. If we just came down first, we would be pushing up already. Still can, we have 2 minutes, but it looks a lot less likely now. So, a lot less likely. At 1 minute 40 seconds. I personally would like to see it go up because I just think it's funny as hell. And I probably have to use more brain power if it doesn't go up. And I don't want to use more brain power, to be honest. We got, what, 1 minute 20 seconds? Minute. Yeah, I mean, it seems pretty unlikely. I mean, anything can happen before it ends, but it seems pretty unlikely. I'm gonna have to use more brain power now. It's really not a big deal. To be honest, I actually think this is one of these. So when I actually think about some of the possibilities, this actually does work out quite a bit better for a longer term bear kind of movement. I'll show it again. It goes back to what I was talking about with the VIX earlier, and how we kind of want to see the VIX just stay in between, I believe it's 25.50 and 26.70, I think, is where we would like to see it for the rest of the week. And then next week, we'd like to see that VIX start possibly above the week. So far this seems better for the bears right now from that long-term perspective. But there's also a couple of things. We're still looking for the 4-hour start. So we didn't see anything here, which is kind of sad. It could push up. But for something like up, really what we're looking for, secured spots, just to go over it again, they've managed to have the 4-hour start under here, as opposed to starting above. We still have this nice place. They could bring the 4-hour all the way down here and still have it look good. We can still see this nice trend here. We don't really care if we end above. Of course, we want to see this start above, like we did here. We want to see this start above. So really, it's going to be hard to treat this as a good spot to move upwards until, honestly, unless we start above here tomorrow. So long story short, we're not going to see anything. We might see something, but we're not going to see anything crazy that's going to give us really nice support today. The only time we can see this is now tomorrow, or in the morning where it opens, or tomorrow at the 4-hour change at 1 o'clock Eastern. The other thing to look for in case it did just shoot up would be it to start tomorrow above the day. This seems fairly unlikely to do something like that. So it seems like we're just going to consolidate here, I would imagine, for over the next couple of days and just try to fight it out. Of course, the determining factors, are we going to start here tomorrow or here tomorrow? Very unlikely here, but here maybe. Or maybe we'll just start under where the 4-hour hull is, 375, and then we'll push down. But from the VIX perspective, this is actually pretty decent, because what we want to see from the VIX perspective for a huge thing to really engage something like this, a really big movement upwards, what we really wanted to see is nothing bearish and nothing really bullish. So we don't see anything really bearish anymore, so we're not pushing up, we're coming back. And we just want to see it in this area for today, tomorrow, and Friday. And we want it to end somewhere around 2560. I'm sorry, not 2550. We want to see it to start next week somewhere around 2560, slightly 2560 or above. And then really from there, we should expect it to push up on the week, or at least have more strength. Or if we see anything, that we'll see at the end of the week. There's 2 days left. But if we do see something like that, on Monday, what we'll want to see, I think we'll expect more movement upwards. We'll have to see where everything is. But the big short from that point is once we actually get above this day time frame, because at that point we will have strength from here. We'll have an ending and we'll have a start around here. We'll have a great amount of support. No support because we start up here, hit the top, then we test. If we're starting in the middle, so no support. We hit the top, then come back. And for here, we just start from under, so we don't have any confirmation yet. So we want to see that week of confirmation here, push into the day, and then we can expect everything to drop off a cliff. And I think this looks fairly likely right now that we'll see something like this. I'm not saying it's going down, but this possibility does seem stronger now that we didn't get something a little bit more bullish here. So it's just going to be in between. Most likely we'll range here. The VIX doesn't have a certain down, doesn't have a certain up. It looks better to trend up a little bit than down, but there's no kind of clear thing. So we'll probably, just from a VIX perspective, if we were trading this, we'll just expect a little bit of dying off, because in general there's not going to be volatility in any direction. Maybe we see something like this, then tomorrow here, then something like here, and then we get something here that can push us here, and then maybe we can see another day here. Something like that would be pretty decent, and then super far up. But I'd still like to see from here on Monday something into here, or anytime next week, that if it starts here, that pushes up in the day into here. And I think that looks amazing for a very easy short. And I think we'll be able to see that also in Apple and some of the other ones, depending on where things look. We should see other signs also as well. You know. So, but right now it's pretty indeterminate. We might have a little bit of dying off. It's very possible that we could come down and hit the 4 hour again. So that is always something to look at, because from this perspective, we don't care if we end up here. What we need is, at most, is we need to start the next 4 hour here. So pushing up here only does something for the bulls as much as it does to keep us up here. So we only do have 2.5 hours. It is that second half of the day, or it is kind of like that 2/3 through the day, more or less, kind of mark point. So it is like that later half of the day. You know, and it really, like, if we just get rid of this, it doesn't look bad, right? I mean, it shifts up pretty nicely. Coming back down to here doesn't look bad, you know. So we'll see what happens. I think if it pushes, we'll see what happens. If this pushes up without pushing down, I personally think, depending on how quick we do it soon, we'll probably see things trend down a little bit. I would like to see things trend down now on this current 4 hour for the rest of the day. Then I would like to see them go up, because of course I'd like to stabilize our foundation here and really get, you know, just this obvious trend, making it more obvious and just respecting the trend. We've respected the trend whether we come down or not. Or the trend has been respected on other time frames, whether anyone looking at this time frame wants to accept it or not. This trend has been accepted. It's been accepted over 2 weeks, and it's not changing. So they can either choose to respect it as well and come down, and then have it just get pushed up and just take their range, and you know, they can do it like that, or they can try to push it up, hit us up here quickly, and have 2 more hours in the day left to hold it up here and make it a lot more likely that it's just going to push down, and create something that makes it a lot more likely to start under our 4 hour and possibly push us farther down. So it's just really whatever they want to try to do, but a drop right now to me is much better for the market to trend up for the rest of the day. So I would like to see us on Apple come back down to 154.17 ASAP pretty much. So for my current position, if I had to, I'd of course be more bearish on this switch over. Because if we go up right now, I'm arguably more bearish than I would be if we go down. To me, I'm bearish to hit a spot and go up and bounce. And if we go up, I mean, it's pretty clear the level up here. Like, the bearish spot is pretty clear. And if we hit up here, bears have the advantage of 2 hours. They've already had their target hit, and all they have to do at this point is just keep it past this midway point, and you're just going to see people, you know, get out, and then you'll see this bounce. But what we don't want to see with this is a weak bounce, where we use this up here, we come down, and then we end somewhere around here. Because, of course, if we end around here, it looks a little ugly. It brings into consideration, will we end under, you know, or will we start under? Not end under. So that's essentially how I look at it right now. That's what I think is going to happen. We'll see how it pans out. But if they want to do good buying and good selling, they'll let it sell down and they'll buy up at that spot, and it'll trend back up for the rest of the day. Then we'll like to see something preferably in this area. Most likely it'll end somewhere around here, give us a pretty decent chance to do something in here. And it's also important to remember as well, we still have the VIX set up, where the VIX, it's not about to shoot up anywhere, right? Like, the VIX is not about to shoot up anywhere today. Maybe tomorrow, but today it's not. So we're not going to see anything for today, in my opinion. And we have to remember for Bitcoin as well, we are also in this position where we have a lot to gain from going up. It's about like 5 to 6% possibly going up, even if it's just a fake out small push up. So there's a lot to gain from both stocks and crypto from that perspective. And so we'd like to see ourselves trend down kind of in that perspective. So I wouldn't be surprised if this lays out the foundation for this trending down here. We'll see what happens. We have another 6 minutes here. I think the best thing for bulls, like I said before, is just let it get sold down. We don't want to spend too much time underneath. Since we already spent all this time up here, we want this just to be something that we can just drop down. God damn it. Or we can just drop down, you know, and then we can just work our way over, right? Work our way over, right? Break through here. See what I'm saying? And then have something like this, you know, this nice kind of trend up. We've hit our low. Let's build some sort of kind of head. Let's break through one of these things, you know. Something like this would be really nice to kind of see. So I'm hoping that we can see it drop in this next 5 minutes instead of dicking around here, because dicking around here is not going to help anybody, and it's not going to bring it up any quicker, and it just makes it more likely that we're going to stay on this bottom area. For bulls, they'd like to see it in the top area, because the best thing is that we could start up here. Otherwise, they have to start somewhere here and then fight for the 430 tomorrow. And like we just said today, it's a lot harder, even though we do have something like this. It just in general, we have the trend more or less, so we can hold it, but it just in general becomes more and more difficult to hold it in this area and right here for the finish when we have a whole 4 hours to do it, right? Because as we've seen here, what happens in the beginning isn't so important, because we need to be able to maintain that level. We need to be able to maintain those prices. And if we can't maintain those prices, as we've seen, it just creates a higher up target, and it makes it more difficult for us to get what we want to get. So like I said, the best thing this thing could do is just fall through right here. Or if it doesn't fall through right here, at least on the next 15, end under this, start under this, push back up to the line, immediately push back down, and then let's start. That is also acceptable as well. But anything outside of that, if we stick around this too long, it's going to look worse and worse, in my opinion, for the market overall. So we'll see what happens. I literally have been explaining the market the whole day. How can you say it's a weird day? I literally called almost every single thing. It's not a weird day. I've called the whole market every single move. Yeah, I literally. Alright, so not trying to be mean. So what's weird about it? I don't understand what's weird about it. Because I know we look at different things, and what I look at is just right most of the time. But like, what's weird about it? Like I said, like, are we looking? I'll put it this way: are we looking at this through the lens of what is our target, or are we looking at this of where do we think it's going to go? Because if we look at this as where is the price going, and not so much by what time do we want to see something be somewhere, then of course it's not going to make any sense. You know what I mean? So like, as long as we look at this through the scope of what target do we want to hit by what time frame, and then we look at what it's doing to try to get there. Oh yeah, well that's why we see this though. That's the thing. Well, they know what to do. The thing is, like, here. Like I said, there's only certain places where it's worth to fight certain things. And if we have when we have bad buying, like, let's really analyze this kind of in a sense. We do get this nice buy up, which is actually very fortunate considering it doesn't touch. But when we look at this same spot, it doesn't touch, it touches here. And then on this last 15 minutes, it went up before it came down, and they just held it here. You see what I'm saying? And this was the last 15 minutes before that 130. So if we just assume, this is the easiest way I try to assume it. If we assume, just assume, let's get rid of hedge funds. Let's get rid of anyone with the capital. Let's just say we're bots. Let's say we know what all the bots are trading for, and we know what makes the bots buy stuff. It depends what we're trying to do here. But if I assume that I'm not only correct, but what I'm doing is what the bots are doing, that's what it is. We want to see stuff. So if our whole, here. I'm just going to put it this way because I think it's the easiest way. We want to see something start here above the 4-hour. When we hit such high targets, like I've said 20 million times, we have to hold this. So is it more likely we're going to hold something and all the way up into space? Not really. So it makes sense we're going to come down. But we have a trend still holding. So it makes sense that things overall are still going to be more bullish. You kind of see what I'm saying? So being here isn't bad for bulls, but it's much better for bears than it would be for bulls, for like short-term bears anyway. So really what we want to see, like I said before, is we want to see this come down, and if we come down to this 154.19, we should be able to expect it for the rest of the market from there to push up. We can already see kind of everything dying off and a little bit more weirdness from here. And what we can expect is if we push up, we're going to push back down anyway, and we're probably going to push down a little bit harder depending on how quick we push up, because depending when we can get here, we're going to have to hold, if they want to keep it within this range, to try to either hold it here or have it somewhere reasonable to push it up in pre-market to start a 4-hour here tomorrow to get an initial movement, because we're looking for the 4-hour start. So if they don't get the start up here tomorrow, they have to spend another 4 hours here from wherever it starts and then sit up here, keep it up here, and then get the 4-hour to start. You see what I'm saying? So if we're just assuming we want a 4-hour start above this, all of this makes sense. There's no reason to buy this anymore today. There's no reason to do any of this stuff, because what we have to do now is we will need a bounce, we keep the trend going, and then we push for this top range, which gives us a better chance tomorrow of having it start here. The only thing bulls want right now is for it to start here, and the best thing for it to do is push down, get a support, get a strong foundation, and push up. And if we don't do that, like, it's not going up. Like, even on this change, like I'm saying, I've literally called every single thing. It's so straightforward today. When we look at it through this lens of, can we reach this 4 target by the 4-hour and hold it to start above that 4-hour, you know? And so I could be wrong, and this could fall under. You never know. But to me, this seems like a great bounce place, you know? So it's just, it kind of is what it is in a sense. So. But I think it's 100% a take profit spot here at the 4-hour when it comes around there. If we start something under tomorrow, I think that's fine, but I don't think we're going to see any deviation of this range, or like we're not going to see a 4-hour, because we have this is a 4-hour and this is a 4-hour. So if we're looking for a 4-hour because of that, we're not going to see a 4-hour start under here until tomorrow. So this could just entirely fall off. But bulls need to keep it here, just like the bears wanted to push it up. Now they have to keep it there for tomorrow. Bulls have to push it here and keep it down here for tomorrow. But if this gets pushed way too far, we're going to hit the support, and we're going to hit the low for the day. We're going to hit this trend, which can practically almost even be seen whether we even, I mean, it's not the same, but we can practically see this whether we have this line, whoops, gosh dang it. There we go. Whether we have this line here or not. You see what I'm saying? So it just makes sense. Bulls don't want, like as a bear, there's no reason to be in once we come all the way down here for the rest of the day, in my opinion, because this would be the movement. Now, anything up here, in my opinion, can be shorted, and the ultimate short spot is up here, because if we hit up here, like I said, it invalidates the reason of having this to come up here. Because the only reason someone buys right here is to expect it on the 4-hour change to have it start the day up here for an extended movement upwards. You see what I'm saying? So, I mean, I hope it makes sense. So. Because today's not complicated at all. It's literally the same thing as last week. Like, literally, it's the same thing as last week. We have a target, and we need to maintain it, and that's the big thing. We need to maintain that target, and if we hit it too soon, it's onerous on the bulls or the bears to maintain that, because we're looking for the start, not the finish. Like, we can end all the way down here. Like, here's a perfect example. We ended under here, and we started up here. You see what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't matter where we end. It's more important we start. So these guys could push this all the way here, and tomorrow it just starts here, and we're Gucci. You know, it's the same thing as over here in a sense also as well. But we did it when the little bit different that we had last week is when we did have this here, we had the fours under us, which is kind of what we had here. Oh, someone got moderated. Can't post that link, it looks like. Just post it in Discord and I'll take a look at it. Bro, I literally told you I said this 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. It makes more sense for us to go down here. This is what bulls want. Like, short-term bears, they just want from their position down to their position. What bulls want, they want it to drop so that we can just fade the rest of the day at backwards, so we can try to end in this area, so we can try to start here to push up. Bulls just want to start above the 4 hour. It's not complicated, you know what I mean? So what we have here is yeah, I understand. I know, I've been saying this. Like, literally, I've been saying this 20 million times. And I see it all on the right side anyway. But anyway, this is what the bulls want. So you have to understand, the bulls and the bears want the same exact thing. They both want it to go down. You see what I'm saying? So, you know. My bad. I don't mean to be mean. It's not that. It gets weird after a while when I'm just not wrong about anything. Like, it starts to get really, really weird. And I kind of just wait to be wrong. But it's like a weird feeling when it's just like, when I can just guess everything or predict what's going to happen. It's a really, really, really weird feeling. Well, the issue you run into, though, like I said, the take profit spot is kind of here or here. The one issue you might run into, so I like the fact, so I'll say it this way. We didn't hit here on the first 5 minutes. We pushed down a little bit more, and I like that we actually hit the line. I would like for us to hit the line here, too, but this is the take profit spot. So, I'm just going to say now, if we hit here, it's possible this is already good enough. I would like to see it come back just because, you know, here, and here also as well. But if we do hit here, it's probably going to put your position back into the red towards the end of the day. Yo, what's up, Birds Fine? Oh, okay. So today, okay. Yeah, I mean, I get you. Kind of weird your positions were in the red. Yo, what's up, Zankai? Reminds me of that bleach thing. Bun guy. I wish I could do stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool. Oh, yeah. I agree in a sense, so. You get used to it, man. I used to starve myself. It's not good to be hungry, but as long as you're healthy, it's not that bad, so. But you get used to it, so. I used to starve myself, and then I started fasting, and then that really helped. I think I fasted fasting, which is kind of like an excuse for not having good diet, or not good diet, not having just properly making meals for myself. But I think I fasted for, I don't remember. I don't remember. I think I fasted for like 10 years or something like that, more or less. Stock trading? If you want to do stocks, I like Robinhood for options, to be honest. Depending what you're doing or how much money you have, I would say if you don't have like a bunch of money, I like TD Ameritrade is so good. TD Ameritrade is so much better than Robinhood in so many ways, but if you have like less money or you're just doing options like longing calls or puts, I think Robinhood destroys TD Ameritrade. I'm going to be honest. I think TD Ameritrade's pretty trash. Oh yeah, that's a great question, Virix. Yeah, what whatchamacallit are you on? What country are you from? Yeah. If you're from Europe, Virix can help you out. I have no idea if you're from Europe, so he's our European expert. Or well, he's our expert in Europe. I don't know about a European expert, but he's our expert in Europe. McDonald's? McDonald's fell through something a while ago. Did now that's under 260. Oh, all UK shops on the 19th? Yeah, that's my first question. Why? It's kind of weird. We'll keep this up over here, and we'll bring this here. We'll do this also as well. Let's see. Let's do this. Here, alert, Apple 4-hour, crossing, value, double hull, once, create. It's a take profit, most likely. The market will turn around when we hit 154.16. So that's something to kind of keep in mind. Bruh, so they're just closing it for one day? Is that what you're saying? Or is it like they're closing? Oh, I see what you're saying. True. That's interesting. So I see what you're saying. There's no chance you pretty much would have to pre-position not knowing. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. It's the idea of like pre-positioning if they close. That would be pretty bad for the UK boys. Yeah, I think for us it's fine, but for the UK boys it could be pretty bad. I'm sorry, boys and girls. It could be pretty bad, so. But I think in general, I mean, I'm still waiting the same thing for... Oh, I already have stuff here. Let me just adjust it up. It's not that bad. See what happens with McDonald's. I don't think it's that bad, to be honest. Oh, we hit 154.16 on Apple. We might just trend up for the rest of the day here. We'll see what happens. I think this is a pretty heavy take profit spot, though. We'll see what happens. I mean, we could keep going down. That's just what I believe with it, since we pushed down so much. I don't know if the bulls are really going to be able to keep it all this way down, but we'll see what happens. So. Same thing I said before. I think we're trending up for the rest of the day at NASDAQ. I think we're going to keep going up from here. So I think we hit the low for the day, for this last half of the day, and we're just going to keep trending back up. So I think the NASDAQ will probably end up, I don't know, 12 once, I don't know. NASDAQ will probably end the day somewhere like here. Maybe 12.2. Somewhere around there, I think. So, but yeah, that's what I think about the NASDAQ. So far, everything's been pretty standard. We had our bounce here in the morning, and then we pushed up. We had our failure here, so we hit here, and now we pushed to the bounce point. So most likely, I think they're just going to get pushed up. They can push it down here if they want, and if we start down here, I think it's bad, but until then, like, I don't really care, and I still think it makes a lot less sense to be in here and just enter a position tomorrow. So there's a lot more reason for this to just push all the way back up than there is for this to continue down. You know, but it is what it is, so that's kind of all I had to say on it. I mean, it is what it is, so. The issue I have possibly with the NASDAQ, depending on how it reacts, is like, one, it's here, and then two, if they see this thing in a nice way, and we do trend up, then we're just like trending back up. So I don't see why I can't just end the day up here, to be honest. So, but we'll see what happens. Regardless, the take profit spot on here is still, I think, has held the test. So just because it's already bouncing, but we'll see. It's one of those things. Also, a continued move down kind of assumes that Bitcoin's going to lose its chance, and it could look really bad. So, like, if we trend back up for the morning and we stay in this area around here, then we still has a decent chance. This has a really decent chance of being able to push up or just trend this line down. But if we actually do like end horribly, this kind of forces us down, which seems a little bit accelerated. But we'll see with it. 11 hours to the merge. Do you think ESG investors, environmental security and government, investors, institutions will show an influx to ETH investing due to one of the blue chip cryptos, Bitcoin app, being seen as ESG plea now? I think ESG is bullshit, to be honest. I don't think it really means anything for anything anymore, to be honest. I've never calculated it for anything. I think for some people it matters. I don't think it's worth calculating anything when I look at it. I don't even know how much people care about ESG anymore. I feel like we're moving away from that whole ESG stuff, especially with everything going on in the energy crisis right now. Obviously, it's like environmental security and governance kind of things as opposed to other stuff. But I don't think it personally has any weight on any of this stuff. I mean, I don't think I'm really qualified to say whether it does have weight on it. I look at charts. I don't really know the fundamentals. So, of course, I think it's useless and worthless, but at the same time, I'm not going to tell you that I think I'm even classified or qualified to be able to really determine the value of it. So that's just my opinion, So I have an opinion, but I also don't think I have an opinion, and my opinion on that opinion doesn't matter much, right? So kind of is what it is. That's how I feel about it anyway, So I just say look at it normally. Like if people are buying Ethereum up, they're going to buy it up, but environmental, social, and governance. Okay, not security, social. Okay, social. Yes, there we go. The social well-being. You're right. No, you are obviously you're right, but it sounds much better also. Even if I was right, which I know I'm not. Yes, the social. So yeah, I mean my opinion on it is not valuable. I understand what you're trying to get, but you can't get anything on me from it. I don't. It's out of my realm. I have zero idea. If I don't know something, I have zero idea telling you I don't know about it. I have zero idea. So I wouldn't feel comfortable because I know I'm right about a lot of this stuff when it comes to charts, but when it's like that stuff, I don't want you to add weight to something I don't know about. So that's completely different. So whoops, what am I doing? What was I just looking at? Oh, F, yeah, okay, I forgot. Alright. But yeah, it's definitely going to be crunch time. They're going to have to push it through this. This is going to be the thing, but I think at the end of the day, if they can't hold it here, it's going to be pretty easy for them to push it up, so. But we'll have to see what happens. And I think the nice thing is, for me, I'm not too worried, because if we, it's possible. I think we're on the line to probably be pretty bearish. For me, if we start under here tomorrow, that's pretty bearish to me. I mean, we could bounce here, but this keeps us in this range, and then we're going to have to get all the way back here. So I think tomorrow, if they actually can keep it down here, or if it starts down here, I mean, we have a huge drop possibly coming, which is why I also think this level is pretty strong. I don't know if people want to give up such a big drop already. So we'll have to see, though. But this is the level to hold it at. Or this is the level for them to try to push it through, but also keep it here, in my opinion. So at least if it goes through, we see some deviation. It's at 154, I think, 16 right now. So it's pretty much right at the line. Struggling at it. But we'll have to see what happens. They need to push it down. They need to keep it down for the rest of the 4 hours. and then they need to make sure it doesn't start back up tomorrow. But I think if they can keep it in here, I think if they can manage to like keep it in here, they have a decent chance, right? Because this is going to be somewhere here tomorrow, and then they could possibly get something there. So they just have 2 hours to do it. Not just have it here, but keep it here for 2 hours. So, and it's not like this thing is unknown of starting under and ending above. You know, I'm sorry, ending under and starting above. So. Let's see what's going on with other stuff. I'm kind of bored. I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's in a recession, right? What's the GDP growth or whatever for UK? Don't they already have rampant inflation and like pretty high rates also? I don't think things are really that good for people anywhere. And UK has a bunch of issues with like UK has more issues. UK and Germany have more issues than America, as far as I'm concerned, to my knowledge, when it comes to whatchamacallit, what is it? Like social unrest. There's too much diversity in those places. And not just diversity of culture, but generally what we see with diversity of culture is also a diversity of thought. And I think that's kind of the biggest issue, is you need to share a culture of thought. And when you have different cultures that have different cultures of thought within them, you have issues. Like no one's going to come together like they did back in World War II or the Great Recession. So, I mean, I'm pretty sure it extends everywhere, I think. I think the whole world's gone through pretty high inflation. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure the whole world's going through pretty high inflation. I believe, anyway. Let me see. I wonder what stuff like, I mean, nothing's like, we're just in between, so it's like, there's not really much to look at. Let me see. Let's check UBGO. I don't know if you mean American inflation is a joke compared to other places, or it's just like a crazily high as a joke. I'm not really sure about inflation in other places. I never looked at it, honestly, because I live in America. But is Europe mainly like an energy inflation? Aren't food prices over there pretty high too? Excuse me. Let me put this back on also as well. This is actually some pretty nice lo-fi. This part of the video is. Wait, you just switch long to the NASDAQ or something? Let's see what's going on with this. They really gotta fight this. This is pushing a lot harder than what I thought it would. Really a lot harder than what I thought it would here. It's not that bad actually. What do we need, another 15? Starting to seem a little sketchy, to be honest. I think it's fine around here. I don't want to see a 15 end under this. We'll see though. See what they're trying to do with it. Isn't NASDAQ above 121? Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, under 121 is what I meant. I mean, it still has a chance. I think this 15 minutes pretty important with it. I think both of these places are really nice where it is at 1504 and this 1516. If it can get a trend change right around, I mean, we had something come under here, but that's really because of this right here. Actually, no, this was even before. This was the end of the day. That's what that was, and then we started here and back in. I don't think it's super unreasonable to think it's going to come up. The more time, I don't know. It just kind of depends. I think it's pretty reasonable to expect it to go back up. I'd like to see something on the 15 change at least once, but I do have a decent amount of faith in this. Because like I said before, they're going to have it end under here, or start under here tomorrow, so they're going to want to keep it down here for the rest of the day. Yeah, it's 12:54 right now, yeah. I don't know. It has a pretty decent chance. We'll have to see what happens with it. I don't look at these things a lot because the fights are, whatchamacallit, the fights are kind of hard to see, to be honest. Like, once they have the range and everything set out, I just look at the idea of can we hold it or not. And when I look at this, it seems more likely that they'll want to push it up, so. But we'll see. If we can see it on the left side with the 15 minute, and then we can see any sort of upwards trend back over with Apple back above 15, 16, I'd be pretty worried, to be honest. What are you talking about? NDQ is 12.050 right now. Even I see it at 12.050 for me. Over here it's 12.050. We switched the 15 over on the day at 12.77 and are pushing down a little bit from there. Let me see. It could be because I'm looking at the NDQ. I don't think things are that bad. Because remember, we got to hold here for the rest of the day. I mean, everything I see on the NASDAQ is... Well, I don't know what the hell all these things are. We'll see. I don't know. They broke the trend here, but I feel a little weird about it. I don't know if they want to push it down this much. Oops. Let's see where this 15-minute ends. We got our 3 minutes on it. Should look good if we can get something right around here and get a reversal on it. I don't think it's out of the woods yet by far, though. I don't think it's like... Personally, like, depending what happens, we could see it straight drop because anything can happen. I think it's a lot less likely to expect something like this to straight drop. I don't think getting out of shorts is really a bad idea for what you did. I think we'll have a really good idea of whether we're going to go down tomorrow. And then also at the same time, we should have a decent starting candle if we are going to push up tomorrow here. So we'll see a decent signal for a short tomorrow. I'm not really like, I don't think it's really much of a reason to be too worried about getting out of something where we are right now, or about 5-10 minutes ago, personally. Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see what the rest of the day is in store for us. We still have another, whatchamacallit, we have another frickin' hour and 45 minutes. So, you know what I mean? There's a long time till the day ends. So, on this next 15, it doesn't really look great for Apple for them to have it under here. But still, from a 4-hour perspective, it's not horrible. It really isn't. So I'm not sure like what people that would want to keep shorting this down, what the target would be. It feels pretty like we've been getting sold down for what, 12:15 to 2:15. We've been getting sold down for 3 hours. You know, like how much more do they expect us to get sold down just today? I'm not really sure how much more people expect us to get sold down. So that's kind of my thing on it. See if they can maintain it here. 6, 5, 3, 2, and we started right here. So let's see what happens. Looks pretty decent to me. So we'll see what happens. Doesn't look amazing, but it looks as good as it could look down here, what they wanted to. We're right above it, so obviously could go down, but we'll see what happens. So, because if this is like the start of a trend up, we're going to be trending up at least to here, if not more for the rest of the day. So, now the real fight begins for the bears. The actual fight begins for the bears. Put that there. Now we can see where the end of the day is. Because if we can get a little bit more support, Apple above 1516, that's still another strong spot. And if it can trend back up, it should get a decent amount of support. We can see it right now struggling around that 1515, 1516 area, 15 or 154.15, 154.16 area. So just depends what it can do here. Personally, to me, it seems incredibly weird for bears to try to push it under this. I think it's perfectly fine and bearish if they just leave it in this area and just have it start here tomorrow. So I feel like it's very excessive for them to try to push it down. Because like at the same time, like keep in mind this line here is like we're still above this line. That's pretty strong. So it just feels weird to try to push it into this line today, but that's just me. So I mean, maybe they treat this as like the top. I mean, this is close to the top, but it feels a little weird. But yeah, I mean, ooh, god damn. It'll be interesting to see where Bitcoin ends for the day. I think this is the 4 hour it finally hit all the way down to. Yeah, it's a little bit under it. This will be interesting. I think if we end up here, we can still push back and maintain back up here by the end of the day. 4 hour that we need to see right around here so we don't end under it. So I think they might have just blown their load a little bit early here, to be honest. I think that's what Bitcoin did. Though it's not, like I said, we have the 4 hour here, so from this perspective, it's not completely, it's somewhat understandable that they'd want to do something like this. So I think they blew their load way too early though, but you know, it kind of is what it is. So I can still see why they want to fight for this range, but I could also easily see we'll have our 6 o'clock, or our 4 o'clock here Eastern, 4 hour change, and you know, all we have to do is push back above 20,000 into this area and end, and then we literally just stay here again. But the nicer thing is we'll actually have something under us, so we'll have like a wick under and we'll end above again. So that's another possibility technically here. So I don't know why they blew their load, but I guess, like I said, I mean, bro, they whatchamacallit, dude, like like I looked over at Bitcoin and it's like 2% down. Like they're right. Like I get it because, you know, what we were looking at last night, we went here and we hit the 4 and the 2, but bro, that's just the most appropriate thing, I'm telling you. You know, it's just the most appropriate thing. to say. Like, it looked nice, boom, boom. Obviously, we have our 4, I don't care about the 2, but obviously we have our 4 hour here. You know, I was talking about this last night, we have our range. Whatchamacallit. What I was thinking last night is if we came down here early, what we would do, or like before the 8, is we would actually get caught under. So I think this coming under early, though, and hitting this spot, I think with the rest of the market, I think it has a decent chance to trend up. So we're at 154.30 on Apple now. You know, and now bears really got to fight for what they did. And they got to fight for it. I don't know how many people are going to fight for, I don't know how many more bears are going to fight for this, but it's possible. You know, it's definitely possible. So I just don't see why, but it's definitely possible for them to do it. I gotta take my creatine in a second. One of these days. Yeah, but I mean, it looks pretty nice for where it is right now. So it looks more likely to just trend up for the rest of the day. You know, you get a little bit of uncertainty, but it kind of is what it is, right? So now, if we ended the 15, we'll see what happens. I don't like to speak before anything happens, but I do. It's kind of, I don't know. So, like, we ended above this. Yeah, I like it because of that. Even if we ended under, I think it could have had some strength, too. I wonder if we ended this 15 under, we would have trended down. I wonder if we would have hit this line and then bounced back up from here to re-engage. I wonder if that would have been the other scenario that we could have had if we didn't end this 15. And this 15 is just based off of this right here, as we can see. It's just based off of these 2 lines. That's how we get this right here, if anyone was wondering where this was coming from. So, but yep, there we go. So everything pushed down a little bit more, and whatchamacallit, Bitcoin blew its freaking load, but, you know, it's like, it is what it is. So, we'll see what happens. I think so far we'll trend up for the rest of the day. If we have a 15 end under this, I might be a little bit worried. But so far, I mean, nothing really seems to have changed. Besides Bitcoin, like, overshooting. I think it's, with that overshot, we've hit the 4 hour there. We have another 4 hours, so we have kind of confirmation of being above it and something under it. I think we'll see what happens, but I can see with a nice trending up, it managing to get back above the level of where it was, so. And now we wait, right? NASDAQ E-minis. That's pretty crazy. It's 1218. And now we wait and see. So I think the ball's in the Bulls' court here. Bears want to keep it down here. Honestly, I think it's really reasonable to expect it to at least come back up to 154.90. Like, if I was a bear here, I would want to keep it in this bottom area going into the close as opposed to letting it get up here. I think it's a little bit unreasonable. I think it's very unreasonable to try to stop the price from coming up anywhere here at all. Maybe they're able to do it. I feel like it's pretty unreasonable after 2 hours of like just straight down, or 3 hours of practically straight down. I think it's fairly unreasonable for them to. So just give it a little bit of room and try to keep it in this area right here, and then try to go for a 4 hour end or 4 hour start under tomorrow. I think would look pretty nice, and then bulls can try maybe to shoot for a close somewhere up here, and then maybe a start up here tomorrow. Or maybe we just run into what we ran into last week, where, you know, we just do our thing and then we finally start and then we go. So we'll see. Destiny GG video on YouTube. I'll have to watch that later tonight. It's kind of nice, like, not having a lot of time for stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely been a nice day for you. Nice entry, a nice exit. Waited a little bit. It did hold stuff on the edge. I think you ended up getting out where it wasn't the same place, but I think you getting out was a really good choice. Ow, god damn it. Fucking cut myself almost. I'm messing around with, like, I don't know if you guys can see it. It's this thing to get stuff out of, like, whoops, like small pieces of stuff. Oh, whoops, do I not have my display source thing up? Whoops, my bad. I thought I had this up. You can see I had this, like, thing to get, it's like a tool. You can use it on your teeth. You have, like, tartar or something. You can use it for, like, you know, like, small electronics. You're trying to get something out. It's sharp as hell. I almost cut myself. Oops. Oh, excuse me. I'm glad that at least they didn't waste too much time. We'll see if this actually pans out. I'm interested to see if we end up here. If we end up here, it'd be weird if we ended down here, especially after all of this. But within these two ranges, which seem likely, I wonder if we'll end here, Kind of interested to see which one will happen. So I think it's important where we start, but just, you know, thinking about possibilities for tomorrow. Bitcoin's funny as hell. Jesus Christ. This is why I say it's hilarious as hell that they just shot it down. So we'll see. I have a decent idea of this trend. All this has to do is end somewhere. I mean, who knows? It could even be higher. But all this really has to do is end, I think, at 20,000. I don't even think it needs to end at 20,000. It's like 150 or something. 95, 215. Oh no, that's like 220. That's 120. So 120. So 19,075. 19,975 is where the next one will be. So right here. So it just needs to start at least at, it needs to end and start at least at 1975, 19,975. We'll see what happens though. Anything can happen, right? So, but just try to play for what seems most reasonable. That's all you can do. God, it's just weird seeing Apple here and seeing like Apple on a 4-hour where it is, like here, and it's just weird. Like I'll say this: if we hit up top first and then we came down here, I would actually be incredibly worried. Like incredibly worried. If we actually just like pushed up first and then came down. Like if we managed to push up and then come down, obviously, because if we push up, it's, you know, it's also a high chance that they could just keep it in this area for the rest of the day. It's just weird seeing Bitcoin down like 2% out of nowhere. Must have sounded crazy on Agri.trade. That's for sure. We got what? Minute 20 seconds till we get the next profit. Whatchamacallit? We have a minute and 20 seconds until the next profit. And where's the other one? Where are my usuals? There we go. If you do this one on, it looks so different if you do this on YouTube. So here, let me see if I can, like I can show you guys real quick. I don't know if it'll pop up. I think it will here because it's in the bottom right. Oh, I'm not on right now. Dang it. If you do on YouTube, it's like a completely different face. It's a completely different arm. It's like a man with a mirror instead of it looking like a woman with a mirror. It's kind of weird. poor Richie's having a heart attack over here from the comment 18 minutes ago. Even if we did go down, Richie, I still think it was a decent spot. So even if we do end up going down, I still think it's a decent spot. Because you always have a chance to enter another short if you really want to. But at least let's do it underneath stuff, right? So I think this is a good kind of like, thing just to have happen anyway. Regardless of the direction we go, we can still anticipate some things and navigate our positions a little bit better in this manner and not worry as much. So I think one of the biggest things for this too is we've been going down for 3 hours and there's only like 6.5 hours in a day. We've been going down for like straight almost like half the day already. We've been going down for over half of the current time period in the day. A little bit over. Just a little bit. No stress, no stress, no stress. That's why sometimes for these I don't really like to look at them. But I guess one thing also like that plays into this, like I said, anything can happen, is we have a lot of people that bought calls at the top. So like I said before, we'll see what happens with everything, but I don't know if we really need to. I don't know. It feels like it'd be so soon to push down. Not like we can't, but it feels like it'd be super soon to push down, considering all the top buying. I feel like with a lot of top buying, we haven't like fallen out of that top section. I feel like why would they want to continue pushing it up or pushing it down? I feel like if anything, they'd want to try to push it up as much as possible to regain losses, at least to try to break even or reduce the price of puts. I mean, I feel like even as a bear, like if I was in any sort of hedge fund or whatever, that would be my strategy. Let's try to turn stuff around and wreck the price of puts. Options in general with consolidation, but just also puts. So, well, I guess any direction you're going, consolidation is going to hit it the hardest. So, in this case was puts. That's who went really hard down over the last day. Let's see if there's anything to look at. This could be like Bitcoin from yesterday, and I don't know if I want to like sit with my thumb up my butt and watch something just slowly trend up. So, our Bitcoin last night. I do think it's funny though that it's just like trending back, trending back, trending back. Someone blew their load. What happened here? Where's the, it's too late for Agrodot trade. What's that whale thing? No, not whale tracker. Isn't there a Bitcoin liquidation Twitter, I think? Let me see. The hell is this? I guess maybe because it happened so recently. I thought there was, let me check chat. I thought there was something on Twitter where they said like Bitcoin liquidations would show up. Does anyone know? I swear I thought there was one. Someone must have gotten liquidated not too long ago. I'll check Agrodot trade. It's not going to show me the liquidation itself, but still. Kind of funny seeing it on Agrodot trade. Let me bring it up real quick. You feeling a little bit better now, Richie, that we got a reversal when you sold the shorts? This is pretty wild, eh? Do I have it up? Yeah. Look at the drop. It's kind of funny to see on. God, messing my back up. I can't sit like that. God damn it. I should call myself bad posture, boys. Jesus Christ. I'm getting my creatine. It's like way after. Okay, unless that alarm's gonna go off. I'll be back. It looks like we're probably just gonna slow trend up for the rest of the day. We'll see what happens. If anything, the fight should be right here. So, you know, if anything, I think this makes sense for people to try to short it back down because it's just a halfway point. It makes also sense from this, you know, and this that you know bears wouldn't be fighting for this position, especially after this. They'd be fighting for this position, and I think we might get a better idea of which way we're going to go. But I don't think a lot's going to change. If we end somewhere around here, I still think it's going to be pretty unlikely that we start somewhere under here. Likewise, even if we start somewhere here, unless we're at the, you know, here looks likely maybe for here, here for here. But I think at the end of the day, there's a lot to gain for it to just sit in this range for both bears and bulls here, you know. So I don't think a lot's really going to change too much. So I'll be right back in a second. Oy. Oh, my back, man. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Crack. Oh, crack, crack, crack. Holy shit. If I had the microphone up to my back, you would have heard. I really need to work on my posture. It's fine when I stand up, but when I sit down, it is absolutely the worst. Do you think maybe you guys do have worse posture? I don't know. But my posture is pretty bad. It's pretty up there. All right, I'll be back in a second. I need to take a creatine break real quick. Oh, whoops! I didn't even say anything. I've been muted. Anyway, it's just an aggregation of a bunch of these different places. So you see, it has BitMEX, Binance, Bitstamp. I guess Poloniex doesn't do anything, but you see OKEX, GDAX. So it's like an aggregate of all of these, and it'll show you it'll show you the shorts. I can't remember what's the liquidation. It makes a sound for some of this stuff, but it's just like an aggregate of all these different things for it. So, but like it makes a really nice sound. I think it's muted. Yeah, you hear that? I don't know if it's loud enough. I don't want to turn it too loud, but it's like it kind of sounds satisfying sometimes when it sounds kind of satisfying when it moves a lot, because it's like we'll see if it does it in a second. If not, I'll get rid of it. I don't really care about it. I used to look at it to try to trade, but it's not the best way to trade at all. It doesn't make sense trading this way. But I mean, it looks sketchy, like it could fall off a cliff, so maybe we'll hear that. I just wanted to drop, and then I can get out of it. But it's kind of cool to be able to see like how many, all these big orders that are going through for this stuff, like back and forth. Now a lot of these, I don't know, could be, I don't know, washed. I don't know if you can wash futures. I can't imagine you couldn't. I'll wait for it to drop to here, see if it drops, and I'll just switch it out. But when you have stuff like this, it's like, it's really satisfying to hear. Anyway, let me get out of it because I don't care. But that's that. Telling you, this creatine's like taking amphetamines or crack sometimes. It's pretty wild. We'll see if it gives me energy. I'm pretty pooped right now, so I don't know if it will. I'm not going to be on later than 4:15 today. I got something to do later tonight, and I also have to just get some sleep after the stream because of that also. And I'm just tired. I try to sleep with some music, and I just can't do it. I have to sleep with no music. It used to work, but maybe it never really did work. I don't know. Man, I just did not feel like I got good sleep, and that's why I feel like crap right now. Exercising doesn't help, too, because it makes me even more tired. But you gotta do what you gotta do. It's crazy, man. Feels like amphetamines right now. Watch, look at me now, and then look at me in about 5-10 minutes. I'm telling you, I'm gonna have energy for a little bit. It's gonna be kind of weird. Boy. Yep. That's what I do, actually. I have a Spotify podcast thing for that, and I have a specific one I play every time that I really want to go to sleep. That's what I've been doing as a reason. It makes a big difference. I used to have a noise machine when I was younger.
that stuff. This is a pretty ugly 15-minute start here. We'll see what happens. I like the idea that we bounced at a perfect spot and we have a lot of good support under us from that perspective. I don't like this 15-minute candle though, so this will be pretty interesting. I think on kind of more of a macro sense towards the end of the day, it has more of a chance to push up where it is, but on this 15-minute candle, it's just really ugly. Really ugly. Surprised to see a little bit of this extra selling to push us down. I'm surprised seeing selling here instead of selling here. I mean, even if we think about it, it would make sense that this would kind of be our top. So even from there, it's kind of weird that we wouldn't see selling here or like selling here. So I'm not really sure what they're trying to do here. This will be interesting to see. Definitely a little weird. I mean, they have to push it down from here. Take 4 FMA instead. What's 4 FMA? That's like some weird supplement. I'm not doing that. Let me see what it is. 4 FMA. Let me see. Oh, what's up, Stevie? It's good to see you. 4 FMA. What is that? Oh, I don't. A stimulant. I'm not taking that. No way. It's not an actual amphetamine. It's just creatine. I'm just taking creatine. I'm not trying to take any crazy drugs. So, and I'm just taking my creatine on I'm just in my loading phase right now. So, but I've noticed when I take it, it gives me like more so than just like energy. It also, I think it more so gives me mental energy. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't actually feel like I have more energy to move or do anything. I still feel like shit. But I do feel like I have a lot more mental energy. But yeah, no, I'm not messing with any of that stuff. I don't want to mess with any drug. I've been pretty clean. I haven't drank, no smoking, no drinking, for 3 weeks, 21 days, 22 days, and what time is it? 22 days and 5 hours. Ugh. Last time I drank, I had an 18% beer in the morning at 10:30. So, no thank you. You know. But yeah, I haven't even had caffeine or anything. So, ooh, but I do need to get my sleep, man. It's crazy. I can stay up and I'll be fine. But man, I need to get that nap. I usually don't nap afterwards, which is kind of the issue also as well. And this whole loading phase, splitting it every 4 hours, has definitely been a little tough as well for me. But once I'm done with it, I think Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So today's day 4, I think. Shoot, dude, I don't even remember when I started. I think Monday was the first day. I had to go back and watch the streams. I'll go back and watch the streams. It's nice to be fat, I guess. I figure it's kind of nice to have weight on people. You don't have to worry about bulking up. I don't know about, like, weight, though. I mean, if it's, like, healthy. I don't know about, like, super unhealthy fat or anything like that. Unhealthy weight, it wouldn't be fun. I mean, me recovering from, like, health issues earlier this year, it's definitely tough. It's definitely crazy. I feel for people that are out of shape. It's not easy. You gotta take stuff seriously. You gotta take it easy. But at the same time, I mean, what I would tell for anyone that's out of shape is diet. And after you just diet properly for a little bit, you want to work out because you have that energy. Or you want to, like, move around and do stuff. But for me, personally, anyway, diet is so big. I mean, it's just so big. I don't really understand why we got pushed back down to the line before coming back up to the top. I don't really get that. And you definitely can't be talking about me because I'm not fat. I'm like 6'1". I think I've actually been absorbing some of the creatine as like water weight. I feel like it because even so, it's not that much bigger, but my bicep feels a little bit bigger. But I don't feel like I've really done anything, so I think a lot of this could be just the creatine with the water. I put on 3 pounds, I think, yesterday, something like that. I'm not the guy. What I would do is ask Tori, you know. Oh, whoops, my bad. I have this page over the chart. Thanks, man. My bad about that. I'm sorry. My bad. What I was saying earlier, I'll just get it over. Thanks, Trader. Thanks, Trader. No, thank you so much for saying that. Like I said, my mental energy is like dead, man. So I appreciate you saying that. And for some reason, I have to figure out something with my monitor because for some reason my graphics card doesn't want to play nice and doesn't want to allow me to send something. Actually, what it probably is I think my monitor is set in high def resolution, or I have a TV. I think that's in high def resolution, and I think when I have that in high def, because there's no setting for the monitor, it freaks out with my AMD software. But I usually have the OBS on that. That's what I used to do anyway, so I appreciate it. Long story short, I didn't see it, so I appreciate you pointing that out. But like I was saying before, I don't understand why we sold down here to here instead of just selling like even if we don't look at nothing here, like even if we have nothing, right, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to sell here as opposed to something back up in this area. And especially when we look in the context from here, it seems even weirder. So I don't really get what their shtick was here, you know. But whatever, it kind of is what it is. Boy, man, pooped. What do we have? How many ticks left? 1 hour so far. Yeah, so we got 4 more whole 15-minute ticks. It's looking okay for, I feel like it's in between for bulls and bears. I mean, it still feels like at the end of the day, we're pretty much just ending up in the middle of this right here. Like, that's where it feels like, right in this area. Or we could just say right where this line is. Feels like we have a pretty cemented foundation here to push up for the next 1, 2, 3, 4 candles. So I don't think we're going to see a really bearish opening tomorrow. We'll see though. We'll have a better idea where everything ends. And obviously we'll be able to vision where things start, so it's not going to be that crazy, but boy. And maybe they will be able to keep it down here. It just feels really weird to, like, I don't know, it feels really weird to keep the price down here. We'll see what happens. I don't really care. It doesn't make much sense though. For bulls, I mean bears, I could see that they want to do it. I would imagine that some bulls would try to come in though in this last hour and try to at least even us off and get us fighting back up here. And it also seems kind of weird when we do something like this, and then we come down to try to keep it pushing down. Feels like it's just creating a lot of unneeded pressure to push the price like way up. I'm not saying it's going to, because that'd be weird, and it doesn't make sense to even like play this. Not like this from down here, but it doesn't make sense to, I don't even know what I was saying, doesn't matter, I'm a little tired. Boy. It's just something that's not really too important, so nothing really changes. If we see it end under, pretty much we can see it start down here tomorrow. I think we can get something to push us down a little bit to here, which is pretty nice. We have our other 4 hours, so if we can get a 4-hour start down here, it'd be pretty nice. And we also have our week time frame, so then we can kind of close this also as well in that same 150 range. That will have the 4-hour in, so I think that'll be pretty nice. But I think it's more likely to kind of see something like that tomorrow, if, depending what happens with stuff. So, VIX is kind of on the edge still. You know, could push in. If it ends in this area between 27, 35, maybe we have a chance. I mean, it could just open up here anyway, and we could take that as a bear signal, you know, and we'll probably see something start under in conjunction, but it just seems more likely still that we'll play this area. We'll see though. We got a whole hour left. Bulls have an hour to push it up. 80 cents, not even. It's like not a lot. So I'm surprised we're even still down here. I'm really surprised we're even still down here. Very surprised we're still down here. especially with that last sell, or the last 15-minute candle. It's nice not needing to look at the market to look at the market. I don't even know if there's anything important to look at. Let's see. Like besides Apple, I don't know. Oh, CFVI is up 10%. That's interesting. I haven't looked at that in ages. Meta's down. No one likes you, Meta. Matterport's down. No one likes Matterport. Rideshare still held its price pretty well. That's kind of surprising. When I looked at this earlier, it was still 8%. Right now, it's still 8% too. Ooh, Tesla looks like it might. It'll be interesting to see what happens with this. I'd like to see it start right around here, even though I don't like this high wick. I do like that this is higher than here at least. The rest of the market doesn't open up well. Tesla might just run into the same issue that it ran into the last couple of times, though. Unfortunate. Oh, excuse me. Ah, Devon. Energy. Almost. Man, talk about a wild ride. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Ooh, wow. Not the best start. You know what bothers me the most of the Do Kwon case is that he already is a multi-millionaire at 10 million. You know, people would cut off the right hand for that, but I guess money corrupts some people so much that they would risk go to jail. It's, I mean, but, you know, I mean, I think a lot of it is just people's mindset individually, because 10 million, like, 10 million's a lot to, like, you or me. But once you're like a millionaire and then you hang out with people that are millionaires, or you're going to want to hang out, generally as a successful person, you're going to want to hang out with people that are more successful than you know, and kind of a negative thing about that in a sense is that you're always putting yourself, to be in a successful position, you're always putting yourself around people that are better than you or have more than you in a sense. So, you know, if you're really striving and succeeding for that, if you're a millionaire with 10 million, you're probably around other people that are at least millionaires or more, you know, so your range of people that you're around probably goes up. It could be possible too that 10 million is only so much. I mean, if we really kind of look at it, 10 million is only so much in the grand scheme of things. I mean, there's a lot of different ways I could look at it from to see why people would want more and more and more and more. I don't think it's that out of the way. Why not? You know, you have 10 million, why not more? Or maybe that, you know, you have that much money and you just think you're better than other people at that point. I can see a lot of different ways to like kind of spin it, or that I think are fairly reasonable for people to look at. So I almost see something exceeding what I actually thought. I'm actually a little bit surprised by this. This will be interesting to see where we end. Like I said, at the end of the day, I don't really care because we'll see where we start tomorrow, and that's really the determinant thing. Like, this was pretty obvious at the start. Obviously, when we have something all the way up here, we can figure that we're going to push down, you know, and as long as the stop is somewhere above here, there's no issue, and then it makes sense to get out here. You know, we had this 130 where we couldn't get what we wanted. It makes sense for this to push down. So this is kind of the first thing, if we keep pushing down, that doesn't make sense about the whole day. So this will be interesting. This will make sense to me, though, as long as if we switch over and just shoot the F up, this will make sense. But if we don't shoot up before the end of the day, this will definitely be a little bit odd outside of like some of the possibilities that I was thinking about or looking for. Though, I would say also at the end of the day, if bears really can't start us under here, even though this does give us the best chance, I do still think, here we'll put on the 4 hour because it's just a little bit clearer. Let me do this, get rid of that as well. But like if we do start under, I mean, if we, obviously like ending the day here gives us the best chance to start under. But, I mean, if we do just start in some one of these places over here tomorrow, I mean, it only has one way to go up, so that is also another possibility. I just don't understand why bears would. To me, it makes more sense to have it up here and have a downwards trend going into tomorrow instead of having us on the bottom of something. But I don't know. I want to call this dumb buying and I want to call a bunch of idiots, but it's like at the end of the day, I'm starting myself to get a little question, or I'm starting to question like what's going on here. It's starting to make me think like, is this really like where we're going down? Because like not in my wildest dreams would I imagine is going down right here today. So it's just a little weird, you know. Yeah, it is never enough. For some people, it's never enough, but it depends what your goals are. And like I think people that have like I like for me, I'm more interested in what people's idealistic goals are. Like what do they want to achieve mentally in a state, and how can money help them achieve that, or like ideally and like how they want to affect themselves or the people around them, as opposed to like I want to get rich or I want a car or something, because that doesn't really tell me much about people. But that does tell me a lot about people, but it doesn't tells me a lot about them, but it also doesn't tell me a lot about them. A lot of people that would say that are kind of like surface level, in my opinion, or are people that would usually aren't good people to be around, because they're the type of people that get power and then they're not gonna like they have their own plans. When they get they're only with you because they have no power, and the second they get any actual power, they're gonna use that on whoever they can to get what they want to get. That's how I usually see those kind of people, to be honest. But I also don't trust people that say, I want to help the world and save the world. I don't trust those people, because I also think those people are, dang, you only ate 300 calories today, man? You should see what, I don't know if there's a way to see what your calories are, or your calorie intake level is already. It's pretty crazy. Look, my veins are kind of coming back after just getting healthy for a little bit. I don't know if you can see it. I'm getting some of my veins back already in my arm, and I should have them on this side, but not as much. Let me see. Well, it's kind of like over here. Nah, you can't really see them. But in my left side, they're kind of coming back a little bit, which is cool. I got the, like, you know what I mean, on the back side or whatever. I think it's, the loss of weight and just working out, though. I don't think it's the creatine or anything. What the hell is this, bro? Oh, it's banana. I was like, what is this disgusting looking thing? And it was a little bit of a piece of a banana. It's kind of weird to see it for a second and not know what that was. A little bit gross. True. You should eat more. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how many calories you burn a day. I know my metabolism is like really, my metabolism's really high. So, like, I have to try to eat to put weight on, you know? Man, these people are wild. What is with all the selling? Crazy, man. Like, it literally means nothing to me here. I don't care. It's the end of the day, but it's just weird. Definitely screwing anyone over that wanted to, like, not switch to a long, but anyone that wanted to switch to, like, a call option at the bottom. It's definitely giving them a lot of trouble. I mean, I'm fine not having a high metabolism. I'd rather be able to put weight on. It's just self-discipline, to be honest. That's what a lot of it comes down to. I would rather be able to eat less and put on weight instead of needing to eat more to put on weight. I have zero idea what my my BMR is or metabolism rate is. I actually have zero idea how many calories I burned there or whatever. It's gotta be high though. It's gotta be high. But then, I don't know. My body only needs so much. I feel like my actual weight is 160 to like 165.
And I feel like at most 170 is like my body weight, like my natural body weight. Anything above that just feels like I'm eating an unnatural amount, or it's just like stomach aches. Or I used to be able to do it when I got high a lot, but that's not fun, nor is it something that I want to do. Like I could destroy food when I got high. I think the craziest thing I've ever had a long time ago was a septuple baconator from Wendy's. And so a septuple baconator, for you guys that don't know that but know what a septuple means, is yes, it is exactly what you think it means. It's a frickin' patty with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What do we see around here? Pretty much. Something like that, maybe. No, that's horrible. I don't know why this doesn't look right, but whatever. It's 7 patties. 7 patty burger. That's the most I ever had before at one time for Wendy's. And I ate it in 10 minutes. Crazy. But I was like high as heck, so. But I don't know if I even ate anything the rest of the day. I don't remember. Bro, these people right now make me actually want to just straight buy. Like, I'm actually going to check what calls are for tomorrow. I'm actually going to just buy a call right now, I think. Like an way out of the money call. Because these dudes are keeping it down here way too long. If I lose a little bit of money on it, I don't care. And the way they're treating this is like we're sitting here way too long. They're building up the base here. They're allowing this base to get built up way too much. If we go up, I'm not saying we're going to like shoot up, but it'll be something that plays in my favor mainly. You know what I mean? So we'll see. Why is this SPY the last thing? I never did a trade on this SPY. If it says sell to open, I'm going to be pissed. Let me click a random one. If it says sell to open. Okay, buy to open. Thank God. Like, if I'm going to buy something, like I said, I'm pretty sure, like I said before, I'm pretty sure I can actually adjust. Actually, let me see this first. So what's 160? Oh man, 160 is way up there. 157 and 70. Ugh. It might be too late since we're starting to push up. These are all pretty expensive still, to be honest. We have so much to get through. I'm not messing with it, so I'm not. It's not worth it overnight. So like a couple of these are a little too expensive. I'm not gonna pay for a 160. So 160 is $17 for 100 contracts. Or I guess like 17 cents, whatever you want to look at it for. And then right here is like my issue is like this looks like a great base to try to push up tomorrow, but I still want to see a 4-hour start here before I think we're going to get any sort of movement upwards. And then like for here, I still think we need a day start here to get any sort of movement upwards. So it's like if I get a 160, even if we start up here, it's not really going to do much. Maybe I'll maybe go up a little bit more. And the thing is, I don't want to put like $50 per call on something to get a 157.50. That's like we might run into the same issue tomorrow morning. You know, it's not going to get as much. It's not going to gain as much as what I wanted. So I'm not messing with any of those. It's just not worth it. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. It's just not worth it to do that. So. Now long here isn't that bad, I don't think, but it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing. It's fine. Now, I mean, heck, the luckiest thing, which is a Hail Mary play, 14-piece party bucket, bro. God damn, you're a monster. Okay, let me actually see. 14. Let me look at that. What are we talking about? 14-piece party bucket. What are we talking about? Is that KFC? Sounds like, is that a Popeyes? KFC, 14-piece party bucket. Oh. I reject all. Yeah, no cookies. Bitch. They're trying to go, oh my god, that looks good, dude. I can't do it because it's going to give me like heartburn or sodium issues, high blood pressure, weird. But dang, man, dude.
No way. No way. I could see if you're talking about the 14-piece bucket itself, or unless you're saying you had this over like 2 days or something, or 3 days, I could see it. But wow, this looks good. Oh my gosh, let me bring this up. This looks so good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. This looks, oh. So this looks disgusting, and this is degenerate as hell. I don't like Pepsi or Pepsi Max. I'd rather have Pepsi with sugar than Pepsi Max. I'd rather have Pepsi with sugar and dilute it than I'd rather have the fake stuff. If it's stevia, I'm okay with it. I don't like high fructose, or not high fructose, aspartame, I think is what they put in this. But this looks hella good. Oh, this looks okay. Salad looks pretty decent. I think it's interesting that I would have made this a little bit bigger. I think they're kind of cheap. And anyone eating this much meat really should have this much salad. I think we can kind of see like a big issue here. Why is there such a small salad? And I'm not saying it's like, obviously it's wrong to eat all this, but like, I actually think it's a lot better if you're gonna eat trashy food if you just eat also like a crap ton of veggies. But it's almost like, why do you even have a veggie thing here? Why? Like it's almost like a mockery in a sense to have all these veggies here. But these fillets look great. These chicken legs look, or drumsticks or whatever, so good. Oh my gosh. I don't know about how I feel about the hot wings, but like my mouth is watering a little bit looking at this. It's definitely really good. It looks so good. Oh man. I'm not gonna get it done. I'll never eat it, but still, it looks so good. Like dang, actually good. But it looks good. I can dream, right? Like it's not something I'm gonna have, but I can at least dream. So I'll never eat like that kind of food again. But I can at least kind of imagine what it tastes like, in a sense. Dude, what are these people doing, man? We got what, 30 minutes left? No, we got another 48 minutes left. I mean, people like, they gotta know. I'm not saying it's not gonna go down. I don't know. Anything can happen, but I mean, they gotta know that they gotta know that they're like right above here, right? Just seems weird to sell here. No. Nah, it wasn't worth it. It was a waste of money. Because even if we have something push up tomorrow, the 160s are a pretty nice price, but it's way too far out of the money. And like, even if we have a decent start tomorrow, at best, if we can end somewhere here, I think it's possible we could start maybe even up here, or, we could just continue this. But my issue is a 160 is not going to get me anything tomorrow if we're just dicking around here. A 157.50 is around 60, at 60 bucks for each, and that's just way too high also, because our key place we're looking for is something that starts a 4-hour above here. And I'm not going to waste any money on like a 155.50 because I don't think it looks that amazing. Like, it's 150 bucks. I'm not going to throw 150 bucks on the table for like a gamble. That doesn't look like the only thing that looks good about this is the fact that they keep buying here. That's the only thing. Nothing else about it looks good, So, and we have a lot of extra resistance on us, which is really weird. So, but no, I didn't buy it. Like, I looked at the prices of it, and then I just reassessed and just went, no, it's definitely not worth it. It's not worth it. So, and like I said, I'm waiting for the, 4-hour change, which we'll see tomorrow. So if we start under, I'll almost for sure get a put, depending on where stuff is, almost for sure. I'll be on 15 minutes before anyway, so I'll say what I'm going to do before I do it anyway tomorrow. And we also have to see where we start, so. Because we are technically still trending up, but might actually break it short term anyway. They can push us down a little bit more. We still have a lower low here than we do here. I actually might be in the same price at this point. Yeah, I think it was the same exact price. Might not have been actually. This might have been 3. It's hard to tell. But it was probably the same price before it came down. So, but, ooh, now we actually have a bearish end on the first 15 minute. This will be interesting to see what they do with this. This is a little bit out of the expectations. I'm not sure why they're trying to push it down this much. We don't really have anything crazy going on with the VIX. It's trying to push up a little bit, but nothing really too crazy. So it definitely just seems a little premature still for me. You know. But I mean, hey, maybe if we end in here, I don't care at the end of the day. Like if we start up here at the VIX, then like okay, I'll expect to move downwards on the market. It kind of just is what it is. And so maybe this little push down will get us to end here, and that'll give us a better chance to start up here tomorrow. But I don't know. I mean, we could literally just push all the way back up. Who knows? So I think it's not that bad to take if someone wanted to take a short on this switch over here. So this is the first 15 minute that we actually have that started under on the day. It's a little bit suspicious though. A little suspicious. And I think on the longer time frame we have, what is it? Like we have this here. So hopefully they don't. One kind of concern is if we do push it down to like 49, we can see here on the right side, we still get a higher high, and we do have this, like I was saying before, we do have this trend line, you know, from before. So I just don't think it's super wise to push it into this trend line today. You know, it doesn't seem super wise to me, because we can hit the trend line at like 59 or 54 or whatever, have a decent bounce that gets us all the way back up if anyone wants to buy in that trend line, which I still think it looks pretty attractive for people to do so. And then, you know, just kind of knock anyone else that would short out here. So this area just seems a little bit dangerous for me, like at the end of the day. We'll see what happens, though. That's just how I feel about it personally right now. So I think we'll get a pretty decent idea, though, also, not just with the VIX and where the stuff starts, but with Bitcoin, too, as well. Bitcoin struggling under that day, or if we see Bitcoin end under that day, we should push down pretty hard. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we had the first bearish kind of sign on this 15 minute. So, like, I mean, this is why I look at Apple instead of other stuff, because usually when it hits one of these inflection points, everything else just follows with it. So it's not like I'm just looking at Apple to try to trade Apple. I'm just looking at Apple because it's the most convenient thing to be able to just look at the whole market, even more so than an indice, in my opinion. You know? So, like I said, we have this here that we could still bounce on, so we'll see what happens with it. So, I can't remember. No, the bottom one was the one that got slightly adjusted, so the bottom one's the one I don't completely trust. This one's locked, luckily. So we'll see. What is it at again? 50, 49? So it's like a 49, 47. So I think the best thing for the bull or bears would be to leave it here and just not let it drop into 153.49. I think 49, so I think if they can leave it in this range, that looks pretty good for bears to kind of maybe have Bitcoin not look good tomorrow, or like not look good going into its day time frame, and maybe we can have some similarities kind of going on with that, or you know, some things line up. So maybe if Bitcoin looks bad or unsalvageable, maybe there's less of a reason to kind of keep the market up. You know, and then maybe, you know, in that sense, even if it's only like 2 or 5% of in people's minds, it's still something that could factor in. But hopefully, like I said, for the bears, I think the best thing at this point is to not let it hit down there. We do have about 40 minutes left, so I could see this hitting down there and turning around possibly. They could just drop under it. I mean, that's another thing too. That seems a little bit less likely, because that's just a big drop. I mean, we've dropped ever since, well, 11:30 to like 2:15, somewhere around there, and then, you know, we had this nice bounce, so like okay stuff, a lot of extra bearishness on it there, which is still weird. Like, I still think it was weird. I still don't know why we didn't just have the sells up in this area and then push it down. It still seems weird to me that it got sold down so quickly. But we'll see what happens. So, kind of is what it is. We have, what, 3 more 15-minute candles here? I almost kind of hope they do push it down to 49. I'm almost interested to see, because that kind of gives it a chance to push back up. I would like to see another bullish move up, personally, even if it's not huge. Because everything looks like it would just go up to kind of come back down again, which is kind of nice. And then we come down. I still think if we go up to come back down, we go up and we come down so hard as opposed to if we just kind of go down. But we'll kind of see anyway. That's the only reason why I really would like this to go up a little bit more. I think it's a lot more likely to have a greater down. If we go down, I don't want to get stopped somewhere. I just want to go NASDAQ 9.2, SPY 315, Dow like 26, 25K for the bounces. I don't really want to waste time and be like, oh, the Dow bounces at like frickin' 28,000. Like, no, like let's not go 10% down and like have some crazy bounce and a continued trend. Let's drop off the cliff. So we'll see what they do here. But this is the first bad candle that we've seen since the bounce at 215. 215? I don't remember. When did we come down? Was it 2? I do think this is oversold anyway, but as long as we don't come down here, I think there's a great chance that we won't get knocked back up through here. So we bounced at 2. So 2 and then like switched over 215. And then we started going down at what? 11:15? Yeah, so 3 hours. And then we start getting some up and then just straight down from there. So hopefully we don't hit 49. Might not need to, but hopefully it doesn't hit 49. Because if I was someone that wanted to buy on the trend line or anywhere around there, do you think of it as support? I certainly wouldn't touch it right now. The longer it sits here, the worse it looks. But this does have the potential with all the extra selling. I don't know. We'll see what happens. There's a lot of things that could happen. A lot of things seem to be deviating more and more. I mean, at the end of the day, we can press back up. We can push because this is just like weird buying. And we've never really dealt with anything here. So, we'll see. Preferably, I'd like to see that because it just makes more sense, but I think they have a decent chance to try to do something here, though. I still think the bears have a decent chance, even though this is ugly selling here, and the fact that, in the sense that we didn't just let it come above, so. Now, if we did this up here, if we actually let it, or if they actually let it hit the day up here and then shorted it, I'm pretty sure we'd probably be falling almost through most of the stuff, or we'd probably be somewhere under here right now. It's kind of like another weird case that they should have just let it get sold a couple more cents, like another 12 cents before they pushed it up, but we'll see what happens. Everything still looks okay. It's so boring, man. I don't know. At least in the morning, when everything up to this was like pretty standard. This is just weird buying, weird selling. Or not weird buying. The buying makes sense. The selling doesn't. The only quip I would have with the buyers is not letting it drop another 12 cents, and I don't think that's really a huge deal. I think the buyers have been buying at a great spot ever since 215. I don't know why the sellers. Maybe it's just been buyers that were selling. Honestly, maybe it's not people shorting or whatever or selling up even higher. Maybe it's man, I'm losing so much hair. It's pretty crazy. Oh well, everybody loses hair once sooner or later. Well, these buyers have been buying fine ever since 215. But they did stupid buying here. This was a dumb candle. That's not reflected in how dumb the buying was. But this is all really nice buying here. Alright, we have next 15 minutes. When does that start? 5 minutes from now. So we'll have 2 extra candles after this. Be interesting to see where this starts. They can get back above. It can possibly. I definitely think it can shoot up. So, like I said before, at the end of the day, none of this matters to me. I just want to see a restart. Beyond, oh my bad. Beyond the idea of what targets might we hit, it doesn't matter. For the video that I put out later. I mean, at the end of the day, none of this means anything to me because, like, even if I was gonna do something off of Bitcoin, like, I don't really care. Like, I'm gonna wait till the end. I would wait till the end of the day anyway to see what we're doing here. You know, I wouldn't go like, oh, this is here now. Now let's definitely do that. Doesn't make sense to me. Anyway, 3 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. I'm not sure what candle makes us look any worse, to be honest. I'm not sure how you make the start of the next candle look bad. Like, I feel it's like such a like we started out like the start of this 15-minute wick looked really nice for a short. Almost anywhere this ends though with the current candle. Yo, what's up, Shiraj? Wow, what's up, Shiraj? I'm doing pretty good. It's good to see you back in here. Kartik 9838. It's good to see you in here, man. It's been an okay day. It's been pretty straightforward on a lot of stuff. Nothing really too crazy. The last, what is it, last hour and 15 minutes has been crazy as hell. It's been all over the place. I don't understand. A lot of it's been really weird, so. But most of it's just been pretty chill. We're just looking for a 4-hour. A lot of this feels like last week right now. Except for the last 15 minutes. Well, it depends. We'll have to see where we start. This last 15 minutes does seem like a slight deviation. I think last week when we had something like this, the 4 hours is what kept us up, but we are technically under one of them. The 4 hour currently, the 375 closest one in Apple is at, if I remember correctly, it's 154.16, I believe. So we are under that. I was just kind of waiting, going through and seeing what's going on. But besides that, I'm good. I didn't get a lot of sleep, so I gotta go to sleep after this. But besides the sleep stuff, I've been doing pretty well. Definitely tired though, but that's about it. So we'll see. Just kind of waiting. I think I'll bring my head up in like 1 minute when whatchamacallit, when I can actually, when we have a new 15. Nah. I could in the morning. I was talking to someone and I just kind of got lazy, to be honest. The only place in the morning was, the only time in the morning was the first 5 minutes we hit right here. This is the only time that seemed appropriate for calls all day. I think it was 9:35 switch. Where's today? So you can see, this is 9:35. This is the only time to get a call. To be honest, like, anything sold here is fine. Anything sold here is fine. This is kind of high up and pretty wild. And it's the same thing as before. But no, I didn't mess with anything today. So I'm not really too worried about it. So, like I said, I might put money aside one of these. I might probably think about doing that one of these days, is just putting money aside and just being bored, just trying to aggressively trade it. But I'm just waiting for the 4-hour end over or above, pretty much, on a lot of this stuff. And then, you know, pretty much just going off that, just being patient. Same thing as like up here, you know what I mean? Now, if I did get something here, I would have, well, I didn't like it, but I would have gotten caught, so. But ever since we failed to get above on the 4-hour change, which is right here, you know, bears want to go down, bulls want to, oh, this is actually a great place to have it be horrible to end. We'll see what happens. I mean, obviously we could have a wick down here, but out of all the places, this is actually really good. I actually like this. I was thinking like here, I was like, it all seemed kind of decent. But this definitely looks ugly as hell. I like it. I really like it. We'll see what happens. It feels like it actually has a little bit of character, though, to be honest. Like, this candle seems a little bit more directional. We'll see what happens, though. I mean, we still haven't hit the 49, so I'm interested to see. Hopefully we go and hit it. I'm interested to see what happens at 158.49. To see if we actually get anything around there. What is this? Switch this back to the 4-hour. Like right here. Oh, excuse me. We do have the VIX up in that 27, 21 range. It does pose a possibility of being really bearish. I think we'll see the same kind of thing. Like we could see Bitcoin yesterday starting in a reasonable place to try to get picked up by the market. And then we saw the market trend up with that. So I think if we see Bitcoin really ugly, we'll see how much time, if there is time to be had. But I don't know how much Bitcoin would drive the market itself. But we could have a really ugly day tomorrow. Not as ugly as I would have liked personally if we do. A lot of it's the same thing. I'm pretty sure you saw this. A lot of it's the same for that. You know, we'll see in the VIX if we start on the day time frame. Tomorrow above here, we should expect something of a push up. But I still, as I was saying in the video, would have preferred here and the week here and then push up for something bigger. So we'll see what happens. But they're doing a good job. Bears are doing a good job. I don't know if this 153.49 spot really is good, but I think they're doing a really good job of not letting it hit under that area. Like this is, to me, this is what they needed to do. Don't let it get above, but don't let it hit any possible support. Like to me, this is like, it's bad buying, but it's like, I don't know, it's like on the bulls part, it's really bad, but I think this is really good for the bears. It could be the bears are just in complete control, but not having it get sold down too far is like really, really, really good. They're just keeping it in the range, not letting it get back above, and not letting it hit any possible support under it to get, you know, to maybe bring in bots or any other buyers. So I'm actually pretty impressed with the last 18 minutes so far. Maybe even the last 33 minutes, I think I've been. This was somewhat impressive in a sense towards the end when they finally managed to push it under and end it here. This was really impressive, and like I said, this one too so far, just keeping in this range. But I mean, they could just be in complete control of, because I mean, being able to keep it in the range kind of implies that you have control in a sense. But the nice thing is like bulls obviously are going to want to push it up, and I think that, to me, that usually seems obvious, but I think it's next level when bears either don't want to sell to hit a target or bulls don't want to buy so that it hits a target. And it's you really can't quantify it, but I always think that's like an important thing. You know, because if you don't sell it into support and you get a position where everything's just constantly bought above support, I think that's really good. So now they're gonna have to keep it down from here. So we'll see. But I think what they've been doing so far is pretty impressive. You know, so I think it could be possible. Now, do I care? No, I don't give a crap. They fight how they fight right now. This is not anything I'd want to be a part of. It's too oversold for me right now. Way too oversold for me right now. But it's not good enough to want to get a call or even buy Apple. We got what, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, and then I'm out at 4:15. So I better hope they can keep it down from here. But we'll see what the Bulls can even do. These Bulls have been really piss poor also. So maybe they'll get something here. Seems pretty piss poor to me, but I don't know. Well, I would say a good way to explain this is like you need control to stop it from going to a certain place, but to make sure you don't sell it to a certain place. What I'd call that is I think appropriately I'd call that like restraint. I think that's a pretty decent way to kind of explain it right there. To try to say that, so we'll see what happens. I mean, we didn't really like hit on any of these time frames. Here it's 55, 56, and another time frame it like ranges between 49 and pretty much 56. So we didn't technically hit it, but it is pretty oversold. But we have what, 1:15 left, so maybe we bounce and then do something. Overall, I think I don't know who was fighting and who was doing what, but it seemed like a pretty. I don't know whether to call it like really good bears or really dumb bulls. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Mixture of stupidity on both sides, I suppose. And within this bottom range, anyway. I mean, anyone bullish here is fine. Anyone bearish here, or here, even bearish here, I think is fine. Because obviously we set the targets starting above here. The reason I didn't like this, because you can't see it on this, but we pushed up on this. We started here and pushed up, and then towards the end we pushed down, and then finally got pushed back. Instead of properly pushing down, hitting support, and then trying to push up, so. But looking at Bitcoin around 19,881 makes me feel like, and knowing that 4 hour with the TA under it, or like with the 4 hour support under it, even though it's a little bit under it, makes me feel like it's pretty possible that we'll just start back in here tomorrow. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely one hell of a fight. It's definitely one hell of a fight. Like I said before, I really like how we did it. Like, I mean, to me, this isn't like technically a touch. So, it's not a touch there on the day. We check it on the 4. We can see like 150 on the day. It's like 159. So, like, we're not getting some of the other. I don't know why I have to do this every time now when I want it fixed. There we go. These lower time frames, it just gets messed up on. But we can see there's this level like 47. So there's this constant level right under. So it's interesting that they don't let them hit it, or bulls don't just let them sell it down. Like, this should be the point of contention and push it up from here. So, you know, I don't really get why like so far the bears are doing a really good job in my opinion, but these bulls are just whack. They're just whack. So leave it on the 4. That's what I put this on initially, and it's what it's supposed to be on. I'm now gonna look at a log trend line on like 10 different time frames. Oh, is that what it looks like? Let me take a look. I'm not surprised. Let's see. Oh, well, this isn't even where this is. This is all the way up here now. Lol. Oh. Excuse me. That was pretty sketchy. I mean, I feel like there's hope, and I think that's like the biggest thing for this is like I just feel like there's hope. We'll see. I mean, everything's dependent, most likely probably on Bitcoin where that ends and some of this other stuff. I don't know. We'll see. I could say 20 million different things. Whatever happened, like I said before, whatever happens now literally means nothing to me. And the totality of taking a position. I'm gonna let these crazy bears fight these crazy bulls. I'm gonna let both of them fight it out. Though since 2:15, I think these bears are crazy. Though in the last 30 minutes, since 3, I think the bears are pretty reasonable. I think the bears have really done well in the last 30 minutes. But from 2:15 to like 3 or whatever, I don't know what those idiots were doing. So, like, imagine we break back up with all this dumb selling, and this is the point of contention. And now if you go to the point of contention and you have to fight this, you have all of this right here to push you up. Like, they might have just screwed themselves out by not doubling down on this at the right spot. So, we'll see. You know. I mean, all you have to do is fight at the end of the day. That's the thing. Like, this is one of the big things I'm saying. Like, depending where you're looking and where you want stuff to form, you only really need to, though it's more important where things start, but if you're looking at where do we want the sentiment overall of everything to be, the ending of the day is also important in that sense of where do we want Bitcoin to kind of take off and, you know, and what do we want things to look like going into close. So, you know. So this just kind of shows even more of the same thing. You can always just check stuff in the last freaking 15 minutes or something. 15 minutes before. Well, technically, at the end of the day, there's no point in checking 15 minutes after, but you see what I'm saying? Like with a 4-hour change or 2 or whatever, you just check a little bit before, a little after. See what happens, and then just peace out. So, because these bears are sweating now. So, like I said, I think the only decent bearish position to take was right here on something. And at most, there's no reason to be in if it comes down to, I think it was like 55, like anywhere in this area. And then like really just take profit, because the hope is that we hold here at the end of the day and end here, but you don't want to be in a position to end here. You just want to open when it starts here. Hey, what's up, Sorrow? 2813900. It's good to see you in here, man. Hope you're doing well. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. It's always good to see somebody new. It's better to see people that have come back again or that have been here before, so make sure to come back. But it's always good to see people that are new. Now, come on, bulls. Rip the effing face off of these bears. Everyone that's shorted here, I despise them so much. I don't despise them. That's kind of like a strong word, but they wasted time. And they forced me to look at this ugly thing for the last, like, almost 2 hours. Like, imagine having to look at something so ugly for 2 hours. Exactly. You already know how it feels. Now imagine how I felt. It's how you felt. Now relive the experience. Exactly. Check this ID. Which ID? Are you talking about Sorrow's Mandout to 813900? Are you talking about that? Or you mean like a different, something else? Anytime someone has numbers in their name, I'm gonna read it like that. That's the only way I'll ever do it. I'm never gonna change. So. It's kind of annoying to see this. I gotta move this over. There we go. And just like that, I mean, technically the best place to have it end, if possible, would be up into here. ID? Oh, is ID an actual thing? Is that a ticker? Ah, it's an actual ticker. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. I have never seen. Is this the correct one? Is it parts ID? Or is it a different one? When you said check this ID, I thought you meant your ID. Are you talking about parts ID, or is it something else? I just want to make sure it's the right thing. Is this it? Let me just double check. I don't think there's really anything else that was ID, right? Yeah, okay. So it has to be this. Okay. Okay. There's nothing else that's ID. Okay, sweet. Okay, it better be this. I hope it's this. Okay, let's take a look. Let's see what we can find. A really high target, so we'll just mark this. Let's see what we got. Boom, boom, boom. Don't care about 12. It's going to be the same as the day. What? 4 day around the same spot. Interesting. A little bit higher. I can ignore it. It's okay. It's not really amazing. God, it's so low liquidity, or low volume. I mean, probably liquidity too, but such low volume. Bruh, this is tough. What the heck is this? Like, I can see some of this stuff, but it's not amazing. Gosh, I hate looking at this. It looks so difficult. Like, I have to, like, use a lot of extra time to be able to see, like, what direction this goes in. Okay, there we go. My sanity has been restored. Jesus Christ, that's so annoying. So I actually kind of like the bounce off place and what it's done here a little bit, even though it's such low volume. I like it somewhat on the 30 minutes, so it's not horrible. I'd be a little bit concerned about here. I do like that we came under. I'll get rid of this and look at it in a second. What? Arca? What is this on? What? Let me see what this is traded on. God, this looks pretty difficult. New York Stock Exchange, ARCA. I don't know what the hell ARCA is. I guess that's maybe a broker or something, or maybe that has something to do with the New York Stock Exchange. I don't know. So let me see when this come down. So August 12th. Let's look at this on the daytime frame. Okay. So we came down what, August 11th, 12th? Wait, that's August. Okay, we had a little more bearishness around here, and this was September 14th, so it didn't really drop here. I mean, I really would not take any advice I give on this whatsoever, or like my opinion anyway, not advice, I'm not advising, but I don't really like, I think it looks really nice. I actually like the sell down right back to this place, so actually I guess some things I can say is I do like where it is right now. We have this nice kind of reversal and this nice trend up. I do find it interesting. It didn't seem that receptive to the market dropping the other day, which seems cool. We did start really high, so it's not too surprising that we just pushed down because we started up 17%. So anyone up 17% that got in here is kind of dumb to not at least sell some of it. Like even if it's just 5, 10, 20% of their initial position or whatever. So I do like that we've come down to here. I think it looks pretty decent from where it is. I mean, all I can really share is the obvious stuff. I could try to put a fib on it, but I think it looks nice from where it is right now. I feel pretty okay about the market, but the one thing is we don't really like drop with we did come down with the market, I guess, a little bit. Where's August 26th? So it doesn't seem like I don't want to necessarily say this is going with any of the broader market whatsoever at all, or really moving with it. So it's hard for me to say that, okay, it looks like we're doing okay fighting, and if we start somewhere nice tomorrow, it's hard for me to say that this will move with it. This seems like an outlier in that sense. But what I can say is I do like where it is. It just went up 17%, and it looks like it's all the way back down. So it's up what? From yesterday, it went up about 11. I guess from the bottom it was 17, but it started up 11%, and now it's. I like this personally. I do like something like this. I don't know if it's like it. I can't really tell where it's going to go, but I do like the fact that we hit here and we sold back down. People had their chance. It doesn't really break anything in a sense, and it's a lot of selling. I like to see a lot of selling. A lot of selling, usually a lot of buying. And there seems to be a pretty clear, like, even though this is maybe 6% and then it maybe falls, 15, 20, but I think this is a pretty nice spot because if we do start to push up again, I think we can do some nice stuff here. I really can't give a great opinion on it because, like I said, it doesn't seem to go with the market itself. But it's just one of those kind of things really quick. So that's all I can really say on it. I don't want to say too much or get too much into it. Yeah, sure thing, Richie's. Oh, dang, Richie's. Oh, man, I got to put my affiliate thing in there. If you guys are going to get I got to put my affiliate link out there. People are going to get subscriptions. You just went pro on me. Or wait, were you always pro, Richie? I feel like you were, did you just get the, whatchamacallit? Did you just buy the pro today? Maybe I'm crazy. I feel like I don't remember seeing you with pro. But maybe I'm crazy on that one. What do we got here? Wow, that's pretty nice. Okay. Ooh, look at this too. This is pretty cool for what it is. All the way down. Bam. All right, let's take a look at it. See what's going on. And then we'll switch to the market for the rest of the day. So it's just pushing up as we can see. Almost 155 for Apple here. Nasdaq's 12107 again. Standard stuff. So that's what I say. You gotta keep it there. They want to push it somewhere. That's fine, but they gotta keep it there. So you can't keep the price there. No one gives a crap. Literally. Okay. What is this? The day 200. God, I go to the bathroom so bad. It's actually insane. I would expect this to come down. This looks like a pretty decent spot, though. We'll have to see what happens. What is this, a 12-hour? What is this? 2420. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I wonder if we had a little launch up here from here to here. Some okay stuff, though. I would have preferred to see this to be like either here or for this to come down. Maybe there's something on a shorter time frame. But one thing to kind of note is we did pass up through here. This is why I would like to see, with something like this, especially coming up, I think it would be pretty decent if we did stop here. At least to try to regain 50% of this movement, anything like that. Some sort of correction back up. So 4. Ooh, look at that. That's some pretty stuff. So some nice stuff we can see here is nothing above, no ends above. This looks pretty decent right here. We do get a nice movement upwards. We can see it kind of crumbling here a little bit, which is a little sketch because now once we have these two candles, it kind of sets the point where we have to get across. But I do like this. I think this is reasonable to sell back down anyway. I think we had something on September 6th that looked sketchy anyway. But I do like this, and more than anything, I love this. This is really nice. Nice comeback down. Doesn't touch the line, but this is so close. What's the low here? 1762. Yeah, so out of 1,762, it was 2 off. So that's pretty good there. I mean, that's got to be at least out of 1,000. That's 1/500th, 1/800th. So it was only like 1/800th off or something like that. So that was really nice right here. I love the fact that this came up and then this nice consolidation. I'd be interested to see if we have anything here. And the reason I'm just looking at this is to try to see how strong the movement we might currently be on is to possibly continue. That's what I'm looking for here. Um, let's see. Yeah, I got a sharp eye. I noticed those things. If someone gets pro, or if someone changes their profile picture, I usually notice right away. That's how I kind of identify people. Yeah, this is really beautiful stuff. So we have that nice four bounce. Look at that. That's beautiful. Really nice. We have the fours here with this, so we're not as concerned. We have the nice come above. So all of this is really nice. What I might have done on a short term, we can see with the 1 hour, I might have looked at this if I wanted to either stack on or see something in the short term. I might have just put a line here and then see if we can see shorter term, because we do have something nice on the 4 and the nice on the 2 pushing us. So, yeah, I mean, this is a really nice base. Just consistently, we're seeing the same stuff with that same area in the 4, the 2, right? If we just look here and here, specifically, it looks around here, just very, very nice around all of these. So pretty good. I mean, we could see maybe this still started under, so it's not the same. A lot of this stuff we don't need it for that. It doesn't matter, because we don't look to get in on shot ups. We look to get in on come ups, right? So this one would have been possibly a position here. We would have liked to see it come closer, but this area is still fine. Something like this is perfect. It rarely gets better than this. The only thing that's better than this is it actually coming to 1720. But that's why for things like this, I never put a buy on a line for that, or I don't look for anything like this. I'm always going to put it a little bit above if I'm going to leave anything on to try to get into this. Like if something's at 1600, I'll show you later, like a Doge kind of example. But like I never try to get in on the exact line. So this is quite a bit higher though. I mean, this is quite a bit higher. It's not too much, but it's quite a bit higher. Let's see. I mean, relatively, it's like 0.5%, I think. No, not even 0.5%, because we're looking at 17 for 1%, and 8's almost half of 17, yeah, so it's about 0.5%. With this being like, I don't even know what that is, 0.125% or something. Yeah, this is 0.125%. Alright, so let's see what's going on at top. So it looks like it has a great foundation pushing it up, and it looks like we hit the day target. So one thing we want to see, if we wanted to push up even farther, we want to see the day end above here. So we will see what happens with that. Don't write it out. We could see something here. So I would put an alert here. I would just throw the 200 smooth average. Now that you have pro, you can pretty much just have the same things I have on if you want, and then you can just hide them and just refer to them whenever you want to, you know what I mean? You could do your own thing in the meantime. So I would definitely recommend having these on at least if you have the pro now, and if you don't want to use them, just have them hidden, you know, and then just bring them out here if you want to reference what I'm saying, or like when I talk about these areas. But a day start above here looks pretty strong. First of all, it indicates that we come all the way back up, which in itself is pretty crazy. And then maybe a 12-hour. If we could have a 12-hour around here, ultimately I would expect this to maybe do like a 50% retracement of what we have here. I'm not really sure what it would do at the end of the day, but it does look nice as an entry position. Everything under looks really good too. It doesn't seem like we're sitting around here too much. We pulled down. It looks like a pullback, a little bit of buy here. See, I like this too also as well. So if we do have something around here, maybe around that day time frame, we do see a little bit of action here, and this kind of looks a lot better. I like seeing this push down and then like this. I like seeing action here ahead of time, because that adds credence to this line. Because people not looking at the 200 are also going to see something like that. Like if I was just to look to buy this, I think this area just makes sense, even without seeing the 200. You know, because this is where we fought. This is where we're going to see most of the action, really, if any. Jesus Christ, is there any action here? Okay, yeah, most of the action, if any. Geez, 20 minutes of action. Crazy. Man, this thing really built up for a long time. This is one of those things that's like easy to see, but gosh, I don't go hunting for stuff. But like you would have had to have seen it. I would have had to have taken a look at it, I think. When? I don't remember. Maybe a couple of days ago. Yeah, like anytime last week, I think would have been nice. This is actually really fortunate. So you just go to here. I'll give you those in a second. We're about to have a boom, man. Talk about get wrecked. I'll look at it in a second because the market's almost open, so are closed. So I just want to look at the last. man, look what they try to do. This is why I say, like, man, this is why I'm saying, like, and now the ball's in the Bulls' court. We might be able to see our bullish movement. And we might be able to see more bearish movement. This is perfect. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Oh, man. I'm still right. Jeez, that was close. Woo. And no, I don't regret not getting a call here either, because I think tomorrow could start here, it could start here, and we could be trapped in this area. It's now incumbent on the Bears to keep it under here, or to have the next day start under here, or the next 4 hours start under here tomorrow. Yeah, so pretty much, yeah, if we put it that way, in a sense, just to reiterate, what Bears need to do tomorrow is they need to make sure we start under, and then if we do push up, we're definitely coming all the way back down, and we're probably just riding this area until who knows how long, until we have a 4 hour that starts under, or we have a 4 hour that starts above. So, and the Bulls have a really decent chance because it's already up here. We should only see so much of a difference. They just need to make sure it's here. They need to make sure that we don't start up here, because if we start up here, I swear to God, if we start up here tomorrow and we push up to this, we're going straight down. I'll get puts. I'll get pretty heavy puts up here. Well, maybe not. I'll get a decent amount of puts though. If we do start somewhere super high up and then hit this before coming down to test, I'll definitely get puts up here at the day time frame, or at the day 375. Like I said, I'll put out a video if you guys ever want to check. I put out these update videos. Like if you wanted to see from yesterday, I summarize a lot of this stuff up. I put this out every day. It's on my YouTube also as well, and this also goes right to my Twitter. So you can always check my Twitter at Trendline Boys, YouTube at Trendline Boys. Just make sure it's me. I have like 2 subscribers. Someone stole my name. If anyone wants, I'd also really appreciate. And I'll get back to the thing in a second. Let me just show this also as well. I'd also appreciate if anyone has the chance to, if you can go to YouTube, you see this is me right here. This is somebody else. So if you guys could, if you do get a chance, you see how they have my profile picture and my name? I'd really appreciate if you guys could go here. With this one, you can clearly see it's not me. None of these are my videos. None of these even sound like me or look like me. So I'd appreciate if you guys could go here, go to the About. There would be a flag right here. You'll just press that button. It's for report and just say for impersonation. And then I don't have to say this every time I have a YouTube channel. Because if I just tell people I have a YouTube channel, they're going to subscribe here. And these, I'm not going to cuss at them, but whatever. These bastards frickin' say, we help new and struggling traders learn Forex. Like, no, they aren't. This is just a shell. This is just a shell account with my name and profile picture and random people's videos to try to get views. They have more subscribers than they have views. You see what I'm saying? So that's a little sketchy already. So if anyone could report this, the biggest thing you could do for me right now if you support me is please, it's the one with 8.2K. Report it. It's not me. This is me. So if you're interested, you can always go here. Like I said, I put my videos out every single day, and it's just like a recap essentially of it, pretty much. So, and my streams will get uploaded here also as well. But you can see like here my market update and all that. So if you guys ever do miss the stream or wondering what goes on tomorrow, you can always check that out. But we can see just yesterday, real quick, just looking at this. I mean, I talked about where we start, if we start under or above, what we can kind of expect for the day. We can expect to go up, and that kind of leads us to where we were in the morning, but we pushed up too quick, and I talked about, some of the things of Bitcoin and where we want to see it. So if you want like the quick rundown of everything in, 5, 10, 15 minutes, and you ever miss the stream, just go over here and you can always just check this. I put these out daily, so. Anyway, indicators, double hole. This one, double hole moving average. So just go up here, type double hole. You want it by this guy, and then just get the smooth. And so what you're going to do here is take the smooth, click settings. We're going to go length 200. I'm lazy, so I'm not changing it, but length 200. And then what you're going to do is use the same. I would recommend using the same colors as me. Thanks, Richie. I appreciate it. Yeah, my account's so small on there that like I don't think they care. But it would be. I really hope that YouTube can address it. The other kind of issue is too is like they made their account before I made mine, so their account isn't. It's impersonation, but it's not impersonating my YouTube account. It's impersonating my TradingView account, which is in my like other identities, which is annoying. But we go here, we'll go to style. I like, this is the color I use for it. Inputs, I'll just change it. We'll just do 200. And then boom, we're good for that. And then for the double hole, what we'll do here, length 500, shorter period 375. Then we're going to go over to style, and we're going to change the blue, because blue, we don't like blue light. Blue light's harmful for our eyes, so generally the less blue that we have to look at, the better. So let's take a nice warmer color. And so I think I use the orange right here. No, where is it? Let me see which orange I use for mine. Let me see, or which color I use. So for this, yeah, so we're going to use bottom left, right up. So we're going to go here, and we're going to go here, bottom left, right up. And we're going to use this as our orange. I think I have it a little bit different, though, it feels like. Maybe the opacity is different. Let me see. No, they seem to be the same. Feels different. Why does it feel different, though? Maybe I'm crazy? Yeah, it's a little bit brighter. You see that? That's a little bit interesting. They look to be the same. You can use whatever color really you want. This is what I use. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure what I did here. Could it be the opacity or opacity? Everything looks the same. It's a big color difference. I'm not sure why, but whatever. I like a dark. For me personally, I just like the darker color of it a little bit. It's bright, but it's kind of like fades out, so it doesn't hurt my eyes that much. Like that's kind of why I think with the reds and like the candles I have, with like the little darker green on the inside, with the lighter green on the outside, the darker red on the inside, with the slightly faded red with a slight outline on it. It makes it easier for me to look at this stuff, which I think is also important. Not even just like trading, just for your eyes and your just mental sanity. But you can use whatever colors you like. Those are the ones I like, and it's easier if you use the colors I use. Because then when you're looking at yours and then you're looking at mine, you're like, oh, you know what I mean? You won't have to think like, oh, wait, my blue line is actually his orange in that kind of sense, really. Oh, you can't see anything? God damn it. So annoying. Jesus Christ. I need to get my monitor working. Anyway, it's not important. Let me do this. Okay, so what we missed is, okay, let's do it all over again. Okay, so we'll go up here. My bad. I'm at the end of the day. I'm 6 hours, almost 7 hours in, and I'm losing my mind. I swear to God. Okay. Okay. Indicators. Double hull. First one that should show up if it's not up here. Let's go. Indicators. Double hull. Double hull moving average. First one, 1697. We're going to add this to favorites. Keep it up here. Click it. And then we're going to go smooth. Ugh, can't even smell. I can't spell correctly, and I can't pronounce anything correctly. Anyway, technical, smooth moving average. We're going to add that on. We're going to go here. We're going to go here. We're going to go this, top left. This is the color we use for the smooth. We're going to keep it on a thickness of 1. We're going to keep a thickness of 2 for our hull, so this is just going to be a thickness of 1 for it. We're going to go okay. I'm pretty sure it's thickness 1, I believe. Yeah, thickness 1. And then what we're going to do for that smooth, my bad, is go to inputs, and we're going to switch this over to 200, keep the source to closed. And what we are going to do here is then go up to the double hull, long period 500, short period 375. Honestly, I don't know why I'm showing you guys this, because I actually pretty sure I have a video of it, and I should have just found that. But we're going to go here, change the blue. Blue hurts your eyes. Just take this on the bottom left. I don't know why it's so much brighter for you guys than it kind of is for me. You can see mine's not as bright as this, so maybe we want to go add a color, and we want to do something that's like a darker kind of brownish orange here, not too doo-doo brown, but just something a little bit faded out would be pretty nice there. So I think that looks pretty nice also as well. Either of these are fine. And then boom, you're good to go. Literally just like that, you have everything I have. And that's pretty much it. There's the magic right there. So it's not really a lot. You just put these two and you just adjust it. There's not like a whole in-depth setting on it or anything like that. A lot of it comes from valuing these and looking at the different time frames. The main thing about it is if you look at one time frame, you're doing it wrong. No matter what we look at, we always want to go week, day, 12, 4. Well, if it's a crypto, we want to go weekday, 12, 4 hour 2, 12. If it's a currency, anything that's like 23/5, like currencies, or if it's a crypto that's 24/7, we want to look at the 12-hour. There's good information on it, but we always want to start from the highest time frame and work our way down, of course, and all that good stuff. So, but yeah, it's nothing super complicated. It's not like, I swear, when I pulled up the frickin' the thing yesterday, MACD. I mean, it's not like this thing where it's like, you know what I mean? You got to do this and it's not some crazy thing with 20 million inputs for it, or settings for it. It's just a couple of standard things. It's literally a double hole 500, 375, and a 200 is smooth average. So it's not like you need a lot, but I guess it kind of shows into like what I look at and how I add some value to these indicators, or I use these indicators to pull value out of other things. But yeah, I swear to God, I would be pissed if okay, good, you guys can see. I would have gone wild if you guys couldn't see at that time, or I would have just found the video and sent it to you guys. But yeah, that's pretty much it. So yeah, just another day. Nothing really crazy happened. Once again, it was very odd and very ugly, but once again, still over 90% right. I don't want to say 100% right, but we can at least look at some of this as bad buying, and if we're just waiting for the end, it's kind of like whatever, which is, I don't know, there's a couple things to gain from this. I don't want to go too much into it. I have 3 minutes left, and I'm bouncing out of here. Yeah, I mean, I hope you guys enjoyed watching. I hope we all learned something. We just went through another day trying to, make this market seem, a lot more manageable. I hope everyone kind of got to see a little bit of what I'm talking about, got to understand a little bit more how I trade, and most importantly, understand bad buying and bad selling, and how, bad selling can easily lead to things that just screw everything up. You kind of see what I'm saying? And how bad buying, like we had up before, can lead to things that just, screw everything up also. I think that's kind of the key takeaways from this today. Nothing really, things deviated from what I thought, but nothing from what I cared about. Called the jump in the morning, called it coming down later, called a reversal. We had ugly stuff, but if someone stayed in this, they pretty much got knocked out, or they lost most of what they were in. So every call today was accurate, and I still don't like the call. Like I said yesterday, we're still in this. I don't think we've escaped this whatsoever at all. So just because we had this happen doesn't mean I think we're for sure going to go here and we're just going to shoot up and then start Friday here. Like, I don't think that whatsoever at all. I don't think just because we had dumb selling here that didn't stop this area, I don't think that then means we're going to go up for sure. I think it gives a huge chance for that, though. But like we were saying, buy point anywhere up here is a sell point, because it's just way too high. This is the ultimate short point, and then this is the exit position point. And then we just wait to see. So nothing's really changed from that perspective. And I guess I'll go over what we want to see tomorrow in the most simplest way. So a couple things we can see. And so let's start with the VIX because I think this is the easiest way to go over it. So starting with the VIX, let's take a look. We see that we're in here. It's not surprising that we got pushed down at the end of the day. I would have been very surprised if I would have been much more surprised really if we ended here, especially if we ended up here. And you can easily kind of see that because look at everything else we did here. It makes a lot of sense. When we're pushing off all of this, it makes a lot of sense that coming up into this, we're pushing off a week and a month time frame. Now we're pushing off a day time frame. So it makes sense that this should have a lot more oomph than right here, just coming off of this. And look, we already talked about the bearish positions that we might have possibly wanted to have seen and all that as well. You know what? Actually, I'm going to kill two birds with one stone. I think I can do the recording right now also as well. So I'm going to actually do a recording of this 1 second, and then we're going to knock this out. So I'll be back in about 2 minutes, and then I'll go over. I'm going to do a recording on the stream, and then I'm going to knock out my end of the day, what we want to look for, what we can expect, some certain possibilities, and depending on where we start tomorrow, how we might want to react to the market. Assuming we wake up at 9:25, because I could have woken up at 9:25, not looked at anything, and told you what was going to happen for most of the day, because it was following the realm of what we wanted to see. Which one of the initial things is, are we going to start the VIX here? So I'll be right back in 2 minutes, and then we'll go over that. No problem. Take care, Richie. I'll see you around. Take a look at the video later. I'll have it posted up on YouTube, Twitter, and TradingView. Take a look on whichever one you prefer. Okay. Alright, let's get this started. Let's get this muted. Where is this? Okay. And let's get going with this. Let's see. Whoa. Why? Okay, because it does entire screen. Well, I guess technically I have to keep this open anyway. I hate TradingView's chat box not allowing me to interact with the chart. Okay. Alright, let's get it done. Alright. What's up, y'all? Prime Trendline boys. Let's get this going. It's end of the day. Just doing the stream. Do it all at once. Show you what you need in the market. We should be able to get through most of this in about 5 minutes. Maybe I'll look at a couple other things that I find a little bit interesting. So if you didn't check the other one, you can try to check it today. These will make a little bit more sense to you. You can see where we kind of ended off. What we were talking about yesterday is we finished here. We're interested to see whether we're going to start up above and maybe get a little bit more extra pressure upwards on the VIX, pushing the market down, or we're going to start down here. As we talked about before, there's a couple of bearish possibilities with the price coming down here, mainly being maintaining here, starting here next week, and then pushing up here, which would be the strongest bearish move, which I think easily could equate to a 20% drop, or like a 10 to 20% drop on most of these indices. And just to show this real quick, what we can do, we kind of go through here, as we can see, I said this in the last video as well, boom, we start too high. We got to remember where these things, where these places are. This was here, so we hit the tops, ugly start, ugly end, but more importantly, an ugly start, undeterminate, not a lot of strength we're going to get from up here. And then we want to start above both, especially when they're this close. So same thing, we push up, get right down, and then we can see the reversal that we came into. So I don't want to waste too much time into it, going over this plenty of times. This looks like a really strong place for bears to find to create the most bearish setup. All bears have to do is really protect the week 500 towards the end of the week, towards Friday. We're Wednesday, so Thursday, Friday. So they really just have to protect here, and towards Friday, they really just want to keep it here. Preferably, they want to keep it in this area. So if we kind of look at the likelihood, if we are already within this range right here, as we end the week here, it's very likely we could start here, but we're going to start somewhere in a reasonable range, I believe, a little bit more so. If we start here, it gives bulls a more reasonable chance. Market bulls are if we say, like, how do I say? I'm not going to say it in a weird way, so we'll say this. If the price is here, it makes it more reasonable that we'll have a week that can start here as opposed to if we start up here. It just makes common sense because they're going to have to push it down so much more, and they're going to have to push it down through a whole lot of stuff. If we can maintain a price up here, it makes more sense that because we maintain it through the week, that we'd also be able to start in that area. And end doesn't determine the start, but it can be a good indicator for it. So we're pretty much in here. I expect us to move up tomorrow. We did a little bit of fighting. Most of this fighting we could see with Apple on more the short term. What we're looking for, again, is the same thing that we're looking for last week. We're looking for a 4-hour to start above our 4-hour 200, which is currently at 155.56. We just have to see where it is tomorrow. It only adjusts so much, so it's probably going to be right around 155.56 again anyway. And if we can see something like that, we should push up. And then the next goal that the bulls want is and this applies to the market. If you don't get it, just watch the other videos. I'm not going to explain it again. But what we want to see is, and we can expect with the 4-hour here, is we should be able to capture this range and hold towards the top of this range. And then what that gives a great chance for bulls to do is have something start here and push up. This is essentially what I wanted to see last week. If we kind of go here, and we can even see, I don't even know if I could find it, but if we go, let's do this. Let's get out of here. Let's go here. I don't want to waste time. And let's go. I had a stream with this name. So, right, Apple, please start slightly above or equal to 158, please. Thank you. That's what I wanted over here. And what we can kind of see is, no, we didn't start. We started all the way at 159.57, much higher than 158 or slightly above 158. And what happened? We had bad buying, huge gap that didn't want to come down. Idiots wanted to push it up. That's fine. It's their fault. And then we just came back down. So fine, I got my position at the top. I did whatever I did. But the point is we still are in this kind of trend. We can easily still hold this, and we can easily still get back into this range. I don't think the CPI pushed us down as much or it was as important as people thought it was. I think a lot of this was just bad buying. If we go look over at the NASDAQ, we can see some other similar things, especially with the NASDAQ. Gap, SPY, gap. Why are we doing such stupid buying? So everyone that lost money honestly deserved to lose money, and I'm not angry at them or whatever. They do what they do. I'll keep doing what I do. But we can kind of see how this bad buying doesn't get anybody anywhere. Maybe in the short term for some of these things, but when we look at these bigger moves as opposed to just like that part of it or that impulse wave or whichever way we want to look at it, we can see that it's just bad and things have a higher chance of crumbling. So what you can see from here is now we're building back up the same kind of thing pretty much we had last week, right? This started 1 cent above. This adjusts, so it looks like it started on it. It's whatever, but this started at 155, I think 155.58. I think the line was at like 1 or 48, and I think the line started at 155.47. Anyway, we see this, boom. We've been waiting all week for it, and then boom, boom, boom. But we went too quickly, so now essentially we're just literally doing the same exact thing that we wanted to do last week. And then boom. So like I said, how's that calculate? Apple's the easiest way that I figured this stuff out for most of these things. Like I said, if you don't understand it, either just watch somebody else or watch the other videos if you do find it interesting. How you can usually just look at Apple to get an idea about the whole market instead of having to look at indices and feeling like you're getting dragged around everywhere with no idea what's going on. So now that we kind of see that and we see what the VIX is, we should expect to continue to move up. Tomorrow, I expect it to continue to move up because it seems very unlikely that we're going to be able to attack these places again. I'm essentially what I said. I look at Apple for a lot of this, so I'm not looking at the VIX to kind of determine what's going on now. I'm looking at Apple. I want to see Apple start above here on the 4-hour. If we start in this range, it's the same thing when we had here. If we start in this, if we don't start above and we still start in the range, then we'll just work our way through the range. So it's the same thing. If we have to work our way through the range, we'll work our way through the range. We have a 4-hour right under here, and if we start the day under here, I think we're most likely going to be pushing down. So for me, this is what I'm looking at, and then we can also see on the week here, we also could have this. So if we can't keep this kind of in the middle trend, we're going to go from week to week. And if we look here, we can see where this is, just to show it one last time. This is a representation of where it is. And if we kind of see on the short term, we can see it's already been hit. So if we go to extend hours, we can see here real quick. You can see where we hit. This is where I took my put position on Apple. I think it was like 4 put positions, whatever. And then we can see how we pushed up. So we see after hours push up. We can see in pre-market, boom, 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 sell down, boom, 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 bam. So we've already essentially hit the top of the week. So we'll see what happens. I don't really know what the point of me even mentioning that is, but just like on the come down, I guess I just wanted to show that we did hit the top of the week, I guess, in a sense. So that kind of adds to a lot of the pressure that we have coming down. Doesn't mean we can't recapture it. Doesn't mean we can't regain it. There's a lot of people that bought at the top too, which I think personally means we should be able to, recapture some of the price that we lost. So I'm really just looking to see where we start on this, and that's pretty much one of the big things. So let's kind of go over to Bitcoin real quick and let's get through that. So pretty much on Bitcoin, what we're looking for is we can see on the 4-hour. Well, let's go to the day time frame. Let's go from where we were. So yesterday, you could see we ended under. I don't care where we ended. We started above, so I think this gave us a decent chance. We pushed off here. You can't see if you go to the short time frame. You'll see that we pushed. We came like 30 bucks under, and then we started pushing up. So where did we hit? We came up to the 4 right here, and then when on the extension, we came up to the 2. And then you can see we came around here and we're just locked in here looking for direction from the market. We didn't have that 4-hour start on Apple, so we didn't have that direction for the market to push us up more on Bitcoin. So when we had on Apple over here on the 4-hour, we had ugly buying, but once we could see that we weren't going to start above and we saw that we came up, here I can show it on the 15, we can look at this in a sense. So if our goal here essentially is to start above, when we hit 130, we're not going to start above on the 4-hour. We've already spent the first part of the day coming down, hitting the 4 under us, or hitting one of the 4-hour holes under us. We already hit the top. We didn't want to hit up here. So we've already spent half the day up here. So now that we know we're not going to end up here, you're not going to see any more bulls come in. What does that mean? Obviously bearishness. What do bulls want? They want the price to be at the bottom. And because it just makes sense, the more the price stays up here, the easier it is to turn it around and make this even more top heavy and make this look more bearish. So what do bulls want? They want it to come down. What do bears want? They just want the price to come down probably anyway. The smarter bear would have wanted the price to stay up here, and then they would have wanted to shift it under, knowing that we could make this top heavy and a little sketchy. I think all in all, most bears and bulls wanted this both to be here. Just from the one perspective of if we do leave it up here too long, it does become pretty top heavy and you do need to create a bad candle structure here or pattern, but it does still kind of give bulls a little bit of a second hope of, okay, we are right at our target. But overall, I still think it's a little bit worse just because we're very top heavy here, and I think anything extending here would ultimately just pretty much get sold down because of where we spent most of the day. So let's go over to Bitcoin real quick. Let's go to that. And like I was saying, with that 4-hour, we can note on Bitcoin where it fell down, and it's pretty much we can see right around there. So we see we have 330 here, and then so this is what, 3 o'clock, 330, and then we see a lot of bearishness on that next 30-minute. Boom, it just collapses down. That's when we saw stuff come down, because we're looking at Apple's an easy determinant for Bitcoin, easy determinant for the market, easy determinant for most things on a macro level. Much better than ETFs, much better than the indices. So I will look at the indices from time to time also and see what they're doing to try to get a little bit more of an in-depth idea. So point is we had that happen. We pushed down into the 4. What do we want to see? We don't want to see the same thing for a hard short. We don't want to see, let's just extend this, we don't want to see this end under in a place where we're going to have this come down. So at this point, we're going to have to see where it is, but just to guess, I would say we don't, I think this is like 120. Let me see what this change is. So it's 120. So we don't want to see it end. We want to see it end at or slightly above, even $100 above 19,000, I believe 19,975. So 19,975. So like somewhere right around here, pretty much. It's whatever. The easiest way is just to have the line and look at it. If you don't have the line, just, I mean, it's whatever. Then this is no use to you. So anyway, if we do manage to hold somewhere around 20,000, a little bit around this area, we will have the same thing here where we start above. It doesn't look like a strong short, and we should push back up. How much? Who knows? But a lot of this just really goes with the market. Bitcoin, at the end of the day, just wants to see the direction the market takes to get an idea of where it should take, and it uses the direction of the market or the overall sentiment to kind of then move with its own TA. So Bitcoin is like, the market determines the direction of Bitcoin. Bitcoin's own TA determines how much it moves in a certain direction, as we can see. So we saw this, we saw it push up, but we got rejected at the other 2 time frames here. We didn't see the extra bullishness that we needed to from the market because we didn't get that 4-hour start above on Apple. And that explains why we came down a little bit and why we bounced here, because we had the 4 hours. So all the bulls really want to do, there's no reason to push this up as a bull. There's zero reason. All a bull wants to do is just maintain around like 20,000. They just want to maintain around like 20,000, or maybe like 20,000, 25, 20,000, 50. That's their only job right now. It's not to buy this up like crazy. It's not to whatever. It's just maintain before the day ends 20,000, 20,000, 25, 20,000, 50. I mean, it could even be all the way up to 20,100. Anything starting here is fine. It doesn't have to be in this small range. Anything here is fine also as well. A lot of it goes off the market. The biggest thing is just it reaching stability so that it cannot collapse before we get more direction from the market. And this is something that can turn around. So we didn't have great legs pushing up here. I call this easy. What I wanted to see here was pushing up here. So it's no surprise that we came down. We have this huge trend line. And if we can kind of even out here, this does have a chance. My big bullish place for Bitcoin is around here next week. So I do have a lot of hopes for Bitcoin if it can get there. I think this is a really tough spot to get to, but I have a lot of hopes for it, and I think this is a pretty good spot. And then farther on, I think if we want to see 100K, I think if we can get here by November 3rd, anywhere in this range, October 21st to like November 11th, we'll see. I think 100K is easy in the bag. I really do. I don't think it's that hard or that difficult. Now we'll see, and I think getting up here is hard. But, that's why I feel so strong about those points, because I don't really think it's going to get to those points whatsoever at all. At the end of the day, I think we're still probably moving around. We're still chucking this channel. We had a whole bunch of top buying here. Our bottom of our channel is around 10 to 11K moving up at this rate. So if we were to drop today, and just assuming we'd bounce probably somewhere around like 10,900 to 11,100. So it doesn't look good. I don't want anyone to be like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to hear it. I don't think it really looks good. I'm just saying these are really hard to obtain targets. So it's like, it's just like one of those things. People generally make assumptions when they see things because, there's a certain level of reasonability when you see things. Like, for this, the Bitcoin won't just get here. So if it can get here, something good must have happened. Something nice must be developing, and that's generally the main kind of understanding for that. What else do I want to go into? Is there anything else? We went over Apple, we went over the VIX, we went over Bitcoin. I don't really care about the indices. I already went over Apple, so the indices, it doesn't matter. Maybe when we move away from Apple, I'll look back at the indices. But right now, it just doesn't seem to be anything of any importance. We can check this. This is one thing I actually think is somewhat interesting. So we did bounce. I would have liked to have seen it here, but it's not a big deal. We got the bounce here for Ethereum to Bitcoin. We do have it, what, tomorrow? So tomorrow we do have the merge. I would be really interested. So a couple interesting things for Ethereum here, and I think we could see some big stuff. So looking at Ethereum on the day, just to kind of get into this, one of the big issues that we had over here is we have left, left, head, right, right. And so what we can kind of see here is that with this top on the left here, this actually was under it. So what they actually did with this push-up is they invalidated this left side. We got this nice push-up here. So with this kind of invalidation, I could see something possibly maybe continuing up or shooting up. What I would really like to see, of course, it's always to me maybe Apple in the market in the direction that it's taking, because we're not going to see crypto really go against the market. But an interesting thing is we got a nice bounce where I'd like to see, if we want to see these trend lines, this is just this here, and we have something going through a decent amount of this here. I like to take the averages as opposed to the extremes with my trend lines. So a couple interesting things on Ethereum to Bitcoin where we could see something from here, which I think is fairly interesting, is if we can get back up and start a day above here, I think this looks pretty good for the day. But also in the same respect, we also had a week that started above here. So I think with this nice come down on the week, as we push up, if we can get support pushing up, we can see something pretty crazy. So maybe with this merger, this is something that we could possibly see. And this is, we start to get into some pretty big percentages. So maybe we could see 15, 24 or higher percent from Ethereum. I think this is a great place to try to push off. We can see what it's done in these other places. It's respected it fairly well. So I think for what it is, it's pretty decent. So I think on the week time frame, we have a pretty decent chance to shoot up if we can push through. Of course, what I would like to see here, though, is I'd like to see on the short term a day come above here and start somewhere in this range. And I think that looks pretty nice to shoot up, especially from this strong bounce right there. So that's what I think. That's one of the best ones I think right now of a possibility of something like just happening. I mean, I think we looked at Cake to USDT earlier, and that looked pretty decent also as well. But that also has some things that it has to beat. So I'm not really going to go over this one because it looks like it has some things to beat. So I guess I'll just say Cake real quick. Long story short, if we can see a 4-hour start above 4.246, I would be really forward to looking for it. Another thing you could do is also just put an alert right there. And then what you could look for, the 2-hour 200s up here, and then if we can get from something to here, we should push up on quite a big ride up, and then the next place is up here, which I think is about a 33% gain from the second launch point, close to it. So those are kind of the most interesting ones. Just go over the market, go over Apple, like the main market really in the direction that we take, and how we look at that. Kind of went over today, what we want to see tomorrow. What I would expect to see from Bitcoin if I wanted to see it go up. And like I said, this is all in the interim. This is just stuff. Once the market opens, I don't really care necessarily what Bitcoin looks like as much until I know what the direction of the market looks like. And then only then do I care about what Bitcoin looks like. And the same thing for any altcoins. It's always the same thing. I need to know what Apple looks like to really determine. I don't want to know what the Apple looks like and the VIX looks like. And if I can't get direction from Apple, I'll look to the VIX and I'll look to the indices. And once I get a direction of what's going on from there we're going to go and then we're going to look at Bitcoin. Once we have an idea of the direction of Bitcoin, we're going to look at the USDT pair for that altcoin. Once we have an idea of that and what that might possibly do, we want to look at possibilities to Bitcoin. Because, of course, we don't really want to be in an altcoin if Bitcoin's just going to shoot up and all those other things for that. So that's pretty much it. Thanks for staying tuned, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow. I stream every day at 9:15 for the whole market day. We're right consistently all the time. More people that come in, the better. If you just want to lurk, that's fine. I always appreciate lurkers coming in and saying hi every now and then to let me know you're in here. It's always really cool. I get lonely a little bit too. Not really, but a little bit too. So always, spread the love. I love you guys. Thanks for coming in, all that. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Take care. All right, there we go. I'm done with my video. Jesus Christ. I swear to God, if it doesn't go through, I am going to freak. Show you what you need in the market. We should be able to get through. I will freak if it doesn't work. It should be fine, though, so I'm not really worried about it. I've had this happen to me before 3 times because I had an issue with the desktop. I'm not putting it out before 8 o'clock if this doesn't upload, so we'll see what happens first. Oh, you know what I'll actually do first? Let me do this. Let me download this first. That's probably the smartest thing I could do. Ah, there we go. Okay, nice. So I'm actually not stupid this time. Now if it messes up, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to play the video again. I'm just going to like hit record and I'm just going to play the video recording of it and I don't have to say it again. Thank God I remembered it this time so I didn't have to make the same mistake. I would have flipped. Not really. I mean, like, getting angry doesn't do anything. But I would like to think I would flip or something. I'd like to think I'd get angry. It seems kind of fun, to be honest. So, I don't know. Not really, but I don't know. I'm not that emotional. I'm emotional about some things, but most things I'm not really emotional about anymore. Maybe if, like, someone dies that I know and things like that. That's definitely saddening and stuff. But it's hard to be emotional about most things nowadays when emotions don't get you anywhere. Unless you're trying to appeal to someone with an emotional argument. Yeah, I'm pretty much done for the day. I'm going to head off in a second. I'm just going to upload this and then I'm done. So, this thing, hopefully it's not messed up. Like I said, if it is, it's whatever. Sometimes these things take a couple of minutes or like a minute or two to upload. So, all we can do right now is just hope that it uploads, and if it doesn't, like I said, I'm just gonna play the download of what I had before. I'm pretty sure the video is here, right? Yeah, I mean the video is here, so it should be downloaded. Should be downloaded at least. Usually I just tab out, and when I come back to uploading's up. So I think I'll just check news real quick. Actually, I think I'll just stop here. I'm not gonna waste your guys' time. I'm gonna head out right now. I'll talk to you, huh? Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting tomorrow. If you want to see, you can check my video idea out. I'm pretty sure you're here for it. If you're not, I'm not going to repeat myself for anybody because I talk so fast and I'm like dead. But I pretty much said pretty much what I'm looking for yesterday. So, or you can see how tired I am. I'm saying yesterday when I just said something 10 minutes ago. But yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I mean, it's not really too surprising. I'm still right. I would have been more surprised if I wasn't right. But we'll see what happens. So I still think no matter what, I'm not going to go over it. Like I said, I just take a look at the video. I might be on later depending where the 8 hour or where the day time frame changes. But tomorrow doesn't necessarily have to be interesting just because we pushed up. It keeps us in the running. But there is still a very big bearish play for us, possibly starting Monday. I'm sorry, starting Monday, but really developing maybe Tuesday or Wednesday next week. And that's kind of what I was talking about in the video that I mentioned in the video that hopefully I can upload in a second. Unless, I don't know if it's not going to let me upload it. I'll try downloading it again. Let me make sure I can find it. I really don't know where downloads go here, so I have to make sure. Man, that's an old video. What the heck? Man, that's a really old video. What is today? 666. I don't know where my download folder is. It's so annoying. It's so annoying. I don't think it's going to upload, so I need to make sure. Because I'll literally run this again with my OBS and do it that way to get this. Because normally by now it would have let me upload, so it's having an issue. It could be something with their browser. It is what it is. I just need to know where this gets downloaded to. I wish they'd tell me. Let me see. Changed in settings. Okay. Downloads. Kind of weird, but I guess it makes sense if it's in downloads. What's up, y'all, bro? baby, I got the video still. I don't have to make it again. Thank God. Like I said before, I've learned my lesson. I've literally spent an hour and 10 minutes before just to get an idea out. And I could not get that idea out. Let's try again. Maybe it'll work this time. Oh, it actually might just work this time. I might actually just be saved. Oh my God. You know what it is actually? You know what it is that keeps messing me up? I wonder if I can do this. I think it's that I'm opening the chat. I've actually noticed before if I click here and then I go to any of these other tabs, this is also something for you guys too to keep in mind. I'm almost positive if I remember correctly, when I'm uploading this, if I click to any of these tabs, it ruins my upload. So obviously you have to have like one of the paid accounts to make videos, but that's like something to remember in case. I'm almost positive. I think what it might be right now is that I'm opening my TradingView chat. And it seems like when I'm opening my TradingView chat, that's when it's giving me the error. So actually, I don't even know. I'm going to have to do this one more time. Yeah, see, I closed chat and it says connection failed. Interesting. So it should be fine now. But that's one thing for you guys. That's an expensive tip right there. Be happy I just gave that to you guys because maybe not money-wise, but time-wise, it'll drive you effing crazy until you figure it out. But I think we'll see the same thing if I do this. I might be wrong. Okay, so maybe it's just with chat, but I've seen it before. There's something else that'll make this automatically mess up, and I can't remember what it is. They might have fixed it. Maybe it's just the chat thing now. But I remember back in the day, I used to mess with this, and what would happen is, like it would the second I clicked to another tab because I wanted to do something, it'd be like, oh, we failed. It was always frustrating. I didn't know why. Alright, let's see if it opens up in a couple seconds, hopefully. But to me, to be honest, like everything today went as it should have, which I think is really nice. So no matter what happens, like a lot of money is going to be made, which seems pretty decent. We'll either fail at that day time frame and we'll come down pretty hard, or we should be able to make a decent amount on a rise up through past that. So I mean, we could just see. I still think all-time highs is on the table. I don't see why not. I mean, everyone wants an excuse just to push everything up. I don't think anyone really wants. I don't think any big players really want to see everything go down, besides like Michael B. Burt. God damn, pepper in my throat or something. So I had Michael Burry. Whatchamacallit? But Michael Burry, I don't really know who really wants it. And like retailers, I don't know who really wants everything to come down. Well, actually, what am I talking about? We just read something earlier that said hedge funds are moving. They did a lot of macro, or I guess ETF and indices shorting yesterday. So who knows what will happen? Who knows? Regardless, it seems pretty standard anyway. I don't know how they call this a dead cat bounce. It's whatever. It's always a dead cat bounce until it's not, I guess. I'm gonna be honest, I almost think dip buying is really good. We'll see what happens, but I actually think Kathy Woods is an amazing person. She's a beauty, isn't she? No, not really, but I think she's a smart person. I think she's a little crazy though. But I think she's kind of cute. It's inappropriate, but whatchamacallit, in a mature way, a stock trader way. You know what I mean? It's like you get a woman to cook and clean for you, but what woman is gonna put in? What kind of woman can enter a position for you? You see what I'm saying? Like that's a real woman. A real woman can enter a position for you and exit a position. The first one sounds sexual, so I had to say the second one. But I actually kind of agree. The more that we're messing around here, I'm starting to feel like more and more bullish. Now, I don't really give a crap because to me, like, it doesn't matter. I'll go whichever way the wind blows, but, you know, we'll see what happens. And at the end of the day, why can't stuff reach new time highs and then go to zero, right?
Like we risk a couple different things. Okay, awesome. I can publish this out. Market update. What's today? 9/14/22. Watch the video. I don't really want to be pretentious on it. Video. I don't make videos to type. Take care and see you tomorrow at 9:15 a.m. EST. We'll do 09 to make it clear that it's not. I mean, I guess 9:15 is only one thing, but AM Eastern. A full day of streaming. Okay. Y'all. Take care, y'all. Nope. Take care. Take care. Okay. We'll do link. We'll do link. I really should just put all these in one and start doing it that way, to be honest. I think that's probably what I'll do from now. What I might do from this, I think, I don't know. I'll see what I do. I feel like it gets, I didn't realize when you update an idea, it seems like it gets pushed to the top. I might just end up making this private and then linking it to another one, but I might have to make one called, I have to think if I'm going to make this called future, like market updates. It's so much cleaner. I feel like I have to do it. I don't have a choice. Yeah, market updates. Yeah, I have to do this. Daily market updates. Actually, I'm going to do this on a different one, and then I'll start it from there. That's what I'm going to do. Because I want the first one to be just like... but then I have to put out an idea. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do, actually. I know what I'm going to do. We're just going to put this one out, and then I'm going to adjust it later. Yeah. And then we'll have it concise. So we'll have it... I'll just have something that goes over them and explains it, and then I'll just update it there, and then people can just go to one stop. I think that makes more sense also, just because I think I'll get more people to watch what I look at, because they'll see like update on this idea, and that probably gives a little bit more credence to the idea. And if I'm going to tell people to look at it, it seems to be a little bit easier to do it that way. I think that's what I'm going to stick with. That makes a lot of sense to me. I can't open up the chat also. If I open up the chat on the bottom left, it's going to ruin the upload, so I can't see chat right now. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Let's see, where's 9/8? Market update for the weekend. Market update, 9/8. Wait, what? Market update major? Okay, I don't know what the hell that means. I don't remember that one. Market recap, and that's where we started. Okay, private. I don't need. Place. Okay. Okay, what do we have? Multiple candles, multiple time frame analysis, candlestick analysis, and we have technical indicators, moving average. What do we have here? VIX, Bitcoin, BTC USD, ETH BTC, ETH USD, Apple, Trendline boys, because why not, right? I think that's it, right? We talked about Apple, Bitcoin. Oh yeah, Hull moving average. SMA. They don't have. Oh, they do. There we go. I think it's because I put this in before, maybe. But SMA 200. And I think that's good. We'll do share YouTube, Twitter. We'll get this out, and then we'll consolidate everything later. Boom, there we go. It's a lot when I put these out. It's not that bad, though. Usually it doesn't. I know what to do, so it's not that bad. So we'll put this out. Okay, publish. Okay, there we go. I like that. 15 minutes to edit. I don't edit. Well, I edit the typing, but that's about it. Okay, let me open chat. Stock always go up unless it don't. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that would be cool to get a girlfriend in stock. But, I mean, you know what? The only issue I have, not really. I mean, I've only met so many women, to be honest. Like, I haven't excelled so much in, like, finance or stock and, or not finance and stock, finance, like, stock crypto and then gone out to play. Like, what I'm thinking is, like, you either have to to be around, like, women that exceed in these areas, you have to either, like, not just super exceed, but also go out and be in these areas where they are. But stock trading and crypto trading is something inherently in the house or in a building. So it's like, you know what I mean? So it's like, I don't really meet a lot of women that are financials. And if they are, I feel like it's usually accounting or something like that. But I feel like if I found somebody in stocks, they'd just be really boring. Or not boring. I'll take boring. I feel like if I found someone in stocks or crypto, they'd just be crazy. I don't know why. I have a feeling like most people in this space are already crazy or they're normal. But I don't know. Maybe it's not a misogynistic thing or something. I just feel like there has to be something wrong with a woman to want to look at crypto all day or stocks or be interested in it. I don't know. Maybe not. But to me, it just seems weird. Maybe it's just my inherent biases, like, towards the way I see men as, like, people that are, like, kind of borderline autistic and like to focus on one thing and, like, you know, do one thing really well. Like, men like things usually. Obviously, there's exceptions to this, but I usually see, like, men like things and women like things that have to do with people. You know, in that kind of sense. Like, you'll usually see most women in not just secretaries, but nursing fields, teaching, things like that. Obviously, they're branching out more, you know. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to look for one, so that's the kind of one I would like. That'd be cool, at least to, like, try a date or whatever anyway. I think that'd be pretty tight. But at the end of the day, like, I don't like people that use social media and stuff a lot, so I have a very specific, like, what do you call it, range. So I don't want anyone that messes with social media too much. Like, if someone's posting pictures of themselves online, it's like, you got issues, man. You got issues. Well, like, if they're random pictures or whatever, that's fine. But, like, when people are posting, like, pictures of their body and stuff, like, if you're posting pictures of what you're doing, if it's a hobby, something you like, something you excel at, that's fine. But people that are out there posting pictures of their bodies all the time on social media specifically, I don't like that. Now, if it's like YouTube and you're posting, I like gym workout compilations, I like glow up compilations, those are cool. But just the idea of, like, looking for self-validation and being in a sphere where self-validation is, like, so important, I just, I think that it attracts a type of person that is quite detestable in my eyes. So, and quite unstable. Anyone that feels the need to have that much self-validation in this world generally isn't a stable person and has some sort of issue that I'm not dealing with. So I know people don't want to deal with my issues, so I shouldn't expect no one should expect me to deal with theirs. So anyway, I guess I might be back later. I probably won't. I have a meeting tonight, so I won't be back later. It starts at 8, so I won't even be back till 9. I'm not going to be here for the time change. Yep, exactly. I don't want to be with any of those people. They all disgust me. And it's nothing about them. They just don't understand. So they don't understand the deep hole inside of their heart and inside of their soul. They're soulless people. Either that or they know what they're doing and they've willingly given themselves up to the machine. Either way, I want nothing to do with them. So it's not something that interests me. But I don't vibe with most people anyway. I don't think I would fit most people's box. I'm buff. I'm smart. I'm 6.1. Or 6'1", fits a lot of people's boxes. I don't like small talk.
I like being around a woman, but I like my space. That's something, you know, I don't know if a lot of other people want. I like hiking. I like being healthy. I don't want to drink. I don't want to be around drinking. I don't want to be around smoking. That misses a lot of boxes. You know what I mean? So it's like, oh, you know what the ones I hate is the ones where it's like here. I think I hit the volume and turned up. I hate the ones where it's like on TikTok. I hate these people so much. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't hate these people. It's not even disgust. Like it's not hate. It's not disgust. It's not anger. It's just, gosh, you're so dumb. These videos, these people, not you, these people that do this. So you have something up top, someone saying something, and then there's a person on the bottom or on the left, and they're the whole time they're going, you know, they're just like agreeing with them. It's like you're literally adding no value to what the person's saying. I don't have an issue with whatever clip they have on top, but it's like you're adding no value to it. It's like, oh my gosh, and you're literally sitting there. YouTube reactors are more entertaining than those people. YouTube reactors. And there are some good YouTube reactors. I can't remember that one black dude, this big black buff dude that started doing it. It's like Magnus, Tyro Magnus. He has some pretty good ones. There are some good YouTube reactors. But oh my gosh, I'm not trying to get on YouTube reactors because it is good depending on it. There are a lot. But it's just, it doesn't matter who it is. I cannot stand those TikTok videos. And I rarely go through TikTok. So I think I've seen 2 of those videos or 3 of those videos in maybe a year, but oh my god, like add some value. Like if like I get reactions, like if you're gonna watch someone react to it, I think that's okay because some people are just lonely and really want to feel like they have someone else there with them, and I think it's cool for that. But at least they're like looking at it and laughing and stuff like that, you know. But I do like reactors when they'll stop and talk about things and certain things of that nature. Add value though, right? Add value. I need whoever I'm looking at, whoever I'm watching, I need some sort of value. And unless I can extract some sort of value, whether that's you know, kinship, like similarity, like they're talking about something I enjoy or whatever, like yeah. But to see somebody go, or like this, and on the bottom it's like, he's right, you know. It's like, I mean, like I said, I'm not butthurt about it because I barely see them, but it is something that completely blows my mind because to me they just look so dumb. And I'm not saying they're stupid people. I don't know these people. It would be stupid of me to call them stupid people because I don't know anything about them, but I know what they're doing when they do that is stupid because it provides no value. So I want to make it clear, I'm not attacking anybody that does that. I don't care if anybody's in here or whatever. I want to be clear and fair about what I think about these things. I'm not out here to attack anybody or put anybody down. I'm talking about the content, the way of reacting, and what they do itself as opposed to the person. So just because I don't want to be with somebody or they don't tick my boxes doesn't mean anybody's worse of a person. There's other things that I think that make people bad, but certainly wanting to be a partner with somebody doesn't. Because that would technically mean I don't like that. I think most guys are below me because I'm not gay. You see what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't want a guy to be a partner. So, because they don't, like, you're not going to tick the box of, are you a female? You know what I mean? Anyway, we'll see what happens. I'm most interested to see what happens with Ethereum to Bitcoin. I really think with this merger, the way Ethereum to Bitcoin was set up with this bounce and what we did at the end of the day. Oh, yeah, those people make a lot of money. I know, yeah, there's definitely a lot of people that make a lot of money off of it. And like in some senses, it's possible that some of them do it just for content, or when they have like a content drought, or they don't know what else they want to put out. It's possible it's used in that kind of manner, just as like, you know, like easy, quick content. You know, you already have a following base, and maybe you just want to put something out, and your followers are already like, ah. I mean, fans are losers anyway. Let's be honest. Not losers. Fans are lost people. I don't want to say bad things about people. No one should be a fan of anybody. No man should be a fan of anybody. No man. You shouldn't, because fans from fanatic. No man should be a fan of anybody. Looking up to somebody, that's fine. Role models, that's fine. But no one should be like as a man. You're not a man if you're a fan of another man. Like, you're just not. Now, you might have all the other qualities, but like, I don't know. Like, maybe that's a bad way to say it. I wouldn't say something like that. To say that there's one thing that disqualifies someone from being considering a man. What if you take care of your family, your friends, you have a house, you support the people around you, but you idolize Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan Jackson or LeBron James? I don't like idolizing. It's kind of different in a sense. When I see like idolizing, I'm looking up to somebody. I think that's a little bit different than being a fan in a sense. I don't know if they're the same, but I see a difference between them. I think it's important for men and women to have someone to look up to and idolize. I don't think things should really get to that point where you're a fanatic and you're like obsessed with somebody, and but if you want to be like them and you want to take whatever's from them, I think that's normal. I think that's actually really, I think most people should do that. I think male and female mentors are really important. But the idea of being a fan about somebody, like, I'm not going to wear a dude's jersey. I don't care how much I like him. I'm not going to wear a dude's jersey. I'm not going to get a tattoo of some dude on my, I don't have any tattoos anyway. I don't think I'm ever going to get one, but I don't want a tattoo of some dude on my body or something, I don't like that. So I thought about getting tattoos of like dead artists before, some of the ones I do like. But I was thinking about getting that on my feet. I don't like showing off or anything like that. I don't know if I'll ever do that though. But I'm still not a fan of them. And at the same time, there's also a distinction between the person themselves and the person that most people even really see. And a lot of the times, in my opinion, most people really end up being, especially when it's a fan, even sometimes the issue with idolizing to an extent, a lot of the times they don't really know the person, and they only really know the popular them. They only know. It's like we could take like Michael Jordan. I really liked him. He's done a lot of great things, but he's also a dude that's invested in private prisons. So everybody has like other sides to them or things that they're doing or willing to do. In a sense. And so it's like we see their professional persona, their outward appearance, but I don't think most people understand who these people really are. So I think it's a little bit dangerous in some senses, especially most when someone's a fan, but also sometimes idolizing can be dangerous too. I think the best way to do it is find what works for you after a certain age and really take what works and do away with the rest. I think that's kind of the best way. I wouldn't want someone to look at me and idolize me. I want people to be able to do stuff for themselves and take what they can from me that works and get rid of the rest, because I have bad sides too. So it's like a mix. I'm not a huge fan of idolizing because it feels like it's up there right before being a fanatic. But looking up to somebody and I think it's fine. I think it's fine in some senses. In a lot of senses, it is important, I think, too, for people to drive people to do greater and do better. Most people really want a guy, I've had people donate to me on Twitch before because I was sleeping. I remember there was a trade before. Like, imagine I say that I'm waiting for this to end the day up here and enter. I've had a time before I got like $20-30 in donations because the viewers were trying to wake me up. Whatchamacallit. They were trying to wake me up to get in the trade because I fell asleep at the chair while I was streaming. But yeah, it's really interactions. When it comes to Twitch, depending on the level, it gets really bad when people get really popular because it's really hard to have more of a one-on-one with the person or a more personal connection because the chat is just flying, Oh, I mean, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, but I think what I'm saying still applies. I think a lot of it is people are lonely, and it's a way for them to communicate and feel like they're a part of something, And it's not about donating. It's about seeing your name and like the donation on the screen. It's about having whatever text-to-speech that you want to say. It's about injecting yourself in the stream when you're not really like, when it's smaller streamers, it's important. Well, that's the same thing too. Those are just lonely guys, you know. They're most likely men that didn't have strong men around them in their lives. They were probably raised by single mothers, or they had horrible men around them. One of the two, either an absent father or a horrible father figure around them. Most likely, like single mothers, no one to teach them how to have self-respect. And so it's like a quote that I really like. It goes like this, if I can remember it correctly. It's a strong father teaches his child how to love themselves. A strong mother teaches their child how to love others. But it's only by truly loving yourself, can you love and take care of others. You see what I'm saying? So a strong woman is good to teach you how to love other people, but what it does more than not, I believe a lot of these single mothers are strong women in some sense, or they get strong after the fact that they messed up and they chose the wrong man. I do think they teach you how to love other people, but the issue is that these men know how to love other people, but not themselves. So they're giving money to try to make these other people feel better, but what they should be focusing is making themselves feel better. Because at the end of the day, I've been through this before. If you try to help other people, you can only help other people for so long before you truly help yourself. And these people kind of get in this dependent relationship, and they seek something else out because all they know how to do is love other things, and they don't know how to love themselves. And because they don't know how to love themselves, they don't know how to say, maybe this isn't right for me. You know, and now we have a dating market that's ruined by these simps and guys that want to just give girls likes and attention that don't really deserve it. I'm not saying like they do or they don't, I guess, but I mean, it's not because these women are working hard for something. It's because these guys are a product of a broken society that's left them without self-love. And so they try to seek love out by only loving other people. That's the only way they know how to feel good and feel validation. When the person they help tells them thank you. I'm telling you, I've been here before. Like, it's personal experience. I've been here a long time ago. I've learned from it. I've seen it in plenty of other people. I've talked to people about it. It's something I know is just a fact of life. So, but yeah. Anyway, I got to go to sleep because I got to get some rest before my meeting later. So, I'll see you tomorrow. I might be on later depending what happens. Like I said, I think this Ethereum to Bitcoin play is really interesting depending if we can get a day start up here. I'm really interested to see. Of course, the Bitcoin thing matters also, so we'll see where this ends. I mean, excuse me, we're currently under, but they could easily push it up just a little bit. We just need to start above. It doesn't matter where we end. We just have to start above. Yeah, I mean, I could definitely see that. I could definitely see that. Alright, but I'll talk to you later. I gotta go. Peace!